I was on mute the whole time. I was just saying good morning, or whatever time it is. It's Friday, at least in my part of the world. Unless you're one of these Aussies that have been showing up lately. Maybe they're in Saturday, I don't know. When I used to Zoom with some Australian friends during COVID, they were always, it was weird times, like 2 in the morning, um, and they always were like in the future. It was always the next day or something. I thought that was neat. Okay, let's look at the news. Ukraine. Russia declare. Oh, Ukraine is attacking Russia. Harris, Trump, they're going to debate. Politics is happening. Um, Israel, Hamas. Same news. No alien invasions or UFO sightings or anything like that. Weather balloons. Hey, Ladybug, what's up? Just getting the day started. Waiting for the panel to show up. And about to look at Twitter. Oh, this is about, let's see. Tell me what y'all think about this as a concept. NatSec, which is national security, so maybe military industrial with that. Corporate media. No, okay, here goes. National security slash corporate slash media slash political leviathan. So all of those entities make up a leviathan, an entity, a composite entity of those. And was growing strong from the right from 20 years ago. Like that's the backbone of this. When people talk about the system, I guess maybe they're talking about all of these things in aggregate. And the left got control of the Leviathan at some point. So there's this political Leviathan that keeps going back and forth between that. That's what people are trying to gain power over. And I guess these conspiracy theorists, or let's just say these creative thinkers, these very creative thinkers, some people, imaginers, that's what like this lizard group or whoever's ruling the world is gaining control over. And so the tweet goes on to say the media being, which is one of those components, the media being a messaging organ of the DNC. Oh, they're giving examples of how the left has the Leviathan. The media as messaging organ of the DNC. And I remember when Fox News was the propaganda organ of the right. The national security apparatus targeting domestic right-wing politics. I would be interested in the rates, like, do they target the anti-Semitic Palestinian protest with the same frequency, and the Antifa and BLM type unrest? Is there a lot of domestic right-wing terrorism? Well, he says politics, not necessarily terrorism. So the national security part targets domestic right-wing politics. The surveillance state that's being politically weaponized and growing in power and sophistication all the time, etc., etc., etc. And this other guy makes a point that because there's so much conspiracy nonsense, his words, that even if what this guy's saying is true, it has no real force because there's so much noise in the signals around that now that anytime people hear about the deep state being after us, there's eye rolling at this point. And then he responds with, "It is verifiably true at this point that the government had back channels into social media giants to effect censorship based on political views in violation of the First Amendment." That's probably the Twitter file thing from a few years ago. I remember following that. Anyway, that's the. All right, I do have one more tweet, I guess. The clasp on the wrist. Oh, these are my bondage cuffs. They're just, they're not really functional right now. They're Velcro. They're just decoration, just to spice up my wardrobe. Hey, Frank. I mean, Hank. I don't know why I get you two confused. You're nothing alike. Um, I was just going over tweets. So P.F. Young did an interesting tweet. Let me share that one. Um, yeah, look at this. June 17 hours ago, I am voting for Kamala Harris. 145 likes. And then he did another one. This was like an hour later. I'm voting for Donald Trump. 19 likes. Make of that what you will. And then there's an article on left-wing authoritarianism, which, oh my God, as sensitive as I am to authoritarianism, you even see it on the stream when people try to tell me how to run my panel. I noticed it right away, like the minute on the left, I noticed it first with the pronoun stuff, like policing pronouns and telling people how to talk and what they had to call someone and all of that. And my don't tell me how to talk instinct kicked in right away. And then some of the COVID stuff, they got a little judgy about, and the protests, the George Floyd protests and the racism. They just got real dogmatic all of a sudden. They were insisting that what they believed was true, it was actually true because enough people believed it. And that was just not a liberal left-wing behavior that I was familiar with. So this guy's talking about an article on left-wing authoritarianism. And he says there's considerable evidence of it. So why do liberals have such a hard time seeing it? And then he quotes, liberals, unlike conservatives, believe their group norms are anti-authoritarian, thus they have a motivating blind spot for admitting they are authoritarian. And there's a quote from the actual article. I hate this new Twitter format. Oh, actually, I don't think the quote's that important. So I guess that's why I flagged the tweet. I just wanted to highlight that there is authoritarianism on the left. Oh, thank you. I wish I could take credit for it. I don't have a choice. I don't know how to mask. A lot of people know how to hide that kind of stuff. And I never did, even as a kid. Oh, yes, are you the one that left me a comment? You are welcome to come up and talk about music. I love music. That's one of the 3 pillars of my religion, in fact. Say, rock is the devil's music, the devil's religion. I don't know, Hank. It seems like you keep up pretty well, too. You're very on top of what goes on in the panelverse. I noticed Tommy did a panel last night. I caught a bit of it. So yeah, it's open panel, by the way. Sorry, I forgot to turn the thing on. The link should be pinned. I'm just filling in time. Let's see who's also streaming. Me too. Music was that's what got me through my teenage years. Like with that, I don't know, I would not have made it without, that was like my support system. It was parasocial support. I related to a lot of this was the 80s, so a lot of the musicians were being, I was a Cyndi Lauper kid, and Cyndi Lauper was the first person Not even so much for her music, but they talk about representation for what she represented. She was the first person that my little teenage brain noticed that made it okay to be yourself. She was like doing her thing. She was weird, but she was still fun, and nobody cared, and she didn't care. And like Cyndi Lauper made it okay for people like me to be me. And from there it went from band to band to band, and not only like you had this personal, because I got no support at school. I was the misfit, the outcast. I was Ali Sheedy in the Breakfast Club. And then when I got home, I got no support from my family. So there was no part of the day where I wasn't facing some kind of adversity or hostility. And I had all of my friends were long distance. So I had no friend to go hang out with, nothing. And the only thing I had was that jam box, that boom box, and my music, my cassettes, my tape collection. And that got me through like all of those years. I had this world to escape into. I'm very auditory. My brain, I think it was Leibniz that said music is the pleasure that we get from counting without being aware that we're counting. My brain gets such a satisfaction from processing all the different patterns inside of music. And I wasn't a song person. I was an artist person. So if I liked one or two of their songs, then I'm going to want their whole collection, because I'm going to want to get to know them as an artist. And like the main band, the lead singers, the front people, like Robert Smith of The Cure, Susie and the Banshees, they became people that you got to know. Like, and sometimes you had the sense that they knew you or understood you or could relate to you better than the people around you. And so people that talk about programming and mind control and all that, music was definitely a big influence. I wouldn't say it programmed or mind controlled me, but it certainly influenced the way I felt, what I thought about the world. And music was also, especially rock music, was an education of the emotions. I think that's what drew me to it to begin with, because the the aggression, the violence, the energy that you heard in the music. And my band was Sonic Youth, so it was a lot of this experimental noise and chaos, and that sound was matching the emotions that my teenage self was feeling inside too. And so it kind of gave a shape and a form to the emotions, and it helped me understand and relate to and normalize the powerful, intense, strong emotions I was feeling at that time too. And the additional benefit is it put you in touch with a subculture, a legitimate, authentic subculture of other fans of the same band. If you liked The Cure and you found another Cure fan, y'all were like best friends right away. The barrier to conversation and to relating and to getting to know each other was reduced almost to zero instantly, just from liking the same band. I met so many different friends from the bands I liked, and then they would turn you on to new music, which would put you in touch with new, because each little band was its own subculture. They were like channels, I guess, like panels, and it was its own little subculture with its own little following. But they had clusters of similar bands that were kind of in the same genre, and so if you liked if you liked the same three or four bands, that was kind of like a larger subculture right there. And so if you had two or three or four of these subcultures that you were into, you could find people very easily that way. And the hip hop people did the same thing. The country music people did the same thing. So music and food. I think we talked about that the other day. Hey, Prairie, how are you? Oh wow, you actually got to play music. I was so envious of people because I will never be able to play an instrument with my DCD, my dyspraxia. But I had friends that did, and people that do art, like Puffy comes and draws with the letters. People that are able to cook and actually make something tastes good. I had a roommate. He worked a 9 to 5 job, and he would come home like at the end of the day, and he would be getting out of his car, and he'd come in the house, and he would be getting out of his work. It was like a suit and tie job. So he would be undoing his tie and his shirt while he was reaching in the cabinet for pans, and then he'd pull something out of the fridge, like something fresh, like fresh meat, real vegetables, while he was taking off his shoes from work, and then he would like answer his phone messages, all of this the minute he walked in the door. And like 30 minutes later, the most amazing meal you've ever wanted to eat was in front of us. And it blew my mind how he could come in and do all those things and cook at the same time, and throw it all together and make it taste like you got it from a restaurant. People that can cook amaze me. People that can draw. People that can see something in their mind and represent it on paper exactly like they see it in their head, or see something, an object, and represent it on paper. I don't know how they're doing it, but that is an amazing talent. And music, people that can do music. I've tried every one of those things, and with the brain-body connection or disconnection mismatch thing, I cannot pull it off. I was pretty good at watercolor though, and stipple with the dots, where you just use a bunch of little tiny dots to gradually make the picture. I was good at that for some reason. Hey Nova, happy Friday. It is Friday, by the way. So we're going to try to keep the party going here as long as we can, or until Frank and Bex come and kidnap me for Survivor. And then over the weekend, we were talking about things like birthdays, panel dances. An update on the channel. I'm trying to like pace my excitement and suspend my excitement, so I'm trying not to think about it. But I did do the next stage of the process, so I had to fill out this online form, and then I have to wait. They said it takes a day or two, so I'm going to get gradually excited as each parts of the steps come in, without a snag, because I'm always expecting the worst. They'll probably find some little reason to deny something. Oh, cool. Yeah. Well, anytime I'm on and you want to come up and talk about music, just when you come in the back, remind me that it's you. Yeah, we talk about music a lot on here. Got a lot of music nerds. Yeah, music was my my personal kind of support. Like I created my own internal support system through music, and but it also helped me with socialization and finding other people and reducing some of those barriers that might make it difficult to connect with others. No, Hank, they stopped letting me stream to Twitter. They said I had to pay. But I was putting it on Twitter as well. Uh, if y'all pray or do spells or whatever, say yes, please say a prayer that I get that I can get the monetization going, and then I have to try to not lose it. And I have to figure out what to do with it, because I think it's oh right, I was looking at who was streaming. Oh, Zat's on. I5's playing video games. Steve's on. He's out in the woods. Maybe we could check in with Steve. Oh, and the guy from Australia's on. I love this. If I had had this as a kid or a teenager, like the ability to connect with this many people from my little small town, I don't think I would have ever left my house or ever talked to another real life human. This is just unbelievable. Oh wow, Zat has his guitar out. He's playing. Maybe he'll come on and play later. Let's check in with our friend Steve. He's the one that has, hey, take care, Mr. B. We can be your body double if you need us. Steve's our friend that from Spain, the Nomad, and he had that little compound that he was living out of. He's given an update.
Smoke, knowing that I'm hungry, knowing that I'm getting worse in the malnutrition, getting worse in the fatigue,
Oh,
and getting depressed because helping the wrong people.
yeah.
And I don't feel comfortable getting stoned. And knowing now I've been around and it ain't being given to me like it used to be, I have to now start buying it. For me, I don't
Yeah,
justify
don't,
buying
don't.
weed.
It's not
Weed
worth it.
grows everywhere in Spain. I shouldn't have to buy it. It comes in from the sea.
Look at,
People collect it from the sea. It's free. I shouldn't have to pay for it.
all right, that was a little update. Free weed in Spain. It sounds like if you're going to be a nomad, Spain is the place to do it. All right, well, that's all that's going on in the Panelverse. Other than that, if he starts hitting that guitar, I will share. Roller boots. Oh, are you like the fun mom? I had a best friend growing up, and me and her, we were both nerds, outcast, and half crazy. And when we got together, we had so much fun. I did so all kind of crazy shit. And now she has two kids. And I knew she was going to be this kind of mom, but she is the fun mom. She's like carrying on what we used to do together with her kids. And like she's always doing something fun and fantastic with the kids. And every time I see the pictures on Facebook, I'm like, I know that kind of fun. That's what we used to do together. And now she's carrying on with her kids. Yeah. That's one of the things like Gen Z. If you are lucky enough to have a Gen Z parent or set of parents or be the kids of a Gen Zer, we knew how to have fun. Yeah, I've never really had problems keeping friends until I moved up here as an adult. Like most of my friends I made as a kid, they're still in my life. Like I'm used to making very stable, long-term friendships over decades. And when I go back home and visit, it's like picking up right where we left off. It's like no time passed at all. All right, let's see what else is going on. All right, looks like Zat um, went off camera. So. Well, anything? What's on y'all's minds? Anything else? The the roller boots. Well, good. You'll have to come to our panel dance. We talked about this weekend, but Angeline is one of the people that kind of started them or helps with them, and I don't think she's around this weekend, so it may get pushed to next week. But at some point soon, we're gonna do a panel dance, so you'll have to come. You can gear up. You can have your lights, costumes, whatever. We might theme it. We might not. It depends on what free, non-copyrighted music we could get. Well, I don't know if I have much else, but I'm not really ready to end it either. Seems too early. Hmm. Let me check my YouTube history, see if there's any interesting videos that I've come across lately. Oh, did iFi just go real life and not video game life. This is weird. It's some guy preaching about the flood. It doesn't sound like I-Fi. I don't know if it's AI. Is it AI-Fi? Or if he's restreaming some weird audio. I'm stayed away from that today. Is that a band? Rife Frequencies? I've never heard of them. I will admit I'm old school. I'm like dad rock, which even the alternative music of my generation is dad rock these days. Um, but I know very little of the modern music. The band that I think I'm most into right now, modern wise, and they're probably not even modern anymore, is called Doctor Dog. They're from Philly. It's kind of folk rock ish, soft rock, pop rock, folkish. And they just put out a new album that's very, very good, and they have some cool YouTube videos. They videoed themselves putting the album together and made into a few little fun videos. Oh, a guy with sound frequencies. Okay. No, I've never heard of him. He's on YouTube. Spike to help with music. Yeah, I like Spike. He's welcome to come up. Spike's cool. Spike's great. Is Frank alive too? Oh no, he's just posting stuff. And Frank, if you're out there and want to come up. I mean, did I call you Frank again? I don't know why I do that. The black guy. The guy with the fedoras. Oh, Flamio. Oh, his name was Rife. His mama named him that? Or it's like a branding name. I have to look him up. Let me look him up now. The Medicine of Frequencies. I see a TED Talk. Rife Force. Hmm. Well, that might be all that's going on today. Unless there's anything we want to talk to the AI about. I haven't had a lot on my mind lately. Um, like interest wise. I tried the Jesus thing. I haven't been remembering to do, and I haven't got much out of it. So I think that's kind of moving out of my attention tunnel. Hey, Shady Spot, what's up? Oh, what do you mean? They changed the. Are you talking about the? What's the hertz? I know about the BPMs. You talking about like it the radio music, that the way it's broadcast? Do people even listen to radio anymore? Radio was fun growing up in the 80s. They made music seem fun because you had all the DJs that had personality, and they made music seem like the most exciting thing in the world to be into. And they had contests, and you could call in and request, and then every night they did the top five, and you could call and vote for your favorite song that day. And I would always tune in to see what the five popular songs of the day were. So music was more than just like popping in a cassette and listening to a song. There was a whole culture around it, and other people were participating in the same music that you were. So it was kind of like a precursor to the internet, like social, like network wise. You were in your house with your little boombox, consuming the same content media that other people were consuming in their house with their little boombox. Y'all just didn't have a way to hook it all together yet. But that shared common remote experience was there. And then when you'd meet each other in person, like they might have a band T-shirt or dye their hair black with a cross earring, like all the little signs. Because back then, before the internet, you had signs. Like the earring in the right ear meant gay. So anytime you saw a guy with the earring in his right ear, you got excited because that was potential. That okay, that was that needle in the haystack. And then in the big cities like San Francisco, they had the hanky. In fact, I have mine right here. You had the hanky codes, um, and you would put them in your. Each color meant like this one. I think was cop. Um, this was military. So was the camo. And I think this one was daddy, looking for daddy. But then they also had specific acts that had colors to them. And then depending on which pocket you wore them in, the back left or the back right would tell what role you were interested in. And so people would walk around San Francisco with their handkerchiefs in their pockets to signal, like communicate what their. It would be like a dating profile now, but it was all done visually with signals. So when and like certain bands and music, people had symbols and signals and brands, things that you recognize that would. So when you found someone that was also listening to the same music in their house, there was already that common experience, shared experience. And I wonder how much of that we lost as media got more diversified, decentralized, atomized. Because even cable TV, to go from the 3 or 4 channels on the rabbit ears to cable, which had like even in the 80s, early cable had it seemed like they had 100 channels at least. They had a lot of channels, way more than just 3 or 4. And so that right there was like multiple sources of media to consume that you had to choose and sift between and reconcile in your mind together. Why does cymatic sound familiar? I'm thinking of that. Isn't there a nerve in your eye? The cymatic, cyclo. No, this is something else. The study of vibrational phenomena. That stuff is so subtle and invisible to me. I'm amazed there's people that are even able to study it. If it's affecting me at all, I'm never gonna. It's so far outside of my attention tunnel that if there's these subtle vibrations affecting me, I'm probably not ever gonna be conscious of them. I do remember when I was into the New Age and pagan stuff. I always tried to sleep with my body pointed north because they said it aligns the metals in your body, the magnetic lines. I don't remember that it made that much of a difference, but that was always in my head. So if I was like it, because my bed was automatically north, but if I was at somebody else's house, I always tried to figure out where north was, and turn my body in that direction if I could, when I was sleeping. I had all kind of superstitions around nature and health. That's when like they had the crystal people, the crystal waver. I had crystals. I would put them in the sun to like absorb the sun energy, and I would put them in like if you were working with certain herbs, because all of the herbs, everything had a correspondence to energy, usually like a planetary energy, which was taken from the Greek deities ultimately. So you like you had, if you wanted like a Mars energy, there were certain herbs that are associated with Mars, and you can make like a little altar and burn a red candle and put the crystal with the herbs to charge it with that Mars energy or Jupiter energy or whatever. And it was stuff like that. And then you could put that energy into the crystal and carry it around. I was young and not fully developed intellectually, obviously. Um, videos of people like Africa or the Middle East and how different. Oh, that's an interesting Special interest. Interesting interest. Yeah, I could see how that would appeal. Oh, you charge crystals? Yeah, the moon too. We used to do stuff with the moon and candles. I used to I had this we had some relatives of my stepdad that lived in Saudi Arabia for a while. They worked for one of the oil companies. And so they brought back all of this gear from Saudi Arabia. And one of it was I guess it was part of a burqa. I don't know the clothing, but it was this black silk robe that the women wore. And it was part of the, you know how they have to cover their face and stuff. So I would take the robe part of it. We just had it in our closet. And we even had, the men had the like the white gowns with the veils, and we had the black rings that you put over. We had like 3 or 4 of those lying around the house too. And I would put on this black Saudi Arabian robe that the women wear, and I would go outside at night in certain phases of the moon, and we had a little concrete square in the backyard that this little building used to be on, but they moved the building so it was just concrete, and I would use that as like a altar on the ground, and I would make a pentagram, and I would put the candles, and I would stand in the middle of the pentagram at night, and always making sure the neighbors could see because I wanted them to leave me alone. I had a reputation to keep up. And I was out there one night with the little candles at the different points of the pentagram, and I was doing my spells and my rituals under the moon, and I had this black burqa robe thing on. And I remember it hit one of the candles, and it like the end of it caught on fire and it was flaming, and I didn't notice, and I was out there doing my ritual with the corner of this robe burning, and I finally noticed, and I had to stomp it out, and the thing had a big old hole burnt in it that big, and that was the end of that. Of I probably still try to do rituals, but not anything that dramatic and elaborate. Uh, Maybe it would have happened to anybody, but with the dyspraxia and the lack of awareness in general, I'm particularly prone to stuff like that. I probably had no business doing it in the first place. Let's see, work with no shoes. So wait, they no shoes because they can't afford the shoes, or because they're not allowed to work with shoes? And are you saying they like recast part, like they take old parts and recast them into new parts because they can't get enough new parts? So it's like different poverty levels or levels of civilization and how they have to accommodate to their level of existence to get the same things done there that we do here with our in our advanced civilization. I remember my grandma used to tell me a story because they grew up poor too. They were like, I, I think that my great grandparents were farmers or something, so it was like a farming family, and they were 8 kids and the 2 parents, and they didn't have a lot of money. So my grandma said that they got one pair of shoes for the year, and that was it. And she could pick out the pair she wanted. And during high school, she tried out for the basketball team, and she joined the basketball team. But she was also at the age where she was wanting to date and meet boys and everything. And so when it came time to pick out her shoes, there was this like pair of high heel shoes that she could get that would look good socially, or she could pick up a pair of basketball shoes, but she couldn't have both. And I told you I'm a grandma's boy. I love my grandma. She made me what I am today. She chose the high heel shoes, and she played basketball in the high heel shoes. She wore them on the basketball court, and she was dribbling the ball with her high heel shoes. She was not going to pass up those shoes. She was going to make it work. She had her cake, kind of, and got to eat a little bit of it too. And she had a ball. I could see her out on that court, just grinning from ear to ear, smiling, dribbling that ball in those high heel shoes, just proud that she got the shoes, she got the basketball, she was living life, she was happy. I'm I can actually afford shoes growing up, we were limited on our shoes, but now that I can afford new shoes when it's time, it's not out of poverty, but out of laziness or that kind of comfort zone that autistic people can get into, that inertia, where my shoes have to be falling off of my feet before I replace them. Once I break in a new shoe and it starts to fit my foot and I get that feeling of comfort and security, nothing is going to motivate me to change shoes until I absolutely have to. And the ones I have now, they're starting a hole. One of them starting a hole on one side. And when that gets big enough, I'll probably replace these, and that'll be my new pair of shoes for the next however many years until it happens again. But I don't invest a lot in shoes because it's hard to find. That's just too many shoes to break in. And yeah, they do. They glue the shoes now. I remember growing up, I had a pair of, was it Hush Puppies? It was Buster Browns. They were suede, and they had like a little hound dog logo. And I loved my suede shoes. And I had the spray that you would waterproof with, and they had a brush that you would scrub them and take care. And I did all of that. I kept them waterproofed. I kept them brushed. I really liked those shoes. And another pair of shoes that I remember begging for, like from Santa or Christmas, I wanted a pair of green tennis shoes. I didn't even know if they existed, but I just wanted a pair of green tennis shoes. And I remember one day for my birthday or Christmas, I opened up the box, and there was a pair of green Converses. I think it was Converse. And it was the most beautiful shade of green. It was like a light Kelly green. And I don't know how my mom found them. I think she went to, that was when you could do the Sears Roebuck. You could order from the catalog. And there was these little like stations in town. You could go and pick up your package. It was like a, kind of like a little post office, but it was for only Sears merchandise. And I think she went there and she told the Sears people, "Hey, my son is looking for a pair of green tennis shoes. Does anything like that exist?" And the Sears people were able to help her find some kind of green tennis shoes somehow, because that was back before the internet. And that's the other pair of shoes that I loved, was those green tennis shoes. He used the the waterproofing stuff. The first yeah, me too. I got the hand me ups. I got all the clothes that my younger brothers grew out of, because they were more fashionable and stylish. And so I was dressed at my best when I got my brother's hand me ups. That's what I knew I was getting, like the latest top of the line fashion, except years later. But then I was also a slacker. So my aesthetic was like thrift store, hand me down, t-shirt, khaki pants, like so. It fit. By the time it got to me, it was already like thrift quality, like thrift style. Yeah, I noticed it kind of. I actually like that. I like that now that I got to my number. There's like this little lull where it kind of went quiet for a while. It's like the eye of the storm, and I'm enjoying that for a little while. Last night it was only me on the stream. I think I went less than an hour, and I'm like, this is good, because what I realized is the slow days are more or less over. I think it's gonna just be a lot of activity from here on out, and I need to be prepared for that, because I had a certain rhythm, like there was a certain flow or pattern when it was at one level. But now that we're growing, I think the pattern's changing to something more active, and this gives me like time to prepare for that. I've had to do a lot more moderating than I usually do. I normally don't have to do anything but the comments at all. You have some what? I forgot we were talking about some. Oh yeah, just being poor and how we grew up, I guess. The wrong side of the tracks. But you know what? I wouldn't trade it for anything for two reasons. Because it was some of the most fun I've ever had in my life, and I like myself more as a person from having had those experiences. And the second reason is I see how the people that grew up on the other side of the tracks grew up, and I would not want to grow up that way. That's just way too uptight for me. Oh, wow, cool. Yeah, I want to do stuff like that now. Hopefully now we'll have the ability to get like some kind of small budget that we could start feeding back into the stream and upgrading and doing that kind of stuff. I want to do a community fund. Um, just I like fun stuff. I just want to do fun stuff. And we also had the for there was a period in the 80s where things were kind of slow for everyone. I know there was a lot of layoffs, and we had to go in the generic food. And in the 80s, they had food. You can even see it in some of the music videos. They satirize it. They had generic products with like no packaging or branding. They were just white boxes with black writing on them that said milk or cereal or eggs or whatever. And the theory was like they saved money on branding and marketing, and then they passed the cost on to you. So they were cheaper products. They were generic. And we were on those for a while, and on the powdered milk. They had a big box, a big white box with black lettering that said milk, and it was powdered, and you could mix it with water and create milk. So we were even on those 80s products for a while, and the government cheese, the big block of cheese that you could eat on for like a week with 6 kids. And you know what? Even growing up poor, we had a blast. It never stopped us from having fun. We were not miserable. We were poor and happy, very happy. And because growing up Cajun, like my grandparents and great grandparents, they grew up poor, poor, like real poor, outhouse poor, well water, that kind of stuff, no electricity. And Cajuns always have a good time. Like when we were up in Acadia, we started the first social club in North America. It was called L'Ordre de Bon Temps, Good Time, the Good Time Club. And so the grown-ups and the old people always had a way of making poor seem fun. Like why doesn't everybody in the world want to be poor? Look how fun it is. And so like if it like my grandma can make a bowl of cereal and milk or a cup of ramen seem like the most exciting, delicious thing in the world. And so like I'd be there eating my ramen like, "Oh, you eating your ramen? Isn't that good?" And that was only like 6 cents at the store. Isn't that amazing that you could have this delicious food for only 6 cents? Look at how good life is. And so she framed everything that way. So no matter what you were eating, it could be the most poor thing from the store, or the stuff from like the bargain section of the grocery store that's going bad and they mark down. And she would make it seem like the most fun, exciting thing to be eaten in the world. And why, like, how blessed and lucky we were. And like, there's so many people in the world that would be so happy to be eating what I'm eating right now. So she made seem like something that everybody would want. Like, oh my God, I'm at the peak of existence right now in this poverty. Yeah, oh my God. Yes, there was always adventures. Every day, my day, well, e- school days I would come home and I would play outside. I climbed trees a lot, and I like to climb on the roofs of whatever was near those trees. So it was a lot of climbing. I remember I had a very like bird's eye view of things as a kid, and but The weekends, the Saturdays, was waking up, and I was always up before the sun. I was up before TV started. Hey, Browns boy. Because back then, TV turned off at night, and they would have the pledge, and the flag would come down. And then at a certain time in the morning, like 5 or 6 in the morning, TV would turn back on again. And they'd do, I think, another pledge, and then they'd do some local news and agriculture news. And I was up before, and I would wait for TV to turn back on. And and then my day was whatever. If I was by myself, it was whatever I wanted to do that day. I would run around the woods. I would climb trees. I would have adventures. I would play imaginary things in my head. But if there was other kids involved, oh, that's when it got really adventurous. It was whatever we came up with to do that day. And it usually involved exploring whatever territory was around to explore that we didn't get run off from. So, yes, lots of adventures. Gilligan's Island. I never actually watched The Wonder Years because I was in my 20s when it came on. And it was, I had already like outgrown that kind of TV. Same with what's the one with Neil Patrick Doogie Howser? And there's another one. Fuck. It'll come to me. Was Wonder Years the one with Corky, the Down syndrome guy? What's up today, Browns? It's a slow day. Bex and Frank, are any of you around yet? I tried to watch that during COVID. I wanted a good series that I could binge watch, and I could not get past the first episode. I don't remember why. Usually it's the writing or the acting. Sometimes it's heavy-handed political themes where the characters just avatar for ideas or political positions. But there was something about Umbrella Activity that just I could not get past. I don't remember what it was. But usually it's one or both of writing and acting. If I can see the characters or the plot or the work itself being used too much as a vehicle for what the author's trying to say, then I pull out. It takes me out of the experience. That's what I hear. I mean, I liked The Watchmen a lot, the HBO series, the TV series, and I was looking for something similar to that, and that's one of the recommendations that kept coming up. And that could also be it, because The Watchmen set a very high standard. I really got spoiled by Watchmen, and if it wasn't at that level, that also might be a reason I pulled out of it. Not to mention, I like more of the realistic genres anyway, like the mystery series where a lot of it's character focused, and the fantasy and the sci-fi and superhero genre. You have to stylize the characters a bit. They don't get the same focus they would get in a novel and compete with all of the supernatural sci-fi and superhero elements. So the characterization is a little different in those genres than in the genres I like, and that's always noticeable to me, how they have to make compromises with the characterization. But who knows? They watch a lot of stuff in the Discord, and if it comes up one day, I may find myself watching it. We did watch another episode of that autism series, As We See It. It's getting a little better. There's finally a character that I like, that I can root for. She's not autistic, but she's cool. And it is a woman. It's the girlfriend of the brother. She's the only one reacting, saying, and doing everything I would do. Like, she's the only one treating these people like they're normal. She's the only one questioning why all these neurotypical adults are doing it the way they're doing it. And she's the only one acting like they're adults. Why are you making such a big deal about their neurodivergence? They're just different. Like she's kind of destigmatizing and normalizing the experience for me. I'm really not happy with the way these adult caretakers are handling the Spurgs. And I'm not like I like the main character, like the girl, the neurotypical what do they call her, the aide, but I'm not liking the way she's executing her profession. There's I've tried before. I have worked with neurotypicals. I have tried to offer and suggest better approaches and ways, but they don't listen to just and the same thing happens in the mental health world as a peer. Because a peer is somebody that has the word lived experience has a very specific meaning in the peer field. And it means you have actual experience with whatever mental health condition you're a peer for. And with me, I have PTSD, the autism, the ADHD, the neurodivergence. I have experience with all of that. I manage all of those conditions on a daily basis, so I can draw on my direct experience with those conditions to help other people and vice versa. But clinicians, psychologists, social workers, psychiatrists, there's kind of this professional boundary that they have to keep, that even if they struggle with these conditions, not to say they can't draw them and bring them in, but the focus is on the client, and they're there in kind of a more or less objective helper role. And with peer support, we actually have experience with the condition, so we're there more as an equal or a reciprocal, like we're both in the same boat together, walking the same path. Here's my experience with it. What's your experience with it? Let's compare notes. Let's learn from each other. So the peer relationship is a little different than the clinical relationship. And the clinical people usually have degrees. They study at universities. They study textbook cases. So while they may not have direct experience with the condition, they have theoretical knowledge of it and expertise in it. And so when you're on a mixed team, a multidisciplinary team, the peer voice, the peer side of it, of here's how we see it, here's what we suggest, here's how we would do it, here's kind of the theory of mind we're working off of, having the same condition. When that gets added into the information pool, it gets drowned out by the clinical stuff and the theory, and it gets deprioritized. And it's very hard to get clinical people to listen to our side of the situation when we're advocating on behalf of a client or a patient. And with autism, it's the same way. It's our voices. It's very hard to get our voices into the neurotypical conversation. And this one character, this girlfriend character, seems to be just about the only character in the movie so far that's able to do that. But there is some character development and some story arcs. So I suspect some of these neurotypicals that I'm complaining about to come around to different ways of seeing it at the end. It seems more like a movie made, it's called As We See It, but I think it's more made for neurotypicals. And it's like their journey of working with autistic people. I don't think it's about how autistic people see it at all. Oh wow, you had a hard. I think about that a lot because I'm getting up there in years, and I'm heading into that territory, and so that's one of the things that plays in the back of my mind too. So you've actually had one. Um, I tell myself I would know what to do, but I know when it happens, I'm not going to know what to do. I'm going to be too in the moment of freaking out. Um, so I would like to have that conversation one day, and it's like a form of anticipating when it's going to happen again. I can see that, like those being intrusive thoughts for sure. I'm also interested in what helps you too. if you've been dealing with this for a while. That's the kind of thing peers like to do, like to learn from each other. Also, there's, oh wow, oh wow. I definitely want to talk to you one day. Yeah, I don't. I don't even know if my phone is set up to. Do they have 911 on? I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to make it to the front door and holler, "Somebody call 911! Heart attack!" I know CPR. I've had CPR training plenty of times. I wouldn't know how to do it on myself, like how to tell someone else how to do it. And there is another. There's kind of two uses of the words peers that you'll hear. There's an official certified peer that's gone through training to use their experience to help others, and that's called a peer counselor or peer support specialist. You might hear sometimes. I think that's the new term that things are moving toward. They're trying to keep the term counselor for the clinical side of things. But my certificate says peer counselor, so that's what I use. But then there's also anybody that struggles with mental health or whatever you're a peer for. It could be a peer for anything. They have birth peer, like parent peer, birth doulas for parents that are that are pregnant and are giving birth. That's a type of peer. They have death doulas. That's a type of peer. But mental health peers are generally peers that have PTSD or depression, anxiety. Some of them may have bipolar or schizophrenia or specific mental health conditions. So you have peer in the sense of a professional that's able to talk to other people about those issues. And you have peer in the sense of anybody struggling with a similar condition is a peer of and for that condition. So like Brian and I are both peers because we struggle with similar mental health conditions. So whether Brian is a peer capital P, he's a peer small p in the sense that we're both peers for each other for those things and can both support each other and relate to each other and understand what each other goes through. So there's two uses of the word peer. One's professional and one's a more general use. And every agency, organization, institution, piece of information publication I've seen on peer support uses both terms interchangeably. And you had a stroke. That's another thing I don't. I remember growing up in the 80s, we had the I've fallen and I can't get up, and you press the little button. You wear it and you press it if you fall. That's what I was relying on. I'm like, okay, I'll just use that when I get to that age and have to worry about that. I'll just have my little fallen and can't get up button. But I don't have it. I have a pentagram necklace and I have my little collar that I wear sometimes. And I keep getting my AARP like invite. They keep wanting me to sign up. So maybe they'll send me one, but I don't have the button and I don't know how to get it or where it is. Maybe I should ask my doctor. They do want me to go in for a checkup. Is that from diet and or smoking and or alcohol? Like lifestyle? I worked briefly for a rheumatologist, just like as a front desk person. But they shared an office with the cardiologist, with a couple of cardiologists. And the cardiology nurses were very talkative. And so in the background all day long, I would hear a lot of this. I know this lingo. Um, but I don't have the training to put it together into any kind of sense. But it is absorbed. Somewhere in my brain, there is all this cardiology information. Oh, well, lucky for you, I love aspirin, especially baby aspirin. I used to eat them like candy growing up. In fact, I made myself sick one day from eating too much aspirin, baby aspirin. If that's the answer, next time I'm at the store, I'm picking up a bottle. You saying just one a day? Just chew one baby aspirin a day? And I don't know if I'm at risk technically. My diet is pretty okay. Um, every time I get tested, I come up right in the middle. Like I hit all my norms almost perfectly in the middle. And being Cajun, I'm told with our Cajun genetics that we have, like, we grew up on all that fatty, high cholesterol food, and that our system tolerates it better. But I don't eat any of that stuff anyway, so. But I am due for a checkup, like an annual checkup, and so these are all good things to bring up with the doctor. And that's another thing I didn't like about that movie where the dad was trying to get the autistic son to behave, not ask the doctor too many questions, defer to the doctor. He was the expert, and I didn't like that mentality he was setting up in the son. I think you should have a relationship with your doctor where you can ask these questions, bring up these concerns. The doctor is there to help you. He's a support role. It's collaborative. Same with a therapist or a mental health professional. He's not there to, even though he knows more than I do about my body, he's there to educate me, help me understand, answer questions, listen to my perspective, listen to my concerns. We're there to collaborate on a solution that's going to work for me. So that's the mentality I go into a health appointment with. And this is if I don't have to fight with the front desk. And that might be a specific cultural thing up here. But they very much have the personalities of the Vancombe lady from Mad TV and Ernestine, Lily Tomlin's character from Saturday Night Live or Second City TV or wherever she's from. Yeah, I just like dating, just like a therapist, just like a friendship. I vet like when I show up to a new doctor, we over time we have to establish trust and a relationship. I'm not a cookie cutter patient that he can just, like, it's not a fact. I need to have a personal relationship with my doctor, and at least with my insurance plan and with the expanded Medicaid here in Washington State, you can always change doctors. You can hire and fire your doctor. You can call your insurance company and get a new PCP on the state plan, etc. So they make it very easy. That's one of the things that Medicaid did to empower, because they don't have a big customer service department where you can go complain to Medicaid. One of the ways they empower the client, the consumer, is they make it very easy to replace your provider. So if you're not happy with the provider, you just go get another provider. And so I'm never stuck with any one doctor. Now there may be a supply issue, like where I am. There's less to choose from than there was in Seattle, so I may be stuck with picking from 2 or 3 specialists. But I always make sure that my medical team, I have a good working relationship with them. And if I don't, if there's interpersonal issues, if they can't handle the autism, if I'm too toxically masculine for them, or if they don't like Southerners and for whatever reason, I don't have to work with them. I could go get somebody else that can tolerate me or has a better bedside manner or can listen to my concerns and take me seriously. So you're never stuck. Don't let them dictate to you. Be an educated consumer, be an empowered consumer. If you do have issues with your medical system, a lot of medical agencies themselves will have a patient care coordinator, patient advocacy department. Find out the grievance process, the internal grievance process. You're not stuck with it. So just find out what it is. It may be one option. You can contact your insurance company. Sometimes they have customer service departments, or they can advocate on behalf of patient issues, or get involved in patient issues and advocate on your behalf. And then there can be nonprofits or third-party agencies too. And I know that on the local level, if it's a civil rights issue at all, if it involves a disability or ethnicity or gender or anything like that, That this is a long process. It can take a while. It can take over a year. But sometimes there's like civil rights, like government or county agencies that can get involved. So the point is, if you're having an issue, there's many different options. There's no one single door. If one door is closed, that's not ever the final door. There's also social media these days. I've taken things to social media where when they weren't getting resolved internally. Oh, okay. And I guess they like monitor this through the primary, and if they run certain tests and they have concerns, they can refer you for further testing with the cardiologist. So. And I used to be an ombuds. I did this kind of advocacy and complaint resolution for a living. If you have, so I know how to like go up the chain, and there's kind of an art to it. If you do it strategically, there's not a right way to do it, but there's definitely a wrong way to do it. And there's a more strategic, tactical, and less strategic, tactical way to do it. So if you do run into issues and you don't know where to turn or what to do, just reach out to me or come on the channel, and I can maybe help you think through it and open up some options. That's an excellent question, and my answer to that is roughly I categorize neurodivergence as cognitive. It's like internal processing and social. And the ADHD side of it is more or less cognitive, and the autism side is more or less social. Whatever my ADHD features are, they're operative even when there's no other people around. I face them even when it's just me. And mine are not strong. I don't have a big problem with focus and all that. I can switch back and forth pretty easily. Serial unitasking, they call it. Um, the autism part really only shows up. It's not a problem for me at all. I'm only aware of it when other people are around and bring it to my attention because it's something that they're experiencing on their end. I don't experience my own autism. It's invisible to me. So it only shows up when there's some other human being intersecting with me. And the ADHD stuff is persistent throughout the day, whether there's people around or not. And so, does a person have autism if they don't display the traits of autism? My traits of, other than the rocking, which, again, I don't notice my own rocking. So when I'm sitting there throughout the day, in my mind, I'm just normal. The rocking's barely registering on me. It's only a problem for other people when it gets on their nerves. So I guess the traits of my autism don't really show up for me in any kind of relevant way when I'm alone. They only show up for other people when there's another person around to experience and perceive them. So in that case, how autistic am I when I'm by myself? Like, how much of an issue is autism? I would say that no two brains are alike, even among neurotypicals, but I would also say that there's patterns. There's like a bell curve pattern to a lot of tendencies and behaviors. And then there's the people that lie outside of, y'all saw that? Saw it? Lies outside of that. And that could be where the concept of a spectrum comes in. But all of this is conceptual anyway. It's just like to mentally map the territory so we can talk about it and orient ourselves. Yeah, and they reclassify. It used to be called ADD, and now somewhere along the way it got switched to ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. At first it was just a deficit in attention or focus, but then they added in the hyperactivity. This is how they try to make these. That's why I wish they would stick to specific traits. I wish they would treat the focus deficit or hyperfocus or whatever as one thing. I wish they would treat the energy level, the hyperactivity, as another thing, but they tried to mash it into this thing called ADHD. And now they have subtypes. You could be primarily inattentive, which is the focus, or primarily hyperactive, which is the energy level. I'm primarily hyperactive. Some people are primarily inattentive, which is the focus part. So now you have ADHD, PI, or PH, primarily inattentive or primarily hyperactive. And they'll probably come out with something else after that, just like the alphabet letters. Oh, wow! Did it? They it showed up in school, like one of your teachers referred you for testing. And did the Ritalin do anything? And did you notice it? Like, were you aware that you had anything that was causing you problems? Because sometimes adults notice things that are a problem for them that are not necessarily problems for us, but they think that the problem needs to be addressed because they see it as a problem. Like, as for a neurotypical, it would be a problem, but for us, it could just be our norm. And addressing it could actually take away what for us is a norm that we need to work off of. Yeah, I've seen both. I've that's why medication is in both autism and mental health is a very individual issue. Sometimes the right medication in the right combination with the right individual works. It's the magic key that just unlocks it all and brings it all together. Um, and then sometimes not. Like with me, medication does almost nothing at all. It's just a waste of time and money for me to take it. Every now and then, when I need it for specific things, there's a little bit I could take that can help. So I use it. I use it as needed as a tool when I need it, and I believe that that is best addressed with the patient, their care team, guardian if they're a minor, and their doctor, because it's so individualized and experimental. Like just trying out the medications until you find the ones that work or the combination that works. Hey, Moose, by the way. How did your rain gear work out? Did you make it to work? I guess you did. I might need to go get a refill. Wow, I'm already almost an hour and a half. This was just a monologue. Damn. Um, all right. Well, I'll consider starting to wrap it up. I was gonna get another cup of coffee, but I am enjoying this conversation. I love talking about these topics, and I love hearing everybody else's experiences with them. Excellent. Excellent. So he didn't finish high school. I in this day and age, especially with all the neurodivergence and all the differences between us, I think figure out what your goal is and what gets you to that goal. It may not always be college. It may not even always be high school. And I think we need to start destigmatizing people that take different paths to a successful career. And if he didn't, if he's found a career that rewards him and he's happy with, and he didn't need high school to get there, welcome to the future. Focus on where he is now, and the potential from that point going forward. Technically, I have a high school diploma. What happened with me was I skipped my senior year and I went to college because they had this early admissions program where if you met certain eligibility requirements, you could start college as a freshman instead of your 12th grade year of high school. And so I did that program. And if you got a certain amount of college credits, then you automatically got your high school diploma as though you graduated high school. So I got the amount of credits and I got my diploma and they mailed it to me. I have an actual high school diploma from the school I would have graduated from if I had not gone to college instead. and it got lost in one of the moves. And I tried to get a replacement for it, and because of it was part of this complex program, nobody in Louisiana knows what department is responsible for getting me a replacement. So I have a diploma, it's missing, it's in limbo, and nobody knows how to replace it. So when I have to show actual proof of the diploma, I don't have the paper, but Louisiana has the records in their system. And this was back in the paper system where they have to go in the file cabinet and pull it out. So I kind of have one of those Schrodinger's diplomas too. And I still managed to graduate college and not use my degree and not really have a successful career with anything I learned in college or high school, unless you count this YouTube channel. Because this is about the only place I've used it. Yeah, the town where I come from it's very working class, blue collar. They invest a lot in helping the tradesperson be successful, and they have an excellent trade school that a lot of the people from high school go to instead of college. It has an excellent reputation. They even teach basic academics. My aunt taught there for many years. She taught English at the trade school. So they teach English, math, your basic high school subjects, in addition to like mechanic, automotive repair. They do airplane repair because they have a Air Force base near the trade school. And I've just seen it be really successful. It's almost like a college level of trade schools. And they just started a new program I saw announced where you can take this online course, and if you qualify through this online course, the first stage of getting your CDL, like your trucker's license to drive commercially because there's a shortage, is you automatically get into that program, and I think it's free. And so you can get the first stage at this trade school for free if you want to be a truck driver by doing this online course, this test. And then they have very robust financial aid and scholarships for you to complete the rest of your trucking education at this trade school. It's a program that this school was able to start, I think, in collaboration with the state or the parish or something. It was very impressive. So I think models like that, beefing up the trades and giving them the resources and the support they need, there's an entire sector of America that needs that right now and can benefit from that, and the jobs to match it with. So make sure that the modern trades are matching with the modern trade jobs that are needed. Yeah, a lot of autistic people and neurodivergent people are autodidacts and self-teach. They learn on their own, and so they can pick whatever field interests them. They can pick up a lot of it on their own, where all they really need is the credentialing, a few gaps filled in, remedial courses wherever they need it, and then a little bit of mentoring and apprenticeship. I'd like to see more apprenticeship programs come back. A lot of people, especially like the more hands-on mechanical trade type people, are hands-on learners. Killing killing it in a good way, like you're killing it, dude, or cut in now. The numbers are plummeting, dude. Get off the stream. Well, we'll see if this new guest helps to kill it further, or revives it. Welcome one of my personal favorites, revered member of the community, Browns boy, otherwise known as Mr. Adam Lanza. Welcome. If you're there. Are you doing bushes today?
Well, give me a second.
Okay. Did you get the dirt done? First things first. I'm excited. There's always, never know what to expect with Browns boy. I think the internet has disembodied us in general. I'm even wanting a manual job right now. I want to go garden, landscape, work in the dirt. I want to go lay brick. I want to go do something with my hand, just because there's a part of me that's not that's been cooped up and is not getting a part of me I didn't even know I needed that now needs that. Oh well, good. I'm glad you think so. I'm doing my best. I'm a one man show right now. Moose, LOL. Well, I think I might go try to sneak another cup of coffee. Lanza, I'm going to leave you to take the show if you happen to get back in time. So I'm not going to do a video. I'm just going to let it run. Enjoy a brief intermission. ASMR with Lanza, folks. One moment. All right. Sorry about that. That's like when they do the color bars on TV and they say stand by. Hopefully it wasn't. Y'all all got to get up and refresh and do a little bio break.
When they say stand by, I'm always like, don't tell me what to do.
I know the feeling. So are you out? Are you out at that building today?
No, I
Oh.
should go there eventually, but
I was wondering how the dirt was.
it's Friday. I might let Friday be Friday. We'll see. Not go.
You get to show up whenever you want, as long as you get the job done. Nice.
Yep.
I love those kind of jobs.
It's also like one of those jobs where, like, if you don't piss off one person, you're completely fine. Like the property manager, like the one who contracts and hires everybody. Let's just say I can see she's trying. She's trying her. She's having her patience tested with me, but I think she loves me. I always make her laugh.
You're able to pick up on that?
Well, that, and I also like talk to the other employees.
Oh,
They
so
come
they're
out of
telling
the building
you,
every so often.
they're
Yeah,
telling
like,
you
they
she's
told me
mentioning
yesterday.
you?
They're like, no, they didn't say that. They were giving me ideas on what else to do on the property, and I said, yeah, I could talk to her, and we could talk about irrigation. We could talk about whatever she wants or whatever. He goes, that's a good idea. He goes, she usually likes to talk about whatever she wants, and there's no overstepping her power, is what the fuck he told me.
How long have you been there?
She 2 years.
Okay. She's been there the whole time?
Yeah, I thought she
Oh,
was a
okay.
black woman until I met her.
Oh,
She just
because of
she
her
just
name
sounded
or
like
her voice?
well, a little bit because of her name. Her name's Denise.
Oh.
Uh, but then yeah, her voice too. Um, I don't know. And then when I met her, she was just like
Maybe
a
she is
regular.
black. You haven't seen her 23andMe.
Nah, dude, I don't think 23andMe is real.
Oh. I hope it is, because it said I had a drop of black in me. I don't want that taken away. Do
They
you
they probably just did that to piss off all the blacks, so that
oh, like
blacks would
put
hear
it in
more white people
everybody?
say that they're black. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
So this is nothing out of the ordinary then.
Yeah,
This is just
23andMe I heard was a scam. It was a way to get people's DNA, like, and I know that they can make biological weapons, and if they can make literal specific biological weapons for you personally. So I was like, eh, I have my family history,
you
Swiss,
think they
Polish,
would?
German, Native American, Irish.
That's
There's a
BIPOC.
couple other things too, but
I
yeah,
knew you were a brother. I knew you
I
had a
can
little
pass for
brother.
several different races. I've been
Yeah,
told by people,
yeah,
which I think is cool.
yeah. That's one of the. I think that's one of the great things about being white. We can pass for so many races. Asians can too now. Asians can pass for white. Even some black
No,
people.
like, dude, like like when I was a kid, I used to get like black,
Like
like
people would
not like
mistake you
black,
for black.
not Hank Black, but out in the sun, dude, I would get like, I mean, I would look like, at minimum, I would look like a dark Sicilian or something.
Do you have
And I never
Moorish
had to
blood?
wear sunscreen either.
Just naturally tanned.
I had
Do
to
you have
start using
Moorish
it
blood?
eventually, I guess, once. Probably not.
Are Moors BIPOCs? Are they considered BIPOCs?
What is that?
Black, indigenous, or maybe it's beige, indigenous people of color. I think anybody with not
Who
white
is it?
skin, I think is a BIPOC now. It's one of those woke
What
acronyms.
does that mean, BIPOC?
Black, indigenous, person of
Oh
color.
my god.
So instead of just black people, they include all the dark skinned people. Native American, Indian,
That sounds terrible. I'm not
Asian.
going to learn that.
Let's
I don't want to learn
get an
that.
exact definition of what
No,
BIPOC
whatever you
is.
sounded like it was probably right.
You learn it from what? Like all these like DEI organizations that are in government that I keep showing on these videos. That's where you learn it from.
What
That's the kind of
what
stuff
is
they teach you.
DEI? What is that?
Well, now it's EDI, but it's diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's all of this
Oh,
white
it's
supremacy, oppressor,
identity stuff.
oppressed, implicit bias. Um, White people think they're better than everybody else and don't want to see races of other shades and colors succeed. And they have these systems that are deliberately designed to keep all these other people from being as successful as the white people.
Wait, that's what the DEI does, or
Yeah,
EDI does?
yeah.
That sounds like a bad organization.
It is like the DEI trainings here in Seattle. My friend was in one of them. They put all the black people in one room and all the white people in another room, and they called it a black caucus and a white caucus. And they taught the black people differently
Did
than
they
they
have
taught the white
apples
people.
in the white room and bananas in the black room?
I don't know. I don't know if they
I
had
mean, come on,
any
like,
food at all. That's a lot to ask from Seattle.
people
There's
be giving free food
no more
out.
Moors.
Oh, the
That sounds
Moors.
racist too.
I like the Moorish people. Who knows? A lot of these histories were in America. They're hard to tell. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, if you look at some of the buildings, even in America, like, bro, like, show me how you got water out to the desert to give a horse 30 gallons of water a day to work to bring these stones for quote unquote slaves to build these amazing buildings. It like just literally doesn't make sense.
I thought it was the Chinese people, the immigrants.
But it's like, where'd you get the block from? And where's the receipt? And who sold it? Who bought it? It's usually the East India Company, but I think they worked with the military. So what the military would do was they'd go in first and take out the native population, who could have been Moors, is what I'm saying. Like the Moors could have been like that part of like a tribe or something almost. But the Moors are smart.
Here in
they
the
get
US?
a bad name. Yeah.
Do you think there were Moors here before
Well, there's
us?
Moors here now.
Yeah, but they came from.
And you know what they say, where there's less, there's more. Sometimes less is more.
Hey, Moose, how's it going?
Dude, I'm such a bad debater, bro.
Oh, maybe he's not there. So you're at your house now. You're not going out to anywhere fun today.
Wait, it's Friday? I don't know. Someone invited me to go to some campsite.
Ooh,
I
that
got to
does
check
sound
that text. If it's today, that'd be pretty sweet. I'd probably go out there. But if it's tomorrow, I'm definitely going.
Is it like an overnight thing, or just hang out?
Yeah, it's like a cabin. Yeah, like one of my smartest friends is a developer, an app developer. Like legit. Like if you want an app made for your company, like top to bottom, it's about $200,000. Her company and her that she leads will do it. So she like Sherwin-Williams, the paint company.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like she did their app. So it's her and and she has a good.
Oh, an app developer. I thought you meant like a real estate developer.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, apps like for cell phones and
Coding stuff.
Oh yeah, I guess she can code like crazy. I guess she's like what do you call it? Like she's extremely good with Microsoft Excel or something too. But I forgot why I brought her up. Oh yeah, it's her. She invited me to go to this cabin, and there's canoeing. I don't know.
Oh, man.
I'm bringing a metal detector too to find lost wedding rings of couples who fought during their trips in the area. Like I'm coming back with like 5Gs, dude. That metal detector.
That sounds fun. Damn.
Oh yeah, dude. It'll be.
Especially
It's like
canoeing.
it's good people though too. It's good people, man. It's like
That's the key to it.
Yeah.
Is having the right mix of people.
Oh yeah.
All right, Moose is having tech issues.
Once I was over her house, and I was in the kitchen, and I looked over, and she was on the couch, and she was, those temperature guns? They're not guns, but temperature thermometer.
Like you point them at people and zap them
forehead and the wrist and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, during that whole time, remember? So like, I'm in the kitchen, I look over, she's on the couch, and I see her, and she's got one of those open, and she's just like as if you were holding your phone in front of your face and like staring at it up and down, like looking around. And I'm like, and I didn't know what she did for a living at this time. I go, what are you doing? Like she looked crazy almost. And she goes, oh, Google's paying me to hack this device. Like find the bugs in it or whatever.
Oh yeah.
But then she told me, do you guys know about like those Nest camera or not Nest cameras? Well, Nest does make cameras, but the Google Nest thermometers for your houses. Have you heard of these? Seen these?
A thermometer for your house?
It's like a smart thermometer.
How intelligent does a thermometer have to be?
Not very intelligent. Like it's just a button that you put.
Ours was just a ball of mercury on a little thing. You talking about like a thermostat in a house?
Oh, a thermostat, dude. Thank you.
But
Yeah,
but the
thermostat.
little temperature thing that you shoot at people is a thermometer.
Right, I switched.
Oh yeah. So you're talking about like there's a smart thermostat in the house?
And they make cameras too. They're called Nest. You ever hear of Nest
No,
cameras?
but
It's
let
like
me
a
look them up.
Google
What do they
thing.
do? Nest Cam.
It's
I
just
don't
a
even know.
Wi-Fi based camera system, security system, essentially.
It's like little cameras. So it's like little cameras you can put all over the place if you want.
Right. So like, but here's the thing though,
Like the
in your
Big Brother
house,
house.
and it all runs off
Bacon.
Wi-Fi, right? So like, uh, her job, she once she told me she was paid to hack the thermometer. In my head, I was like, "What the hell? What else do you do?" And she said, "Those Nest thermostats that are in people's houses." She said she just got done getting contracted to. I guess there's a microphone inside of those, and she was told to hack the direction of the microphone and she said that you could hear people in the house next door off that microphone.
Oh yeah, dude. You know, when I
This
was
is coming from her. This one girl. This
Yo, if you met this one girl, you know who you would know it's
you
not me
trust
telling you
her?
the story.
You trust her?
I knew a guy that
Yeah,
had
dude, I'd probably marry
$1,000.
her.
Oh, well
I knew a,
maybe you're
I mean,
biased.
I knew a
I
guy
believe
that
the
No,
had
we haven't
hacking,
dated.
but I don't
We
know
haven't
about
dated yet.
hearing.
Why do they have microphones in thermostats? Why do you need a microphone in a thermostat? Let me
Oh,
look.
yo, you want to see something crazy? Legit crazy. Look up appliances found with cameras and microphones in them. Dude, there's people are opening up their like TV stuff and they're finding cameras in it. No
Y'all
joke.
listen. It says yes, the Nest thermostat has a microphone built in to enable Amazon Alexa integration. So it's to let it talk to Alexa.
But it sits there
It
and
can and
listens
it
to
can
you.
you can control the thermostat with voice command. Oh, it's so you could tell it what to do. It needs a microphone so you could say, "Turn it lower,
You
heat
can
it
say,
up, and
start my
get some heat in
laundry.
here," instead of banging the pipe with the pan like you used to have to do.
Do
You
you
could just holler at
remember
the thermostat.
do you
Dude,
remember
and
the
it
movie Spy
go ahead.
Kids? Do you
Sorry.
remember the movie Spy Kids?
I don't
I
think
do with the
I
thumbs
know
and
the
shit,
movie, but
yeah.
I don't think I saw it.
Well, my neighbors had some kids, and they had a little toy. It was what they call a parabolic dish, right? And it's
Yeah.
and there was a little toy for the Spy Kids movie, and my friends were sitting, I would say, a good 3-4 yards away. I don't mean yards, I mean like backyards, and you could hear people whispering with this little toy. So imagine what you could do with an actual listening device. And my other friend had $1,000 microphone. We could hear somebody flipping the pages of a magazine 2 rooms away with the
Holy
doors closed.
shit. Yo, so my dude, I played sports with him when I was young. Some baseball, some like competitive baseball. Best years of my life. But anyway, he got hurt one day and then he stopped playing with the team when we were around like 14. I run into him when I'm like 16, 17, like at the movies. Hey, what's up, Brian? How you doing, man? It's been so long and shit, Didn't talk to him for like 10, 15 years. I went on Facebook to use Marketplace one time to find a vehicle. And he was on there, so I checked out his profile, and it looked insane. The stuff that he was posting, like, it just looked insane. So I texted him. I was like, "Yo, what's up, man? It's been a while. Hit me up." So he calls me. You know what he tells me? He tells me he went to medical school, and that there is in the Caribbean is a very UK controlled area, and that there's a DARPA school there in Antigua that he went to, and at a DARPA medical college, he was telling me all sorts of crazy shit they can do with like every single person has a biosignature that can be picked up somehow by whatever technology, like maybe satellites or whatever. Like and they can micro target individuals. He told me stay off of Facebook and stay off of IG, because what they're actually designed to do by the military, because that's who created the internet to begin with. There's some sicko weirdos out there, bro, that don't like seeing a healthy population. They don't like seeing people prosper. They, you know what I mean? They think they own people and stuff. Well, he was kind of like with those people. But what happened is he had to actually like convince them that he was crazy to like let him go, I mean, because of the crazy shit that he saw at this DARPA research center. So he's been like slowly telling it to me over time. But as far
This is
as
a guy you know personally?
oh yeah, dude. I've known him. I've known him personally for like spent time with him personally for 5 years, and then the last 5 years I've been in pretty much constant contact with. He's a smart guy, man. He went to medical school. Like, this dude gives like really, really good tips. And it's just fun for me to see how much I can get somebody that much smarter to listen to me, which is almost zero.
Really?
It's almost, no, he does listen, but I just try to make correlations. But that had to go with the hacking and stuff, dude. It has to do with like algorithms and like he could explain it better, or even like TML would know, or if you don't mind, Jeff, it's not a bad plan. Here, I'm gonna type it in the back so I don't plug it. But this channel I'll send you.
Okay.
They have all the videos that like DARPA itself has produced. That DARPA says we can do this, and it's like one of the stories was that these appliances that may or may not have cameras yet, we don't know because we haven't looked for ourselves, right? But I've seen videos of it, like literally people taking apart their shit. Could be fake, I don't know. But where's it going with that? The hacking. I'm sorry, bro. I kind of lost my train of thought
Lanza,
there.
you got lost in the sauce right there.
Well,
I
that's
did.
okay. I have a little video clip I want to play. I think it's okay. It's a Laurie Anderson clip talking about this thing that y'all might find interesting.
The channel. That's
I
all.
think I can get away. I've played her clips before and not got copyrighted.
Bet
so
you
let's
Moose
listen
knows
to
who
it.
this is too. Once I type it
So
in.
a few years ago, when I learned about the visual microphone a team at MIT was working on, I was beyond excited. And to learn that this could really happen. Objects could really be listening and recording what they heard through the visual microphone. Now, the way the team explained the visual microphone was simple. Sound waves hit objects and you make them vibrate. And if you make a very high-speed visual recording, you can, with the right algorithm, play back that sound. So let's say I'm talking to you, and let's say we're in the real world, the world that has air,
Like
air
an
that
echo.
moves, and the sound waves of my voice hit you, making your hair move in the tiniest, most infinitesimal ways. And it's kind of swaying around. And if you had a hair player, you could convert the visual waves back into sound waves, and we could hear what I'd said to you. Now, in their experiment, first they played a song for a plant, and they shot the video of the plant moving,
this
which
is
was
not copyrighted.
only by one hundredth
Jeff, stop it
of
for
a
a second.
pixel, just almost nothing. And it sounded like
Okay, so I just got in trouble for this on another channel. You have to stop it every once in a while, and you have to actually you have to discuss what's going on in the video.
Yeah.
As long as you do that, then we're all right. And
Is this
you won't get in
discussing
trouble.
what you're doing right now?
Yeah,
You gotta do it like every 45 seconds or whatever.
you're stopping the video.
Because it's not going to be long anyway.
Moose
I
is
know, but
right.
you just have to make sure in between.
It's every minute, like once a minute or whatever.
And quick question, did the audio go out on the right side of anyone's headphones?
I don't have headphones on.
I don't
And
have
then
headphones, but both of my speakers
the
are working the
video,
whole
the
time.
plant went back into audio, and it sounded like this. This is basically what the plant heard and played back for them.
Little video playing. Oh, those are radio waves.
Now, basically, you'd recognize that song. Shazam could recognize that song. Next, they played the poem Mary Had a Little Lamb, which was also Edison's test word for the telephone, to a bag of chips. And this time they were filming through glass just to make it more difficult.
Mary had a little lamb whose fleece was white as snow. And everywhere that Mary went, that lamb was sure to go.
Go.
So let me make a comment. That was Mary Had a Little Lamb, and it was a song. It was what Thomas Edison had used to test his thing.
And the sound made the vulnerable bag of chips vibrate, and they filmed these minute vibrations. So here's what the chips were able to record and play back.
Yep, I can hear it.
Now you can imagine how dense and complicated this could get.
Yeah.
So yo, real quick, and then I'll get off the subject, because this, you just demonstrated perfectly what I forgot I was about to say, which is this. So they're, like, essentially they're recording sound. It kind of sounds like an EVP. They're really recording radio frequencies. So like what Summit Tranquil Vortex, or that girl in the back, her videos will show you, is that certain tones can be played, and that will put brainwaves in a certain state. Now, not only that, but this woman started recording, like how that woman was just recording or whatever. She started recording in her house just to see if maybe it affected her house. And bro, when she slept, something kept saying, we effed your husband, we effed your husband, we effed your husband. So it's like they could, like, that's called subliminal to me. If you ever, I mean, I'm not a doctor, but like, you know, if I got my microwave saying like your girlfriend's cheating on you at sleep, shit, I might get mad in the morning for no reason and cause some destruction. You know what I mean? Like, it's mind games.
So you don't have to spin the Led Zeppelin records backwards anymore. You can just get it from your microwave.
Well, that's funny.
Basically, I'm gonna. Yeah, go ahead.
No, years ago, back when VCRs were a big thing, my friend, he had this really expensive VCR. It would actually stop the signal from the TV. You could pause it and you could rewind it for like, I don't know, 15 seconds. So we were watching MTV, and just randomly on some animation that they were playing, he hit pause, and hidden in the animation, you could clearly see the word acid. And it was like, holy shit, because we caught a subliminal message that was being put into this thing. It was just one frame that they
For
flashed.
kids?
No,
Kids
no,
movie?
no, it was on MTV, so it was for adults, but
Well, a lot of kids watched it too.
yeah.
Pretzel, are you trolling? Were you here
he
yesterday?
Is, he is. I noticed like 3 or 4 Pretzel's comments, and he's actually really funny.
Yeah.
You know what he reminds me of? A really, really, really nice R-pole. That's what he reminds me of, bro.
Ooh, that's hard to imagine. You have a good
I don't like
imagination.
R4 doesn't like me.
Arpol doesn't like a lot of us.
No,
but
I think it. Dude, listen, I don't like a lot of people, right? But I come out here and like kind of say it sometimes. R-pole's interesting because I literally think he just says things to get rises out of people, and the evidence that I choose is Wizard. Because like one day on Jack's, like I swear we were having a real intervention with Jack. It was like TML was on there for like, it was like a 5-hour, 6-hour stream. KGV was there. and I thought we were really testing Jack, and
Wait,
he
who's
was doing his
KJB? King James
KJV.
Bible?
I think we're in panel drama land
King
now.
James, King James,
For viewers that don't know these people.
London,
Gotcha.
McLovin.
Oh, gotcha, London. Okay, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, and it was real chill. Snafu tried to come up, and then I don't know why Jack was like, "Should we bring him up?" And TML shut it down. Like, no, we're doing something good here, you know. And then, Wiz, I just can't remember because it depends on how much you read comments. I barely read comments, but as the host, you have to read comments. You know, I guess I get that. So
you don't have to. Sometimes,
but fucking, I think El Perro reads almost every comment, dude, because our poll was triggering him.
Can we get back to the government spying on people? Because a lot of people don't know who these panel characters are.
Oh yeah, I would. That video you showed was perfect. If you go to that, Moose knows that
the site that you
Tranquil
typed.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
in fact, I'm going there now. It's a YouTube channel.
Yeah. Go there now and select whichever video sounds interesting to you, and we'll watch it.
And then all you have to do is pause it every so often and we can comment.
I'm not gonna worry about that. If they want to report me, they can report me.
Report you for what? Tranquil ain't gonna report you. I can tell you that.
I don't see. Do you have the actual channel? Because it's not coming up.
I don't have my computer. Maybe Moose can help out on that.
I haven't heard
What am I supposed to be helping out on? I'm lost in the weeds.
Tranquil Vortex's channel, because whatever I typed didn't work.
Well, no, I did a search for it, but he's not coming up. There's some individual songs by other artists coming up called Tranquil Vortex. But
wait, maybe I can. Wait, give me 1 second. Maybe I can actually do it.
All right. Jess, how are you today? What's going on?
I'm good. It is weird. I will say, like, I do, like, because I don't have Alexa shit in my house, and I have smart TV, my phone, and just, like, computer, so that's about it I have. But I will say, like, yesterday, me and my husband got some, like, some tea thing, like, individual tea bottles, and then we, like, unsweet and sweet. And I was like, you know what I really like is that Pure Leaf, right? I said that in the other room, and then I come out to my living room, and I've never seen a commercial for this, and it was just a commercial that's on like before you start like a movie on Peacock, because I was watching the Peacock streaming service.
Oh, that's NBC streaming.
Yeah, but sure as hell there was a Pure Life commercial. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? I went to my husband. I said, "This random Pure Life commercial." And he's like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, crazy." He's like, "Stop listening to me."
Well, in nature, they call that a synchronicity. Like, let's say you mentioned Led Zeppelin to your friend while you're driving, and then all of a sudden you look in front of you, and the car in front of you, Led Zeppelin bumper sticker. That's a synchronicity.
You look metal. Yeah, that happens all the time to me.
But it happens so much more with technology now. It's an intentional.
Yeah, I think they were listening, and they're like, "Oh, here's a commercial. You should pick it up."
I've had that happen on Facebook where we'll be talking about something on a Zoom, and I'll pull up Facebook, and there'll be like an advertisement for that thing we were just talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they've been doing it, dude.
I just think it's funny because I wasn't even on a thing where like something can listen. It just popped up. And I've done that with Facebook's done that to me where like I'll just talk to my friends and something will just pop up and I'm like, what the hell? Stop listening.
It's your phone. My buddy who did that DARPA school thing, he said that there's basically like these little bots on your phone that listen or whatever.
Yeah. I mean that type of thing I don't like I agree with because
one time there's like 5G actually like how that video Jeff was saying, how like it can kind of map out, it can kind of give a picture. That was a radio frequency picture, but it depends on which radio frequencies you use. 5G can actually map your house out, like that movie from Batman at the end with Morgan Freeman looking at all those screens and like the Sonic thing. It can get a picture of that.
Like
So
Batman?
when my house was really dirty, I noticed that it knew that my house was dirty because it kept sending me advertisements for like cleaning your house. Like it could tell like the couch had a bunch of shit on it and like whatever.
Well, at the very least, I think that's at the lower end of that conspiracy pyramid. Like the harmless, still within the realm of reality end.
Right. I mean, that's funny at least. I mean, even if it's not true, it's still funny that I think that it gave me an advertisement to clean my house because it was dirty.
Well, I know my phone is always listening because sometimes when I'm on a panel, it'll pop on and it'll say, "I'm sorry, I didn't understand that." It's like, well, who the fuck asked you to?
It's because the battery doesn't come out. That means it's always on, actually.
Well, they say they can listen to you even when the phone is off. You know.
That is
Who's
true.
they? Who's they?
Them.
I have a clip of the guy saying it, but I don't know his name. But he goes, even when your phone is off, like, yeah, they can still hear.
It's the government calling.
Telephone call.
Oh, but the reason why my friend got interested in the communications part, I guess, of DARPA and the brainwaves and the algorithms and also medical school and biology, he's actually a biologist is really what he is, but was because when he was younger, he got on a phone, got a phone call from a friend. He was just on his phone. And him and his friend both heard this random person talking about like making marshmallow, like what are those called when you make them? S'mores. Yeah, like it was this guy's grandma was talking to this kid, and it was like, yeah, I'll make you your favorite s'mores because the kid was sick. And my friend's on the phone, and he's like, how the hell is this even possible that I can hear this conversation? So then I guess he just went.
Oh, we used to hear our neighbors' cell phone conversations all the time. When cordless phones came out, we would go, we could tune into this certain frequency on AM radio and pick up the neighbors' phone calls, and we could pick up phone calls from within the house. Like, we'd go upstairs and do it and pick up the phone calls downstairs.
Off of radio?
Yeah, off of the radio. Like, we could go to the AM radio and tune in a certain frequency, and you could hear neighbors' phone calls come in through the radio and your parents' phone calls coming through the radio. And we would spy on phone conversations all the time.
Dude, I had no idea that was.
That's why I grew up knowing what was possible and never expecting any kind of privacy from technology at all. I know if people want to listen, they can.
They used to have answering machines, and it would have a special 2-digit code that you would plug into it to change your answering machine message and everything. And so there was only 99 or 100, combinations possible. So I would just call my friend's house every time he was out until I figured out the combination. And then I would change his answering machine message on him, and he had no idea.
You're hilarious, bro.
That was the 80s. We were doing that shit, so I can only imagine now.
What's up?
Yeah, here I am. I'm very interested in this contracted theory and how I can get in on it. I would love to have some kind of contract.
Jeff, they're supposed to pay me for being on panel.
Yeah, they should pay all of us.
Well, we're all supposed to
putting
get
ourselves
cut,
through
right?
this. This is a hazard pay they should give us.
Well, you know what they say? They say if they don't pay you, then take a thank you. Oh. Then take a thank you. Because it's all about the attention that they pay you.
Well, Jeff, you should really thank Mike Cerrone because he's the one that brought this channel to fruition.
Technically,
He's responsible for all your.
That is
says,
Sarcasm, buddy.
Folks,
Te-
I just want to thank Mike Cerrone. Sorry, Jeff, I gotta thank Mike
Don't say it
Cerrone.
again.
Mike Cerrone, I know you're out there listening.
messed
We
up.
appreciate everything that you've done for us. You brought this channel from its knees all the way up to the skies and the heavens. Jeff now believes in Jesus Christ. He prays to him daily. And if it wasn't for
Not
you,
daily.
Mike, none of this would ever happen.
That's right.
So yeah, thank
Moose
you,
is
Mike
trolling.
Cerrone. Yes,
Here,
I am.
I
agree
think
with-
here I
actually
am
agree
is
with
trolling
Moose.
too. I think here I am is trolling.
He's
Y'all are
got to be
good.
trolling, dude. I mean, like, how retarded is it to think that we're all sitting here
Which comment?
wishing we could get paid for this?
Well, we were
not
talking
getting
about
paid for
interesting
this.
things for a little while.
Yeah. it is
Which
true.
which comment did he say?
Well, I got accused of being an infiltrator, even though I got here, like, I don't know, a couple weeks or a month before he ever showed up. So I am obviously the best
Listen.
infiltrator because I know where someone's going to go before they do.
Somehow people seem to be able to do that though.
Whoa, Zato
Hey,
is like,
Angel. Good afternoon.
he goes and he gets Mike's girlfriend before Mike gets the girlfriend.
That's
All right,
right.
can we
Why
move on
Mike's
from the
mad.
Mike's not even here today, and I'm trying to move
All right,
on.
all right. I'm
Hey,
sorry,
Jess, how
Jeff.
are you today?
I'm good.
It's Brown's boy, man. We've only met like once or twice, but I want to make sure that I remember you and say hi to you. And
Good.
Yeah.
I'm good. How are you?
good. I just want to make you guys laugh.
That was the point, but we got a little tied
But
up.
I
Um,
heard before I jumped on here, I heard you're going canoeing and crap tomorrow. Not in crap, but and you going canoeing and stuff tomorrow
God,
or today.
I'm so jealous.
Yeah. It's
Aw. Can I come?
where I live. Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
yeah. It's just
Me and Jeff are coming.
go ahead.
I
said-
would if I had like a little private jet. I could just zip down there. I would totally go.
You do have a private
coming.
jet. It's called a car.
I don't even have a car. I don't.
Oh man, we got a bunch of ponds out here, and we have plenty of like ocean, right on along the coast that you can kayak, canoe. You can do all
Yes,
kinds
I
of
didn't
stuff.
know you were
Fish-
Amish.
You could fish. Oh, the Amish are right down the street. There's like
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Amish are definitely down the street from me.
no, seriously,
That's
dude.
cool.
There's an Amish like farm like 20 minutes away, and if
For real?
if you like drive up to it, they sell you products and stuff, and they're wearing like the old Amish garb, and like all the children are all like walking in a line, and like they're nice to you, but they definitely
Yeah.
don't want you to stay around. They're like, buy our shit and get out of here.
Yeah. Oh, dude. What if I do a video where I go under? Well, they'll know I'm not Amish.
Oh, you totally should. Go crash
They'll know
one of
I'm
their
not
room
Amish,
springers.
but like
Undercover
maybe
Amish.
maybe I'll be funny enough where they'll like accept me as like a joke, like a dinner with the schmucks or something.
You got to get a fake Jewish beard when you do it, though.
He's got the hair
I
already.
can grow a pretty good beard.
He's got the hair. He could pass.
I don't think I've ever seen you, Lanza. Honestly,
Oh, here.
we've been on
He was here
panel together
today.
for like
He
2
was-
years.
He was just
Oh,
gone.
there we go.
Pass. He's an Amish. Just
Okay.
put one
His
of those
metal
hats on.
look.
Definitely don't look Amish at all, but
No, but you also don't look like a total city boy. So I think they might embrace you out there.
Yeah, you could pull it off. Just get one of those hats.
You could curl, put some little Jew
bro,
curls.
I'm gonna start practicing churning butter. These guys aren't gonna know the difference.
It's like butter.
And then I'll be the infiltrator, and then I will over infiltrate what Zach can infiltrate.
Yeah, I'm the master infiltrator, according to some. So
You know, I have to like point out. A lot of people will say, "Oh, this topic isn't good. That topic isn't good." What I find good is I find people communicating with each other, like getting their, getting that heavy shit off their back, kind of like just being playful and actually being able to communicate with each other. Like there is something valuable to be said about having a place where you can go and have a community of people. It doesn't always have to be the most philosophical discussion. It doesn't always have to be funny. It doesn't always have to be anything. Like you can come up and be part of it, and you can change the direction of it. And most people on panel are open to that. So it's
Yeah, the third place, third
That's a good
space.
point. That's a really good point.
But I do like it when they change the direction in a positive way instead of a drama way.
Right.
definitely.
Right. So
Partly because there's plenty of other panels for that, so I'm trying to keep this let this be something
and
an alternative.
and
Jeff,
everybody,
you're
yeah.
Jeff. Since you don't have a car, is the transportation really? Is it
No,
well done? And
I'm close. I'm in the
They,
city. I'm close enough to everything
Jeff
to walk.
just
I love
floats
to
when he
walk.
walks. He doesn't walk. He just floats like a vampire. I'm kidding.
Now you're gonna see like a bunch of thumbnails of all the clips that people are making, and now Jeff's gonna be a vampire with deer horns.
Bro, yeah, that girl drew a photo of
Puffy.
painting
LA
of
Puffy.
Jeff the other day. It wasn't bad. It was really good. She drew it
LA
upside down. I will say, I won't say anything bad. I don't think this is bad though, but you looked a little bit like Michael Myers. Does that make sense?
It made sense.
Her face was white.
Yeah. But that was dope. I liked her presence there. How she kind of did what Moose was just saying. She just showed up, and she actually just she just drew something,
Hmm.
and that was cool.
I love it when people show up and have something positive or unique or interesting to contribute. That's what a community benefits from is the contributions of the members, what they
Alright.
bring to it.
I have something that I should not tell you about because just knowing about it automatically puts you under its gaze and puts you in the spotlight of this evil demonic being. Should I proceed?
How can I not want to know about it now?
I know.
Especially if it involves an evil demonic being. I feel like this is exactly what I should be.
Is
Okay,
it called
well,
meth?
here goes, and you're gonna find out about it now, and you're gonna maybe regret it later, maybe not. But it's a thing called Roko's basilisk.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
I've
yeah.
heard of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
you have? Okay, so you're already damned.
I forgot all about it. Actually, I have to look it up to see what it is. It's
I
from
just heard.
philosophy. It's like a philosophy.
Yeah, it's a thought experiment about the fact that AI becomes so knowledgeable and so powerful that it becomes the singularity. It literally becomes God and can control time and space. And in so being able to control time and space, it goes back in time and punishes those who have not contributed to its becoming existent sooner. So it creates false realities where it puts us, simulations where it puts us to punish us for not making it a reality sooner.
I can
Because
see a parallel to real life of that. Is that real now? How would you explain that as an
it could
example of
be,
now?
it could
being
be real
punished
now.
right now.
I think it is real now.
It could be.
I mean, I didn't mean to make that pun Israel, but
No.
no, I'm serious. It is real. The algorithms, like I said, from DARPA are designed to cause destruction. Like that's why dating apps,
DARPA.
don't go on dating apps. Do not do it. They're
It's the same
military
old people.
run.
I'd love a good military daddy.
What they're doing is they're putting two people's algorithms together that they know will cause chaos. It's to break up families.
That might explain me and my ex.
Dude, if they
So-
break up families, they win. Like that's how.
Who is they? What reptile species today?
people who are organized.
Okay, so 23andMe. I believe it's 23andMe. Yeah, I could be wrong.
Brown Boy
It's at least one of
23andMe.
those-
Yeah.
Okay,
Y'all
so
making me.
the
Y'all gonna make me
ones
want
that-
to
it's
talk
the
about Mike
Mormons.
again.
Hit the
No.
hit
No,
the
no, I'm
echo.
not.
Hold on.
I
hit
can
the
see
echo
you, Tyler.
I wanna hear what
cancellation
Jeff is
I never
saying.
had you blocked.
Folks,
Oh,
hit the echo cancellation button on Jess, please.
I'm sorry. I can do it myself. Hold on.
No, Jess, you're good.
Now, hold on.
My aunt did 23andMe, and she's
Jess,
the
please,
sister of
Jess.
my father, and she came up with Egyptian in her. And I have a little Egyptian, I guess. I'm fucking Arabic.
That's cool.
Is
You
it
might be more.
echo cancellation was on? Should I hit it, make it off?
It's still yeah. Try
Oh, yeah.
try it
Echo
off and see what happens.
cancellation on always, I thought. She
It
sounds
is
fine to
on.
me.
Sometimes it interferes with the audio.
If it's on, you have to turn it off. If it's off, you got to turn it on.
Oh, shit.
Okay, is it better? I turned it off.
No, it's worse.
Shit.
That might just be
Hold on.
something with your
It could be
headphones.
connection.
Oh,
too,
are you
sometimes.
talking through headphones?
No.
Okay. Never mind.
But usually that fix it. So, folks,
Is that
everybody
better?
out there, I just want to say
Yes,
thank
that's
you for
much
coming.
better.
It's much better,
Okay.
100 times better. Thank you for
Alright.
being here. Thank you for your time, energy, and attention, folks. And we're gonna direct this to something more beautiful. Here I am. I know you have concerns, right? And many of you guys have concerns that this is gonna turn into a drama channel. But I'm telling you right now, I'm telling you today that Jeff is in charge of this channel. Jeff is going to be the man who makes the decisions on where this channel goes in the future, what topics we're on, and all that stuff. So I want you guys, if you don't feel comfortable with the topic we're on, you want to change it to a more positive one, you got something on your heart or your mind you want to say, you want to be part of the community, you want to start adding to it, you want to start, getting to know each other a little bit better, well, just click that link, hit that like button, share, subscribe, bring some of your friends around. There might be somebody who actually, there might be actually somebody out there like myself who's like, oh, who's this Satanist? I don't want anything to do with Satanists, right? And then they
That's
meet
what
Jeff
happened to
and
me.
they're like, what the hell? There's a guy who's logical. He believes in individual rights and freedom, and he
That is
actually wants to
Satanism.
have conversations and have a community. What? That's a Satanist? So see, it opens up people's minds, and it gives us all the ability to show that we are much more alike than we are different, and we all have something unique to offer. So we appreciate you being here, and I yield. Take over, folks.
I yield. Thank you, Moose.
That's
well,
a skill move. That's a skill, buddy.
That's a hot big burden you just placed on me. I'll try to live up to it.
Like, Jeff was asking for things like, oh, I don't really know what to clip here and there. Bro, clip what Moose just said and put it out there. That was like 99.9% gold, bro. That was like Ormus.
Okay. I probably won't, but it's a good idea.
Y'all know what Ormus is?
Ormus?
Ormus.
Huh?
Monoatomic gold.
Okay. How is this a conspiracy thing? How's it
No.
spelled?
Just type in monatomic gold. Monoatomic or monatomic gold. I can't remember.
Yeah, I got it.
It's gold it's gold in powder form, basically, and it was found and used
Ormus.
in. Ormus is more of a post definition
Okay.
of what, because Ormus has products, and you know how like people will take a good thing and like a cultural thing and they'll like try to pervert it for money or whatever. Ormus might be one of, you got to be careful. But
Okay. I've never heard of
monatomic
any of
gold was found a lot in Egypt, and it's like created over time. Like somehow it's like created in these sand dunes. But it's gold. Like Goldschlager.
this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
I was thinking
so-
of that with the flakes.
Yeah, it isn't flakes though. It's straight like, I guess we call it powder or like crystal powder. But
What do people do with it?
ancients-
Is it like edible glitter? They cook with it?
Ugh.
they make products out with it now, because the pharaohs or the Egyptians said that they would use Ormus and that they would use monatomic gold for things. I just don't know what, because I wasn't around then, but I've seen some videos of people finding it, and I know that there's people use them in products, but it's supposed to be marketed towards health. But yeah, I don't know about how much eating gold is really good for your health. I tried eating a gold coin one time. It didn't go out well. You know what I'm saying?
Goldschlager. You ever heard of that?
Yeah.
That's got what do they call it? Gold foil. It's like that edible
It's cinnamon. It's
Oh
spicy.
yeah.
Yeah. One time my friend wanted to buy Goldschlager, and I was just like doing a lot of reflecting at the time, and I'm just like, do you think it's right that we buy alcohol, which is unhealthy? I'm like, do you think it's right that we buy that and then it has gold in it, we drink it while other countries are starving? Like, and he actually thought that was a good point.
Made you feel like a king. Hey, I'm rich. I'm drinking gold.
Yeah, I always took it as a gimmick. Like that was the point of it.
Yeah. It's I don't know. I don't like
It was
cinnamon.
cheap. It was too cheap.
100 proof though.
Y'all ever try moonshine?
Oh yeah.
I've had Everclear.
You try moonshine, Jeff?
Just Everclear. I had like 2
Oh.
shots of it, and I beat up half my friends. I can't do Everclear, but my great grandfather
That
supposedly
sounds
used
like
to
a
make it.
demon got in you.
It did. It brought out the demon that night.
I finally
Bad.
figured out who Here I Am is.
That's cult.
No, it's
Cult
not.
of culture. Oh, are they? Is it somebody impersonating? Because they did that before.
It's if it's Cult of Culture.
No,
I'm
it's.
wrong.
I just realized they had a fake cult the other day that tried to come up, and cult said it's not him.
I'm not gonna throw out who it is in the public, but I'll tell you privately. I know exactly who it is because what he just said. He said, and with dollar bills, you can't actually pay for anything. There's
Is it
very,
Dennis?
very few people that would say something like that.
There is very, very few people that would say that.
Yeah, I don't think this is
In the
cult.
world, let alone people here.
Although the channel name matches.
What's he say? It's word. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't have said it. If it is who Moose says it is, it's the most solid addition you can make to this panel right now, for sure.
Oh, I don't even know this person really. I see them on panels, but I've never talked to them. We don't have a connection.
Oh,
So
Who
he
you
must be
talking
here
about?
for other people. If it's not cult.
I think Eric Lawless is the one that called me an infiltrator, which is funny as hell to me.
What's an infiltrator?
People
Zato?
say all kinds of things.
Somebody, I believe it's somebody that goes to other people's
The
streams
mole.
to gain information surreptitiously.
That's so stupid because they could just watch the stream. Why do you have to send someone to a stream to get information?
Yeah.
oh wait, why? Yeah, that
That's
is a
what I
good point.
find
Why would they
funny.
send them then?
It's like you infiltrate the group, right? And then you just hang out with us. There's no information.
These are
you're
people
gonna
that
get.
desperately want some kind of life.
I'm
They're
undercover.
trying to simulate one on here.
Jeff, I'm from the Nazi Party to suppress anything gay and anything satanic. And
Oh, I didn't even know that's what Nazis did.
Oh, sure. They do it all.
Okay.
It's
Well, good
I didn't
luck.
realize they.
Suppress away.
I didn't realize they killed gays either until I watched a presentation about the there were a lot of American steel companies. I can't remember their names now, and like IBM, American company during World War II. But I didn't realize that the guy goes, they rounded up the Jewish people, they rounded up dissidents, and then they rounded up gays. And when he said gays, I started laughing because I was like, and I felt bad. I was like, I don't want to be laughing at the Holocaust, but like I did not expect him to add gays last in what Hitler was going after. I had no idea.
That's where
Like,
the pink triangle came from.
They didn't teach me that in school.
Yeah, we
don't
didn't
think.
get gay history either. But that's where the pink triangle came from. And then we reappropriated it.
Wait,
that
what?
came
A
from the
pink
Holocaust?
triangle?
Do they even use the pink triangle more? It used to be a symbol
know.
for the gay community.
That
I
was a-
never even learned about the pink
Oh,
triangle.
That is.
It in Nazi concentration camps, each prisoner was required to wear a downward pointing equilateral triangular cloth badge on their chest, the color of which identified the stated reason for their imprisonment. Early on, prisoners perceived as gay men were variously identified with a green triangle indicating criminals or a red triangle indicating political prisoners. Later, the use of a pink triangle was established for prisoners identified as homosexual men and transgender women.
Is there a blue or a green
And
one?
this is interesting. Lesbian and bisexual women and trans men were not systematically imprisoned. Some were classified as asocial, wearing a black triangle. So it was for men, like the feminized men specifically.
And I thought all these years it was a lesbian thing because I used to hear about that years ago. The triangle.
Yo, Hitler did be wearing some Hugo Boss though. Did you notice?
I don't pay that much
Yeah,
attention to Hitler.
Hugo Boss. He employed Hugo Boss to make the officers' uniforms and shit, so they look all tight, you know.
Well, I'll tell you, man, the Nazi uniforms are some of the fucking most metal uniforms I've ever seen in my life. I mean, they knew how to make it look good.
Are you talking about like the metal helmets with the little spikes on them?
No,
Like
I'm talking
Hogan's
about
Heroes
like,
wore?
I'm talking like Nazis. They had the skull with the eagle wings above it, and the SS had some badass shit. Take a look at what's called a Totenkopf ring. It's an SS honor ring. Is another way to look it up. Take a look at that shit. It's got magical runes on it. It has oak leaves, which are considered magical.
It's an honor ring.
What do I type?
So he was like
SS.
honored. He was being
Type in-
honoring.
Yes, SS honor ring.
Oh.
They were engraved with the owner's name on the inside, and it had Himmler's signature, and it had Hitler's birthday, 4/20/1944. Or no, not Hitler wasn't born in 44, but the year that the ring is issued would be put on it. So it would say 4/20/44, for example.
Hitler was on in America's Time magazine in like 1930s.
Oh, apparently there's a plane crash in Brazil. Let's take a look at this.
Brazil.
It's not on the headlines
Hey,
yet. I'm going to try to Google for it.
You there, buddy?
I'm not seeing... Oh, passenger plane crashes in Brazil's Sao Paulo state. It's unclear how many people... Something. There's only 3 stories about it so far. It looks like a small plane. 68 capacity.
Too bad.
Are they
Too bad that
gonna
never happened to Epstein's plan.
Are they gonna eat each other?
I don't know, but kind of sounds like it. Guys, have you guys seen that show? Because we're talking about Nazis. Man in the High Castle?
No.
No.
I've heard about it. I did hear about it.
Man, I'm the only
That's
one
like
who's
the
seen it?
alternate history one.
Yeah, it's like an alternate history if if Germany and Japan had won the war,
Yeah.
and man,
Oh, it's a Philip K. Dick novel. I didn't know that.
it's an absolutely amazing, like from book to TV show. Like it oftentimes does not turn out that well, but I thought it was amazing. It was just pretty cool to see like what people thought it would look like if the Nazis won. It would still be effed up.
Yeah.
Everything would be way
Oh
more effed
yeah,
up. But
I imagine it would be.
Well, have you ever seen the movie with Keanu Reeves, Robert Downey Jr., Woody Harrelson, Winona Ryder? It's called A Scanner Darkly.
Oh, the anime.
Yeah.
Yeah, we watched it last year in the Discord.
Yeah, that's a great movie. That was by Philip K. Dick. He wrote that
Yeah.
book.
There's a movie they made about Jeff in 2004. It's called The Island. Have you guys heard of it?
No.
No.
I used to work at this ski resort, and like I was 16. Like the whole job was like pressing a button, basically when Asian or black people fell off the ski lift because they were the only two races that had trouble getting off of the ski lift usually. So I just pressed this button.
with Jessica Biel or whatever.
Wait, what?
The Island.
Oh, it's kind of close to her. It's a chick that looks close to her, but the movie really is about. I don't want to give too much away, but the movie
Dude,
The
it's a
Island.
2004 Lanza. Just give it up.
All right. Well, so there's a deep underground military base that people live their quote unquote their known lives in. They've been told that outside there's been a some sort of disease or something where they're not actually allowed outside of this dome. Everything's
Like monkeys.
they have jobs down there. They have like the guy takes a piss in the urinal in the morning, and it tells him like what he needs to eat for the day. But eventually, two of these people figure out through Steve Buscemi, because Steve Buscemi plays some janitor, and he kind of gives him a tip like, yeah, it's not all it seems to be here. And then the guy started getting ideas, and him and this chick found a way out. And so the reason why it was actually a cloning center. And so what it was rich people on the outside created this narrative where they have a deep underground military base where they have clones. So like, say I'm one of these rich people on the outside and I have a heart that's going bad. I bought a clone. Guess whose heart I get? I get my own clone's heart. And it was a crazy ass movie like that. Like I highly
What was
suggest
it called?
The Island. And the chick in there is super hot too. I forget her name.
It was Scarlett Johansson and Ewan McGregor. I was actually working at Blockbuster Video when that movie came out.
Blockbuster.
That was my first corporate job.
Oh my god, I can see you at Blockbuster.
Really?
Yeah, dude.
My first corporate job was Subway.
Oh, I was Subway.
I would take 3 buses just to get to college, and the second bus would bring me to my job. And dude, that was my first job, like in a corporate environment, and the manager, she broke her leg and she went out for 6 months. So it was just an assistant manager and then the rest of us fuckwits. And I would come into work every day and shit would just be a total shit show. And I would be put in charge, even though I was the youngest guy. So I would come in and I would be like, all right, this is how we're going to do things. I would be like, I'm going to go roll a fucking blunt. I'm going to go smoke half of that blunt. And then we're going to tag each other out. And you guys are going to we're going to switch. And you guys take as long as you need on your break. And then, we'll get back to work. So every single day for about 6 months, I would do this. And then all of a sudden there became a theft epidemic. And there was these people that would come in and they would slash all the movies and take 30 or 40 movies. So the district office, they stole $30,000 this one month. So the general manager of the whatever, he flew out and he comes to the store and he's watching the tapes and he pulls me in the office. He goes, "Are you selling drugs out of here?" And I was like, "No, I don't sell drugs." And he goes, "What the fuck are you doing?" And I said, "Well, check this out." I said, "I'm keeping company morale boosted. I'm keeping the employees intoxicated, and we're having a wonderful time doing it." I said, "If you don't like it, you can fire me right now because this is a shitty job anyways." He turns and looks at me with a straight face, and he goes, "How would you like to run this?"
Wow.
What the fuck?
It's like that movie Office Space,
I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" I looked at him, and I was like, "You're fucking insane." I quit.
I was thinking the same thing when you tell your story. Wow, that's the kind of manager I want to have.
Yeah, really. You'll never find it.
Did you end up running the store?
No, I said, "Fuck this, I'm out." If someone is going to
believe
let
him.
me run the shit show like that, and I'm like, dude, you obviously don't know how to run a fucking business.
Right.
Yeah, we could be getting stoned and stuff, but there's no way in hell that I'm having my store manager rolling blunts for the whole fucking team. I don't know. It's Blockbuster, dude. It's not a fucking marijuana collective. I don't know.
I thought you said you were rolling them.
I was, but like the dude clearly saw me rolling the fucking blunts on the tape. Clearly saw everybody else smoking outside in front of the camera. You know.
Oh,
Is that a woman
see, I
thing
see.
to not come to the
The,
conclusion? I don't know that I don't know that it's
the
gendered. I
moral
know
of the
plenty of men
story
that.
is be the
Look, my
one who
stories
gets
suck.
everyone else to smoke weed so that your boss knows that you are the leader.
It's just another token out of my life that proves how mediocre the fucking world is. That's all it is.
Well,
It
it also
is, but I've
proves
always
why
known
the hell
that.
you got into the cannabis business, because you smoke weed all. If you smoke weed all day, it's like it's part of it.
Smoke weed every day.
Hey guys, how is everybody doing?
Hey,
Oh,
Paul,
hey
what's going
Paul,
on,
I'm
Hey,
brother?
so
what's up,
sorry.
Paul?
I got
That's
distracted with the
Oh no, it's just listening. It's just
blockbuster
listening.
story.
Go on, Paul. I like Paul a lot. He makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Paul.
Unless
I
he's
like Paul.
unless he's a red coat trying to trick us, I will find out.
I wasn't looking at the
Actually, you know
screen,
what? My
Paul.
family did fight in the Battle of New Orleans in 1812, but he did fight on the American side.
1812?
On the
Yeah.
British side?
Wow.
No, he fought on the American side.
Oh,
He
what
moved
were
from
they doing down
Scotland
there?
to Virginia, bought loads of land in Virginia, then joined the US and he fought in the Louisiana Tigers.
Did it have anything to do with the Oddfellows?
Ah, my
No.
grandfather was in the Oddfellows.
Wait,
No,
wait,
that
wait.
was nothing to do with that.
Hold on. Hold on. Before we get into the Oddfellows, he says something about the Louisiana Tigers. Are we fucking like? Are we having fucking baseball teams and shit out there with their guns protecting Louisiana? Is that what we're doing?
No,
That's
it's
what
because
they
of
called it.
Ernie, the lightning
Already
tiger.
protected.
Yeah, that's what they
What
called
it-
the regiment.
That's what they called it.
Yeah.
Oh man, I want a regiment.
By the way, I'm going to tell you.
1800s. That's
The
deep, though.
mooses.
Let me tell you a quick story about the Oddfellows. My grandfather was an Oddfellow his whole life, and apparently he was some kind of big shot because he had the little book that you would use to translate the message that they would give out to the individual lodges. So he would drive 3 hours in a fucking snowstorm back before they had cell phones and all that. He would drive up to read the message and
Right.
probably get drunk, and he'd put on his hat and be all cologned up and everything, and he would go and deliver this message. Well, he died, and I got his books. I have the book that the translating code, but I don't know anything that I could read it with, and they probably changed it since.
Newspapers. Try
You know what?
newspapers.
That is probably
But
where
anyway, he gave me the book, and the book it's like their Bible, and all it talks about is King Solomon. But if you know anything about King Solomon, he was credited with being able to contain demons inside of him.
Solomon's Key.
Yeah, the Key of Solomon, the Goetia, as they
Yeah.
call it.
Yeah.
And
I used to
and
study that.
yeah, and he gives you instructions on how to capture demons and put them in containers like Ghostbusters.
That's actually I've heard of this.
I used some of
before.
that on the panel as a host.
But my point was that I had a dream one night that I went to this place that had this black and white tile floor. It was alternating black and white tiles. And I went up to this door, and this person asked me for like a password. And somehow I knew the password, and I said it, and he let me in. And it was almost like a school classroom, but still with the black and white tiles and curtains in the back.
Was it red curtains?
Yes.
I like that you didn't infiltrate, that you knew the password.
You were in the lodge.
Yeah, I'm a master infiltrator, as you know. So, but so I get in there, and during this whole thing, there's this dead body, this corpse that they pulled out of the wall, and they put it on an altar. And this guy gets up and he gets on top of it, and he says like this ritual or some shit, right? He's on top of the corpse, this dead mummy. So this is a dream I had. Well, I wake up and I start researching the Oddfellows. It turns out that they busted some Oddfellows for keeping a corpse hidden in the wall that they would bring out, and it's a ceremony that they do where you have to embrace death. So you get on top of a corpse or a dummy. Nowadays they use dummies.
Wait, are you talking about in your dream? This is what it was,
Yes.
or in real life?
Well,
the
no,
Oddfellows?
at first it was my dream. Now I'm talking about what they found in real life. They found this mummy hidden inside the wall, of their meeting place, and they would use it to get on top of it, and you give it a kiss, showing that you accept death. You know, it's a ritual.
Okay, this
Yeah,
is one of the
so
craziest stories on the Panelverse.
I'm not going to
I've
go
heard.
crazy, but all I know about Oddfellows is a lot of them, like they're first of all, it's a UK based thing.
Yeah.
In the US, it's been reported they were there, I believe, as early as like 1809 or 1813. That's why it was interesting. Why Morrison, I think, is Paul. That's why I thought it was interesting with Paul.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, well,
that's all far way back, brother.
Yeah, I was actually thinking. I was actually a member of a lodge group, not like
The Elks.
a Mason. Not wasn't the
The
Masons.
water buffalo.
No.
Well, there's
sort
many
of
of them.
Yeah. I've got to get the name right. The Royal.
water
What antlers did you have?
Oh, you didn't wear antlers.
Yeah.
No, you didn't
Oh.
have any of that, mate. Sorry. I know you like antlers, but there was none there.
Hey
But it
guys,
was called the Royal Antilovian Order of Buffaloes.
Okay,
That's
Royal
the one
Order
from
of Buffalo.
the Fred Flintstone.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say
BRAOD.
that.
That's how I
Fred
know it.
Flintstones, man. The Order of
Yeah,
the Buffalo.
That's
There was actually a
high
theatrical group.
prestige.
There was actually a theatrical group that first set up the first lodge. And
So
it was
check
most-
this out, guys. Oh, sorry. Go, Paul. Keep going.
I was saying it's mostly for drinking and raising money for charity.
Yeah.
No
That's
mummy.
Well, yeah,
Kissing
that's
mummies.
No,
wait. Who raised money for charity?
no kissing mummies. No, the paddling of the asses
Raising
or
mummies
dragging the
for
big
charity.
stone. Yeah.
So the
You wouldn't tell us
Oddfellows-
if you wouldn't tell us anyway. If
I
you
would.
did.
The Oddfellows, the first lodge that was documented was in 1730 in London, and the name is believed to have arisen because it was odd to find people organized for the purpose of giving aid to those in need without a formal framework or
Right.
recognition from the state or church. A
Women
lot
and
of
children.
these secret societies actually, like the part of. The thing is people have so many conspiracies about these societies, but these societies are mainly formed by people who are willing to give back to their communities and
Yeah.
they're willing to give and
As
serve.
the biggest villain in the world, I'm willing to give you crumbs back to for property rights over all your land too.
I mean, yeah, but the thing is we can't prove that. Like, as much as I am on your side, Lanza, I
Okay.
can't prove that. So I have to go with what, like, I have
Can't
to go with
prove.
what I can prove. Like, I can
What can you prove?
that I can prove that the Oddfellow Lodge was the first one was documented in 1730. Like, I can
Okay.
prove that for you.
Okay.
When they were established in America was in 1819,
Yeah.
and it was some English dude. All right,
Okay.
but the thing is
And then from there on,
the
I know
Oddfellows
that-
kind of like they kind of fell off. They kind of fell off, and a lot of people don't know what happened to the Oddfellows. So where people
they were
turn to
travelers.
Masons
They were
and they're looking at Masons like the worst offenders in the secret societies. I would say to look at the secret societies that have fallen off, the ones that are actually not talked about today, the ones that are actually still going on, like the Skull and Bones Society and stuff.
yeah, 322.
But yeah, the only information I have about the Oddfellows really is their beginning, and then that they were just charitable people. I don't have anything against them. If you
Here's
do,
where they
I
were
wanna hear it.
charitable. They were charitable in terms of they housed what do you call it, homeless women. They housed and transported women and orphan children. They really had stuff to do with transporting.
It sounds like you're the one being charitable right now.
What? That I'm not saying that they were up to more nefarious things? That's for your imagination to go to.
I don't have that kind of imagination. That's what I
It's a part of the setup of the United States going from east to west with help of the East India Trading Company and military, used to transport women and orphan children. And I actually am a kind of a big fan of etymology, although I know it doesn't tell the whole story. But if you look up the word robot and the word orphan, they use the exact same etymology.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, and this is all I know, is that my grandfather, who was an odd fellow, and probably, you know, a decent one because he had to translate all that bullshit with the secret book. He got me involved in like cloud watching, and he's basically the inspiration for me becoming spiritual and being able to see things inside other things. And that book that I inherited from him is all about Solomon, the King Solomon, and magic. I think they're obsessed with magic.
A little bit.
Which is funny because I actually I work for a Grandmaster Mason, and I was at one point I thought I was interested in joining the Masonic Brotherhood. And I was questioning. Because I really am more interested about knowing more about where we came from, about how society is set up and where it's going.
Well, you tell us first, is what they
Well,
say.
you should read the U.S. Constitution, the Declaration of Independence. There's
That
some
has
other.
nothing to do with the Masonic order, though, Jeff.
No, but how society is
So
set up.
Wait, just
so
I
I
do want.
so I asked him. I said, "What is it really about?" And he says 95% it's about serving the community, and the other 5% is talking about King Solomon's temple and the stories about that. So there is a connection between these two, and that's the only reason why I spoke up.
Oh, okay, yeah, for
King
sure.
Solomon's temple.
Okay, yeah.
Big
And
deal for some reason.
I want to point out their definition of helping people. You know, like sometimes wicked people believe that they're helping people by killing them and stuff like that.
So
know
you
what I
think
mean?
the
So it's
Masons
like,
are out there killing people?
No. I'm just saying when
Here, let me help you.
when reading something and interpreting a word like helpful, under what pretext? You know what I mean? And then scams aren't usually easily identified. So what does helpful mean? Well, the Oddfellows said that they helped women and orphan children. So we could take them at their word, or we could go, look deeper into it eventually, and I could have more answers. But no one wants to hear them because it's mainly like it'll basically tell you a lot of your history is a lie, which isn't a bad thing necessarily.
How did you rule out taking them at their word?
Because power corrupts eventually.
So,
And
like
there's no
anybody
stopping that.
in power,
Greed
then,
will
you don't take at
consume
their
with
word.
no moderation.
Yeah. Absolute power corrupts absolutely every time. Anytime you give someone power over others, if there's no checks and balances to keep that power from getting too crazy, it always
so
does
easy.
every single time.
It's so easy to fall into that trap, and people do every time.
So,
Man.
but is that why you don't take them at their word? Because you see them as powerful, and anybody in power you would automatically not trust.
Okay, so to break it down, obviously I wasn't there. The guy had a great grandfather who married into the family. He was a 33rd degree Mason. They did the bagpipe shit and all that stuff. But so like I know what Moose is talking about there. Although I should ask for some books probably. But the reason why I don't take them at their word is, number one, they are a government type, possibly even NGO government type organization. Number two, I wasn't around to ask them personally or to see them do the work that they claim that they want to do. Like, for instance, why? Because some foundations, like I think it's mainstream knowledge that people start up foundations. Sometimes they're rich people. Sometimes they're for medical reasons like cancer. And then I don't know why these little powerful minded people, it's proven hundreds of times over, they siphon money out of it. You know what I mean? They move it over shore. Like, the reason why I don't take them at their word is because there would be no reason, there would be no respect built based off the word that I've had with them or seen about them.
Just because they're an organization, so you feel that way about all organizations, and they just happen to be one of them.
Well, I kind of see, yeah, you're kind of catching me here because I thought about this while you guys were talking. Is yes, you have to be careful with everything. All your organizations, from one person to 10 people or whatever. If it should be done in respect, it should be done in care. But we know, Pinky and the Brain, World Dominance was it?
That's a Masonic.
Oh
jewel.
yeah, it is. That's the
Oh
three.
wow, it's neat.
It's metal or something.
Yeah, no, they call them, if it's a Masonic lodge, they call them, or any type of lodge, they call them jewels.
Jewels?
Yeah,
Jills.
jewels. Yeah,
Oh, how do you say that? Spell it.
Jewels.
yeah.
Jews.
They don't call them medals; they call them jewels.
And here's the secret code book. I don't know if you can.
Yo,
Okay,
can
I can see that.
can you for real? Like, I will pay you money. Swear to God.
God, is that what it
Just
says?
photocopy each page. I'll pay you like 25 cents a copy. How many pages is it?
Oh, geez, so I could
What
make
a
the
bargain.
$1.50?
It's only like 50 pages. I'll give
Is
you
it?
$50 to photocopy that whole thing
Is it in
for
good
me.
condition?
Hmm?
Is it any pages missing or anything like that?
No page is missing, but here's the
Oh, not now till you getting that idea.
here's the book.
Okay, so those
Oh,
those
wow.
could be worth money.
Oh, I know, probably.
How old is the book?
Oh, it's older than I am.
Look it up. Look it up, because I want to see if I can buy one anyway. I don't want to buy your grandfather's, but
Oddfellows
Pocket
What is-
companion.
Pocket.
it says it's dedicated to Browns Boy 23, and you should mail it to him.
bothers me that they hyphenate it.
I mean, it's got all these crazy pictures in it, like imagery, symbolism.
Okay, so if you got a I mean, there's ranges from like £56 from over here to like £148 for some odd fellow's books.
That's it. Okay, it's like 200, like
Yeah, okay,
175,
so-
$200 for some good
Yeah,
for some
an
good
odd
books.
fellow's antique
That's almost cool
captain's
as-
code book from 1908 is on eBay for $75.
Oh, I thought you were about to say like 1,000. I was gonna be so
No.
happy for Zach.
No.
I don't want the money. I'm more interested in the fucking
But
occult.
no, it's good if you need to insure it though to get a good get a rough idea
Yeah. Oh yeah. No,
of
it's
the
true.
damage.
Yeah.
We're gonna start a new one here, the Gen X Jeff Fellows.
The
We can start a book.
for when the fellows are not odd enough.
No, you're gonna call
Start
them
an actual-
the X-Men.
Oh.
So I know when I used to
No.
go to the lodge.
We're not doing the X-Men. Sorry, Paul, to cut you off. But I am never going to be an X-Man. I am always going to be a man. I was
Funny.
born a man.
Funny.
I'm not transitioning. Jeff, if you want to transition, brother, I
Oh,
wouldn't
no.
even let you. I don't think you'd make a good
I'm
woman.
too lazy. I'm happy where I am. That's how
But-
that
You'd
works.
fight- the thing is,
I think
you'd
we're all
fight every
trans.
single
We're all
woman on
going to
the
end up being
street.
trans.
If you went trans, you'd be boxing people like that one dude, and from Algeria or whatever.
Dude, I just laughed so hard I spit on my phone. It won't let me mute my mic.
All right, Paul, go ahead, man. I didn't
Yeah,
mean to cut you
No,
off.
that's all right. I just said when I used to go to lodge, there's some certain practices you have, and you have a song which you sing. You give, you have a drink for the people who have passed away from the lodge, and they go to the great pastures in the sky. Then there's a little thing. Then you have you get in the group, and there's a box, and you put like some money in the box, and you can say, "This brother here has said something bad about me," and it's just basically about having a drink and having a laugh, and they all put money in the thing, and all that money goes. Some of the money goes to the actual Grand Lodge, and the rest of the money gets put into a charitable account, which is given back to charity. And we've like brought minibuses and stuff like that from the charity there for people.
I love that.
Yeah. I'm not going to take anything. I didn't mean to just
But the
mention what
buses
seemed
are
like
to
negative. But
kidnap their victims, right?
Yeah,
Haul them off to be killed.
Yeah, what we do is we dump them in the quarry afterwards.
And
Yeah.
speaking of charity,
is
Lanza,
Hillary
because-
Clinton funding this by chance? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, probably.
Lanza, so speaking of charity, the Grandmaster Mason I work for just raised $50,000 for the veterans, and then we were raising money for the Humane Society in the big city close to us.
Yeah.
We just did that, and then we did another like charitable event within the last like 6 months. There's been like 3 fundraisers. So these people are raising money, and they know people with money. These guys like
Money.
That's what interests me the most, Jeff, about this stuff is like the
money.
people in these societies have power, they have
Yo.
status, they have the ability to talk with other people to give them more power and wisdom.
That's
and stuff.
anybody with. See, y'all don't trust people with money.
Okay, yes,
Y'all
yes.
talk about the system not working.
But
that sounds like
If
what
I-
part of
yeah.
wait, what part of like I distrust, like you're missing what I'm saying here. You're taking like past things I've said and you're bringing
Whoa,
it into
no,
this
just
conversation.
just based on what you said there, it sounds like the fear is that people with money get access to other people with money, and then they get to increase their power, help each other increase their
I
power.
said
That's not the
that's where
fear.
my
That's not the fear.
interest comes in. My interest is not a fear.
Okay.
It's something that fascinates me. It makes
Oh.
me. It intrigues me.
Partnership.
People who like, because they have community, Jeff. They have a community and it works. It does something. So I'm fascinated by something that actually works. Like,
Oh yeah.
you know, if you take, hey, I've never seen a communist country that works. Well, this is a community that has goals. It sets goals, and then I see them being achieved, and so I'm like,
Yes, but they're
these are
like,
people that I
they're
want to
like-
follow, so I can do those things.
Yeah.
it's still like a dichotomy. Like, again, if you were trying to tell me that they make money, like I agree with you, and I'm not trying to take anything positive away that they do at all. In fact, I am actually like respectfully looking for those types of comments. But I will add that, like instead of money, because yes, raising money and that does make stuff move. The thing about teaching, being an actual community, I think teaching is the most important thing. Now, money is a means, sure, but teaching isn't instead of raising said $1 million, reach out, create places for people to get together and teach
that you,
them, dude, there's just, what I'm trying to say is there's so much money going around. I don't care how much money somebody raises. It's a good story. And there's nothing wrong with it, but we can if essentially there is, I'll make a crazy example out of it. There's basically unlimited resources. So 50,000 here, 10,000 here, to broken up families, whatever people are dealing with that is causing grown-ups to grow up, or children to grow up with issues, is the problem. Money can't solve that regardless. It's the education.
So if these institutions are not educating the future, that it doesn't matter how much money and what they're doing with it, that the education is what's most important.
The system is educating the system.
Yeah, I heard that too. I don't know.
That's
I
the
don't know
third
what that
part.
is. I don't know what
Right,
it is.
Zato.
I heard it too. I don't know
Yeah.
if that would pick up on a stream like that.
That's definitely Zata.
No, it's like but instead of raising like honestly right now, if I was asked to raise money, or like have to have a specific amount of money or something, like I could probably get like 50 grand, right, or like 100 grand together, right? So it's like
Lanza, let me help you with this. So
Yeah.
so check it out. There, you know the walk for cancer, right? The breast cancer thing. Well, they've been
Yeah.
raising money for how many years? We still got
Yeah.
breast cancer. We still got all these problems. Nothing seems to be like fixing. It's the
That's
same
fair.
thing that Lanza's trying to get at with these things. The problem isn't actually the underlying problem's not getting fixed. It's just we're just glossing over it. We're having a big party. We're having a big group get
That's
together
why I don't
where we're
trust
raising
them.
money.
You don't think they're trying to do the research? Like the money's actually going to try to figure out the research?
What's the results?
Well, they haven't gone there yet. They're still researching it. They haven't
Well,
found
I
the cure
mean,
yet.
okay, give me $10 a day. I'll research whatever the fuck you want for the rest of your life. You know what I mean? Like, and maybe not get an answer, dude. Or
Like I haven't checked at the latest.
Much better job of saying what I'm trying
The
to say.
latest like progress in breast cancer research, but I'm sure if you look at today versus 30 years ago, there's been some kind of advancement in it. Like our understanding of it is greater than it was 30 years ago. So the money went to help produce some of that.
Part of Lanza's point was that philanthropic people aren't always good, and a lot of evil people will do philanthropic things so that way they appear to be better than they are, and that he has questions about the people in these secret societies. And why wouldn't you question something that's secret? If it's a secret, then you don't really know what it is, right?
Like, yo, here's even where
Right, that's exactly why I would question it, because I would.
Here's
I
how
have no way of
conspiratorial
knowing.
I'll get with it right now. That book that what do I call him? Zat?
Yeah, you know that.
Zatoichi.
Just
All right, yo,
Ichi.
he's Z4. He's 444. All right. So 444 showed us that book, and that is his grandfather's book. That is real life,
Allegedly.
Right?
This could all be a bit.
Allegedly.
Now, if
See,
I-
like he's got
listen,
a book.
listen
Hold
though,
on,
listen
he's
though.
got a book in his hand. He's
Right.
got a book in his hand, and you're gonna say that's allegedly.
No, but we don't know that.
no,
we just know him
listen.
as a character on the internet.
What I'm
going to
say is, if I was a real secret society, why would I not make if my high members were going to die, wouldn't I make sure that they wouldn't have all of the information or the secrets with them? That doesn't make any sense as a secret organization. So what I'm saying is they could make even a separate publication. That's where my mind is at. Like, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I believe that. I have no problem with that. But to think that it's not possible, I just thought of it. If I was a secret society and I held whatever, like if I wouldn't want my books getting, or I would maybe want my books getting out there. There's another angle there, but like,
well, when my grandfather died, I was the guy that he wanted the shit to go to, and he had 4 other grandchildren besides me. But I was the only one that paid attention to that shit when I was young. I was interested, the others
Right.
didn't care.
Right, but what I'm saying though is like, what if there's like a post-mortem book? It's like, yo, this is the prints that we use when we're in our area, in our secured area. We have our own prints. I mean, let's not forget. I think the Vatican does that.
Oh, the Vatican does a bit more than that. They've got their own bank and everything.
And they're not even a secret society. So they're keeping documents back.
They're all out
That's
of the
all
open.
I'm saying.
They got the snake.
That's why I
temple,
don't trust them, Jeff, overall.
You find that most of these secret societies make some of their money through real estate.
But I say
So
it with love.
it's powerful people with money that are doing things in secret, and that alone is enough to make some people nervous.
Yeah, especially in the UK, the Masons. They used to say the Masons are full of the judges and police and high officials.
You're saying no, Lanza, that it's not.
Yeah. Okay. Yes,
that
Jeff.
it's not just that.
Yeah. Say again what you said. I'll just be super
That
direct.
it's people with money and powerful people with money that get together and do things in secret, and that fact alone is enough to make some people nervous. Just the fact that power is centralizing.
I wouldn't say nervous. I would just say informed.
Okay.
Well, an interesting thing to like further my point that these people have power and positions of power and whatnot is a lot of law enforcement are Masons. A lot of fire department are Masons. There's a lot of, a lot of people are Masons, a lot of business owners, and so to me, what I care about most, I don't care about all the conspiracy stuff the most. I care about the community building aspect of it. I like the fact that they can get 500 men together. He's got 300 dudes at least that ride a motorcycle together on the same day to the same spot, and they go and they eat dinner together.
I see what you're saying. The power in moving 500 people is. Guess what, guys? That's going to be addictive.
Do you trust the old men that drive the little cars together, all in a circle together in the parades?
The what?
Say that again.
Isn't that a secret society?
You mean the Rotary clubs?
Jeff, say that again because I'm not sure what you.
Is it the Rotary Club? Is that what it is? They have the old men in the parades. They have little hats on with the tassels, and they drive those little cars.
That's the Shriners.
Yeah, they're part of a society.
Yep.
Yeah, the Shriners are another.
They seem trusted. Who would not trust the Shriners?
Well, first of all, their car choices.
How cynical do you have to be, or how gullible?
Well, look at their taste. First of all, look at their taste in clothing. Okay, then look at what they're driving.
That's part of what makes it like. How could you not trust a little man that sits in a car
it's like they're trying to make themselves look silly, so you don't.
Right,
really
they're either very, very good at it's working, or y'all are just being ridiculously suspicious of these.
Have you guys ever heard of a guy named? Have you guys ever heard of a guy named Martin Fawkes?
No.
I'm bad with names, but I probably read something.
Martin Fawkes, Faulks. Anyway, the dude sounds a lot like Paul Morrison, but he talks a lot about joining different ones, and he's really, really respectful. Like, if I could turn my respect level up to someone's right now that I know of, it would be this guy, Martin Fawkes. So check him out on maybe on some of the things he says too. But I've been taking up a lot of time and shit. So
all right, Lance.
But yeah, trust is built with me. Period.
Trust is here between us, Jeff, and I know you hate conspiracies and I know you hate anti-government stuff, but George Washington, I am in the yearbook in high school for saying that George Washington was my favorite president, and he was a Mason. So it's not that I'm not saying that there's all kinds of weird shit going on. Winston Churchill, Benjamin Franklin, Wolfgang Amadeus, Mozart, Theodore Roosevelt was a Mason. Mark Twain,
that George Washington,
John Hancock.
Washington took a dump from a moving car one time.
A moving car? They had cars back then?
He did it.
That might be misinformation.
So
I heard George Washington's middle name was Brain.
Brain. So, but think about it. Like, why wouldn't you be interested? Like, the president of the first.
But do you think they all think the same?
United States. I didn't say they think the same. I'm
just
saying,
the fact that they're all part of this one group
that you're not part of, and you don't want to be part of it. These guys know things that we don't know. These guys are they have community. They have a working society. They have it. But most people don't care to even learn about it. And if they were deceptive, if they were doing something to us, we wouldn't know because most people don't care. They're not interested.
Bro,
I'm interested in our founders.
You got it.
Do you know what makes me think about George Washington and everybody during the War of Revolution or American War of Independence, whatever you want to call it, is that if Britain actually allowed them to have representation in Parliament, it still would have been a British colony for a lot longer than it was.
Yeah.
Yes,
So,
that's supposedly that's the.
so what? What's the point?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying it would have been it would have been a lot because in the American systems, there's a lot of people say they're patriots raised to fight for freedom, and they fought the British, but
Right.
the leaders still wanted to be British.
Sure.
Sure.
Well, up to a point, there was some ambivalence there, and that's one
Yeah,
of the things
Look
they
at
kept
Canada.
meeting
get
to
that too.
discuss and
Yeah, they always
resolve.
going to get that too, especially in colonies.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I meant in the colonies.
But the whole point is that it would have been if just Britain just said, okay, you can represent yourself in in Parliament there in Westminster, there would have been no War of Independence. America wouldn't have been founded. It would have been a lot longer.
So people
Maybe
got tired of being slaves, or like
we're
pretty
we're
much.
still
Nobody
not
was
sure
a
that
slave.
the other
Yeah,
factors would
nobody
not
was a
have.
slave then. Well, apart from what was happening from the trade in Africa, sending and thing, but nobody in the 13 colonies was a slave to thing. We're all technically paying taxes to our governments anyway.
Yeah.
Daniel,
Okay.
was that in the
Okay.
musical? I never saw Hamilton, so I don't know. But was that part of it?
Daniel was also saying, read Albert Pike's letter to Mazzini, and the alleged content in there. The letter supposedly predicts 3 world wars, with the first leading to the overthrow of the Tsar in Russia, the second leading to the establishment of a Zionist state in Palestine, and the third resulting in a clash between Islam and the West, culminating in widespread destruction and an establishment of a global government.
Okay.
The authenticity of the letter is highly questionable. There's no verifiable evidence that this letter was ever written or that it even existed. The letter is often cited in conspiracy theories, but has not been found in any credible historical records. It first came to the public attention in 1925, decades after Pike's death, and its origins are murky.
It sounds very
Daniel Price
Nostradamus.
is a conspiracy theorist.
I think you just made that shit up while you were.
Oh yeah, the guy who tells a
think that's
20-minute
the
fucking story to make a 30-second point just made that up. That was pretty damn articulate, okay?
You were.
I enjoyed that. I enjoyed the hearing of that.
That was
Look,
just a,
I
that
know
was
I fall
a
short in
job.
telling a
Was that
story,
like
guys.
poison to Zat's ears there?
I don't think you do, Moose.
Um,
I like. In fact, your stories sometimes help me understand things better than most people.
Same with me, and same with Jeff and Paul and Zach and Zat too. You guys all help me understand things
but if
better.
you're going to talk about prophecies, you can talk about Nostradamus, and he said
Well, I'm gonna go pee.
people have linked him to making major people in history, haven't they? If you've
I have a
read
prophecy
Nostradamus.
that Jeff's taking a piss right now.
Yeah, but he's also predicted one of these articles. He said he predicted pig-like men will fly around the world.
I mean, yeah.
And if you look at the
Did he
American,
work with Dr. Seuss, by the way?
yeah, if you look at the Air Force, look at modern pilots in the Air Force, what do they sort of look like?
Dude, exactly right.
You know,
They don't look like Tom Cruise.
no.
One day I ate some bacon on a plate. It reminded me of a memory of the future where pigs fly planes.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that no, the people have used Nostradamus' work and have used it to say this is what he was right in his predictions, and they used things like this, and they used like his names. He said he predicted Hitler when the name he said was Hisler, and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And-
I don't get how he's predicting though.
I don't know. People are always predicting something that Nostradamus said, and it
Yeah.
gets to the point where did he really say it? You know.
I've predicted something, but it's I mean, we can actually all make predictions. Like, you know, a simple like example. I predict if I don't keep things in order, that they'll get into more chaos, right? But there's just
Maybe you could,
I can predict things, but it's like, how does one write a book? You know what I mean? Or something, or like have a writing that predicts this type of thing. Like, it's just interesting to think what would bring somebody to have a book written about a prediction when the future can be planned. Yeah, we can admit we can plan the future to like an extent, and yeah, let's even admit if we have armies of people who are available, maybe, you know, these I don't want whatever the non-conspiracy term is for these groups that basically are in
Conspire.
all the politics and everything, give nobody a fair shot, and pretend that they're certain Christians, pretend that they're whatever they got to pretend to be. So it's
You know
like,
what's
where are these
funny?
like, how does these predictions, like, I never would have predicted that like most of the people on top were evil, like as a kid. Never would have predicted it. And I'm not even actually, I shouldn't say that they're evil. I don't know that for sure. But it's not the person, it's the concept. It's just the concept of power. What is it? Power corrupts eventually. So what is left?
So you don't
Yeah.
trust power at all from anybody.
Well, no. See, it's like respect is the reason why power corrupts. Because respect is, if you know, the less respect you have, not saying the more power you have, you have to have certain respect to get certain power. And not all respect is true respect. Some of it is false or outsourced respect. So, like, if you outsource respect, I don't know where it's going on with that shit, bro. Not bad.
So do you not trust power? People with power?
It's just about respect. It's like, do I respect them? Yeah, actually, I do respect them. Do I trust them? Is always subject to change.
It's hard to know who to respect or build respect
It's
from a
like,
distance because
You
that's
also
so
how about
think-
this?
personal.
Like, how about this? If you let's take a walk through the jail tour, a jail center. Do you trust those people?
Who, the guards or the
Like the
prisoners?
staff? I've been
No,
in a
like
jail before. I've visited
like
people
the
in jail.
inmates that are guilty of crimes.
Not necessarily.
Like if Jeff, you and me walked, there were 20 cells, 10 on the left, 10 on the right.
No.
Would you respect or would you trust those individuals?
Not
Trust them for
100%.
what? To do
Yeah,
what?
really. Right.
Do you believe that they are trustworthy individuals?
With
Maybe.
what? Like, do
Yeah.
I trust that I can walk down the hall and they're not going to like
do you,
attack me through the bars?
do you trust that they are behind those bars because they are trustworthy people?
No, probably not.
Okay, so
That's how you see rich
the
people
thing is
or
that
powerful people.
people get away with murder every day, and the criminals don't get arrested because of the good old boy brotherhood systems like this. This is what I'm trying to tell you. That's why some people complain about the court system.
I don't know how true that is. What you're saying.
Okay, I appreciate you listening, though.
I think which is worse, the actual leader or the people that is advising him to do the stuff?
I don't know who's getting away with murder because of a good old boy network. I think our system is more or less pretty good at catching murders and bringing them to justice, or at least bringing the ones to justice that we do catch.
But like, yeah, it's hard to say.
But I don't know. I don't have statistics to work off of. That's just my impression.
I can say this, that I think policy that gets in place. Okay, I saw this presentation where policy that gets made and then is enacted. So through how many people, like 1,000 people in Congress or whatever the hell and shit. Through 1,000 people, a policy will get made, and that policy will biologically affect the entire population of the United States at a biological level,
Okay, what are you
either
talking
through
about?
fear or through, I don't know, like what chemicals are allowed. I don't know. Like policy is important because it can affect people's biology big time.
I
Like
gotta go back to murder
subjectively,
real
like if
fast.
they find a policy oppressive, they can psychologically feel anxious about it.
That is a form of oppression, at least.
Only to the very fragile and not very resilient.
So you think,
Maybe you're
Jeff,
right.
you think that America is pretty good at handling murders or catching the murderers and stuff?
I think it. Well, how many murders
I
do
just
you?
want to guess. I just want to guess on
I
you, like a
think there's more
percentage wise.
murderers like caught and brought to justice than are running around among us not caught.
Okay. Okay. So for by
Especially when
4%,
you add in the idea that there's a secret network that's helping the murderers get away.
so
Well, that's what you
4.4.
think,
Let's
but
Hold
look
take
on,
behind
secret
you.
hold
out of
on,
it.
Zato. Give me just one sec, guys. 4.4% is yours, Jeff. 54.4% is the clearance rate for homicides. So that means there is a 45.6% chance that they will never catch the murderer. That's scary.
But has that been the
Take over.
norm for most of our system? Maybe that's the best we can do. It's still better than
I can't tell you the norm.
not.
I'm telling you the statistics for now. This is for 2020. There was
That's pretty bad.
21,570 murders in the U.S. in 2020. 21,000 people got murked.
And the
21 and a half.
amazing thing is, it was all
Well-
one guy that did it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was Jack the Ripper too.
Fucking Saddam
There's many
Hussein. Oh, no,
reasons
it wasn't
Oh.
Saddam. It was Osama. I'm sorry. Damn it.
But look, it's not secret, right? So all those murder, so it's not like I'm not sitting here saying, Jeff, that it's all secret, and that I won't reach some sort of middle ground or parallel or correlation here with you. What I want to and how I want to say it is that I think I've heard this and I've thought about this. That real secret societies are people's own ignorance.
So it's secret even for themselves.
I have just heard that the real secret societies are people's own ignorance. It's almost like that quote from Confucius where it's like, the mark of an educated mind is to know the extent of one's own ignorance. It's kind of like that.
What are you worried about people in private doing? They have teenagers
not worried.
in the privacy of their own bedroom just by themselves plotting shootings and killings, and that's just one person in a bedroom. What are you worried about 5 or 6 or 20 or 300 people in a room plotting and carrying out that and executing? World domination?
What am I worried about? I ain't
Yeah.
worried about nothing.
Yeah,
Because
I'm not worried.
people are going to talk in secret all the time. Like,
What's the
they're
World
just gonna do
Economic
that.
Forum, though? You know,
I'm
like,
worried.
they're planning out
My
all of
ultimate
our
worry
future.
is, disrespectful, indirect communication, and part of that is the dissemination of information is the level and tier, sometimes a scale for how power is maintained, gained, or lost.
Isn't that what the
That's-
woke say? That's Foucault's theory of power. That the
I just
woke
made that. I just
draw-
made it up out of my
Oh,
mind, bro. I don't read that shit.
You might be crypto woke. Like
I
a
don't
lot
know
of
what
what
that
the
means.
woke say about white supremacy and oppression and the patriarchy, I think y'all say the same thing about the government or take the same stance.
Tell me
It's
about
just
it.
a different system of oppression.
Tell me about this, because what I think I'm saying is that I don't have blame, and that I will say
That is a woke thing.
I will say I believe, I don't know, but I believe all of us here think everybody can do a better job as an individual. I don't even know where I was going with that, bro. Like, I don't have. Oh, it's not a secret. I'm not worried. Like, but it's okay. It's information, right? So it's like, it's basically like being at the airport and seeing that your flight got changed or something. It's like, am I going to worry about it? Like, can I do anything about that? That system? No. I'm not a part of that system. I can't I'm not going to go infiltrate the Masons and like whatever the fuck. Like, I don't have time for that, right? Fucking, but
I
what
don't
I
know why
do,
people think the Masons are up to anything sinister. I mean, what have they done so far?
they've at least attached their name to hundreds of historical mainstream examples of basically being like,
I think what you're trying to say, Brown, is that the Masons have always attached themselves to positions of power in society.
So I have a lot of groups.
Yeah, but more predominantly the Masons. And Masons are like worldwide throughout Western Europe. Especially
I mean, none of that's calculable in any kind of objective way. So people look at history and they say, "Oh, look at the Jews attaching themselves to power. I see a pattern." Or, "Oh, look at this group. It's the Masons. They're attaching themselves to power. Oh, look at this group. It's Christians attach themselves to power." So it still ends up being narrative.
Oh, look, it's Mike
good
Sarah.
argument.
He attached himself to the Gen X Jeff panel.
Paul, you want to take that? That was a good argument by Jeff.
It is. My fan's going, so we'll answer that in a minute. I'm just going to switch off mute for a second.
Jeff, I got to drop down. I'm having a relapse from yesterday. I ate 500 milligrams of edibles, and now I'm
Deja vu.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I hope that turns out okay.
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Good to see you again, man.
Nice to see you
I'll
again,
try to let
Jeff.
you talk more next time. I apologize.
Don't worry, Brown boy. You're fine.
Yeah, cut it. Grab the mic whenever. You know the rule here. Fight for the mic.
I'm a happy guy. Everyone's fine.
Cool, mate.
Right.
Nice
well, enjoy the rest of your day.
For real, sell me that book, though.
And sell him the book.
How much you want the photo? I'll give you maybe like $100 to photocopy that entire thing for me. And send it to like a PO address.
He could just scan it, like film it with his phone. And
he could. He doesn't care.
Okay, it's a position of fear, isn't it, in these groups, I think?
The what?
I mean, if you're talking a position of fear, you have somebody who's like a Mason and he's like a judge. You know, he's going to be in a position, he's going to help the other Masons who are in that
maybe
caught in the same situation. It's again using.
That's true.
I'm going to use an English king. One of the kings in England said the Jewish people had too much wealth, so he drove the Jews out of England and forced them to go into hiding. Did you know about that?
You're going to be the one to take this over, brother.
But part of that is the assumption that when people get in these professional positions of power, that they're not going to remain professional and they're going to bend the systems a little bit to help their in-group. And that's a strange assumption to me to make about people in a civilized modern world, that they're not going to hew to their professional boundaries. On the whole, like on on the average, that they're not going to stay professional more often than not. It's
like you're being if you get arrested one day, it could happen in America, it happen in Britain. You get arrested, the cop turns out to be a Mason, you're a Mason. You just do a funny little handshake, and
that sounds conspiracy to me to think that.
Like, it
seems cartoonish to even imagine in my mind.
In legal terms, they call it discretion. I will say,
Mason signal. You're good. I don't have to enforce the law on you. We did our little signal.
No,
that seems like something a child would think up, not how adults work.
Even my lodge, there's a funny handshake you're supposed to do,
and it gets you out of tickets.
No. Makes people know that you're a member of the lodge.
People
That is
would
true.
probably know anyway.
They
Is
have
it that
books of
secret?
handshakes.
Yes.
I have a book right now that'll show you the handshakes. I just never read it. It's called like the Codex of something by something Mars.
Y'all just get you some handkerchiefs.
No,
It
but
works
like
so
that,
much better than these little
bro.
codes.
That was not okay. So what Paul was explaining is that the abuse of power is what he was explaining. You know, where it's like they don't really arrest a criminal. Why? Because maybe they're part of this certain family who has these certain ties.
Yeah, but
and
how
stuff.
do you think that's the norm? How often do you think
I
that
think it.
to
I
me, that
think
would be the
most cities have
exception
been
of our
based on
system.
that foundation. Most cities have been based on that foundation. Because the founders of all cities were people of power who owned a lot of land.
That's just an assumption to me. I don't know how. I'd have to test it and
How would you like
falsify
to
it.
test it?
Hold on, moment, guys.
Well, I'd have to go to each city and like study the history of each city and
Type in
every
the founder
family.
of your city. Type in the founder of your city.
And do what?
Find out his name.
And then what conclusion am I supposed to draw from this? That every city has a secret society?
Never mind, bro. I feel like I'm annoying you.
No, I'm trying to understand why you said you came to the conclusion that every city has these families that control the city.
Well, the military has ultimate control over everything. Yeah?
I'm not sure. In America, it's our government, our 3 branches of government.
Who owns the highways?
The federal highways?
The military.
I don't know. Some of them are federal. I think some of them are probably state. I know
Anything
there's
that
state
gets
highways.
anything that gets federally subsidized money is technically public.
Okay, but about these secret societies of families that run all of our cities.
Okay.
That.
Yeah. What
I
about?
just said that seemed like an odd. That's not a working
It's
assumption.
not an
that
assumption.
I would start with.
Okay. Here's what happened. I heard about the Oddfellows, so I looked up, and I know a business owner in my city. He's been a business owner for like 30 years, and I can talk to him about anything. And he's a great dude. He used to be a point man for like SWAT teams. He's a great guy and shit to me. And he told me, because we're talking about the area that we live and about this one specific area where he was getting like bike work done or something on a motorcycle. And there's a really old ass building there. I never like looked at it. And like it's like kind of like a very historical part of town. And then they've actually facaded. They put a facade over the outside now. It used to look more Greco-Roman, but they've brutalized its architecture by rebricking the outside of it or whatever the fuck. So anyway, I end up talking to him about this building. He's been in this area for 30 years. He goes, "Oh, that's the old Mason's Lodge." I go, "Oh, no shit. That's crazy, huh?" There's a dot of information. So like, I don't know, a year later, I look up, I try to figure out like what was that building and it was actually an Oddfellows building. And then we talked to Hank the other day, and Hank said you can just type in Oddfellow chapters near me.
So do you think because this building
there's one
was
31 down the street, there's one right up at and these guys, and these are centers of the city, bro, where like I even have the maps of who owned the land back then.
I'm trying to connect it to policy today. You think because these buildings are in these cities that the policies of the cities today are somehow
like, okay, do you know
tied
how,
to
like,
them, or they're controlling the policy of the city?
You know how like in every single city there's like a Martin Luther King Drive, or like maybe like even like a Michigan Avenue or something. It's I don't know. Maybe Paul can explain what I'm trying to say.
What you're talking about? You're talking about like lodges like the Masons and Oddfellows buying buildings, which led to the policies of cities and not able them to buy them. Or
I'm
There's
trying to
it's
understand like the
it's
fear of their influence on society today. He talked about
it's
these families that control cities, and he's
it's
talking about old buildings that used to be Oddfellow lodges.
right.
And is this all tied together in a
Yes.
narrative of the
Yes.
policies that are
Yes.
directing the citizens of the cities today are somehow
Yes.
tied to these old families and secret
Yes.
lodges that are secretly controlling the
Yes.
populace of every city today?
Yes.
I,
Yes. It
That
is
sounds
called
cuckoo, but
it
go
is
Yeah.
ahead.
called rules for me and not for thee.
okay,
Okay,
so I can't answer, and I
Or
don't know.
wait, rules
Yeah,
rules for thee, but not for me.
that sounds like
That's
tyranny or authoritarianism,
I
and that's
cannot.
not how at least the city I live in works.
I cannot
There's,
answer that. I
I'm
don't know
listening.
please do.
policies about US cities. Um, in Britain, we've got the head of state, which is the king now. Um, but different councils own different bits of lands, and they can say, "Well, you're not allowed to build there, or you're not allowed to build there, but we can do this with it." So we need to get like planning permission to do stuff and stuff like that over here.
Is that what you're talking about, Lanza?
Can you say that one more time? Sorry.
Yeah, okay, because we've got the head of state, the king is the king now, not the queen. The king technically owns all of Britain, but the lands were brought by councils, which is like I'm under Surrey Council, County Council, and have districts. I'm not going to say which part, what you know as districts. So I would not going to say which thing I'm in, but
Yeah.
yeah, these that own these the land. Some of the taxes go to probably pay like council tax and yeah. So we'll pay a thing called council tax, and the money goes to the council.
Mhm.
And it goes to central government too. Is that sort of thing you're talking about? And we need to get planning permission to build stuff. If it's a temporary structure, we don't. But if it's a permanent structure, we do.
Um, yeah, that's a good place for it to start. I think that's very fair place to start. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
they
Yeah, like I
the
could
coun-
agree to that so far for sure.
yeah, the council can build onto their land. They can build whatever, but they need to buy the land to build on, and the council even needs to go to the government and get permission from the government. Say some of the land is called green belt, which means it's got to be kept green. And if they want to build something on that green belt, they've got to apply to the government to get the right to build on that belt. The belt of land they have to do. So, is that what you're on about?
I mean, that's a good example. That's one good example.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's one of many.
So
Slavery.
that's the fear of power, is that the zoning laws and the land development, land usage. That's where it's because most normal
Yeah.
people don't care about that. They don't feel like their lives are being controlled because there's discussions of how to use the Beltway
Oh,
land or
it
something.
does over here. If somebody builds on the green belt over here, what they call the green belt, you can expect protests to happen on that piece of land.
Oh, not really over here. I've never heard of any of this till today, this conversation, actually, about families and Oddfellows lodges and zoning laws and all of that. That's not what I had in mind when I was envisioning mind control and secret groups pulling the strings from behind the scenes. So that's why I think a lot of this is ordinary things that get framed in these very imaginative ways. Like the eating the bugs thing is actually about the sustainability of the beef industry. But by the time it gets through the telephone game to this end of the sector, it becomes they're going to force us to eat bugs. So if we're talking about like property politics around real estate and how land is used, maybe, but that's a level that's so far beyond my interest and the interest of every common ordinary person I know that I don't even know how to address a conversation about it. But that's not what I normally think of when I think of mind control.
Holy
So-
shit! I'm gonna take a quick detour, folks. About a few minutes ago, there was one of those big fucking wind turbines, and it hit one of our bridges about 30 miles from where I'm at.
Like just now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Sorry,
That's crazy, dude.
it was a stupid thing, but it's like it's fucking huge. It's so big.
Just
I'm
fell
gonna
over?
send you this. Maybe you could pop it up. Hold on.
Yeah. What do I search for?
See, like Jeff, I just want to demonstrate I'm not insane. Like, I'm not going to blame the odd fellows for this thing falling over. You know what I'm saying?
Well, how do we feel about the panel? Does it need a little
Here's-
kick? Does it need
here's-
a little spicing up?
Here's one thing I was going to say, dude. Is I like that example that you used of the telephone. Okay, because the telephone game. I used to like thoroughly enjoy that game as a kid, and so it's basically like if you have a large group, you have your own telephone game, and so the interesting part to me would be to include everybody or all the different groups into the telephone game, which I guess we technically are because we're literally talking on a telephone. I don't know.
Have you ever talked about wind turbines? Have you ever seen that image of the wind turbine with the two men stuck on it? The what happened was
No.
they were going up to fix the wind turbine, then it caught on fire, and they couldn't get
Yo, what's
down.
up, brother Mike?
What's up? What's up, man? How's it going, guys? What do you guys? What is on?
I don't know. It sounded like it was about to get a little dirty, so I
Yeah.
took the risk.
I caught the back end. I caught the back end of you talking about masons, and I find that very fascinating because I've actually looked into it. I have masons in my family, and they always try to get
Oh
you to
hell
tune in.
yeah!
Yeah.
Get us in on this, brother, because I was almost in. Well, I don't know if it's.
I would never
indoctrinated or
climb
whatever.
that high to fix a turbine, just for the record. Nobody ever asked me to do anything that high on.
I wouldn't do
Turbine.
that
They
either.
get paid
Would
lots.
you climb one of those radio towers to
They
change the
get
light
paid
bulb?
lots.
If my life depended on it, yes.
Sorry, Mike. We got four people at least with ADHD on here, so
That's okay.
we bounce from
And
one
about that many
conversation to the next.
conversations going on.
And there's
Yep.
and there's different lodges when it comes to masonry. I'm sorry to switch topic. There's Scottish Rite, there's the regular Masons, there's the African American Masons, and it's kind of hard to explain. I'm not saying they stick to their own, but there are different types of Masons. There's different types of classifications. But I was able to go into the Scottish Rite Masonry Lodge it's in Portsmouth, Virginia. And this thing looked like you were in a museum. Marble. I mean, it was just like, whoa. Like
You were
these
blown
people,
away.
they don't play around. These people are extremely wealthy. And what they do is what they specialize in is they help each other. It's like a social club. You know what I'm trying to say? Like
Yeah,
back
is
in
it
the day-
jealousy? Like y'all want a social club full of rich people to be a part of too?
Nah.
Well, they help each
It's
other.
not
They help each
jealousy.
other in business.
I don't
Yeah.
understand. Where
Are they
this jealousy
controlling the
comes
rest
from.
of society? Are we living the way we live because the Masons are
No.
influencing us to live this way?
Well, there's a lot of powerful influences, and if you remember that movie, what was it, with Nicolas Cage, where he got into all that masonry stuff? Oh,
It
man.
was
Da
it was
Vinci
the one
Code?
that's been on TV
Oh no,
forever.
that's the other dude.
It
yeah,
was,
where he stole.
Which
the
one
Declaration
is
of
it?
Independence. Yeah.
he
Oh,
wore like
Indiana
different colored
Jones?
glasses.
Daniel, don't tell me what to cut out. I'll use
I
whatever
don't know.
language I want. You know that.
Dude,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
the
the
thing
guy
is,
had tell the
Jeff,
information.
I don't understand where you keep pulling jealousy out of it. Like,
There's no jealousy.
I don't understand because there's no jealousy here. I'm just fascinated.
Well, I
with
was
shit
going
like
off the
this.
way Mike
Empathy.
was describing it specifically.
Yeah.
I feel,
From-
bad
from-
for, I feel bad for less fortunate.
I'm trying to this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to understand the psychology of why these groups are even on people's radars in the first place. Why does this occupy as much brain space as it does in people's minds? Because these groups have never been on my attention for it. Like I've never seen anything in my life that has me thinking about these groups that much. So I'm
There's
trying
a-
to make
there's
the
a
connection
Freemason-
between
That's a fair point.
supposed present day social reality and these groups.
It's a
That's
very
fair,
valid
but
point.
there's a Freemason lodge in almost every city in America.
What,
In
what
I
almost
know,
Jeff's
and there's
every
saying,
like
city.
First Baptist churches and Methodists. There's like tons
yeah,
of different
Okay,
groups
but
in
a
different
church is a
cities. I don't know why the
religion. A
Masons are
church is a
standing out for
religion.
people.
Yeah.
I
A
just want to say
church
this,
is a
Jeff. I'm not trying
religion.
to.
The Masons built the entire country.
They did.
They
did.
built the lodges. They built places around the lodges. Like Masons are builders. That's what
Yeah, they do.
intrigues
They
me.
built.
They built this country. They built community.
Therefore,
They still
what? What?
they are
What's
they're
the?
a working model of what you want here.
Mhm.
It is something you should be interested in my opinion.
That's why
Because
they're called the
they have a
builders.
working model of what we strive to be. We want a community
That
of
is
people
But every
that are
time people
doing
talk
better.
about it, you talk
That's
about
great.
them like inspirationally. They're like an inspiration for you. Some people talk
Right.
about them like they sound like they wish they could have that. They talk about it with a tone of envy or jealousy or resentment. Some people talk
Right.
about it with anxiety and fear. So every time they come up in a conversation, the psychology of the person talking about them also comes into the conversation, and
You're right.
that's what I'm interested in. And I guess that's my pathway into this
Psychology. Okay.
is the different people reasons for bringing them up and the way they talk about them emotionally, rhetorically, psychologically, and I'm
I
trying
see.
to figure out like fit it into each person's.
Here, let's
I
keep
see.
it.
I
Let's
see.
keep it with. We'll go
Cool.
clockwork around the panel. I'll go, and then Mike, and then
Yeah.
So me, I look for the best in people, and I look for the best in things, and so I look for the good in them, and I see a ton of things that I want. I want community. I want to be able to go say, hey, our community wants this done. Hey, let's get this done, and then see it come to fruition. That is powerful. That is huge. And that it's not jealousy. It's hey, how can I take the ideas of these people? How can I take what they've done, the people that came before me, and how can I possibly continue on this thing and maybe not be part of their system? Have
Well
my
said.
own system, have my own community, have my own branch of network to be able to utilize. That's where I come from. Go ahead, Mike.
Well said.
Yeah, and it's funny because I'm not, gentlemen, I'm not making this up. I do have family members that are Masons, and I have one of my best friends. He's been in it for I think over 20 something years. And I said to him one time, I asked him a question. I said, "Why do Masonry lodges don't have windows? Did you notice that they have no windows? And if they had windows, they're bricked. They're
They do
bricked.
have windows.
No, not over here.
They do over here. They've got stained glass windows and everything here.
The buildings
Mason-
change too. People sell buildings.
Yeah.
The Mason lodges here, when they you could see where the window frame is, but they're bricked. They're bricked and mortared. Like there's no open window. And I asked my relative why, and they said we can't talk about that. So they're very secretive. In other words, Masons are very secretive, even though they really help a lot of people out. They help the community.
So
They do a
does
lot of
that
good-
make you suspicious? Are people suspicious? Is the secrecy?
Yeah, like what's going? Why are? It's just I don't know. If you're going to be, it's like all right. I'll give you an example. Look at the Shriners, right, versus the Masons. Look at the Knights of Columbus versus the Masons. The Masons are the most secretive. They have secret handshakes. They have secret language, and all this different stuff. All these different, how do you say it? All these different things they do, like worship and stuff like that. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not in there, so I don't know. It's just all I'm trying to say is it's very intriguing. That's all I'm trying to say, Joe. It's intriguing to me to learn more about it. Go ahead.
You're up, Browns boy.
Anybody else?
Never mind, Paul. Go ahead.
So, yeah, sorry. I put something in the private chat there, Jeff, for you to look at.
Okay, looking at it now. Ooh, wow, that's beautiful.
Hey, well, since Lance is not here,
I love this, the green.
like much like the story of Jesus and stuff, and the Bible and how people look at that, and then Buddha and all the different various literature. Like I read the yamas and niyamas. Much like that, I'm very interested in societies itself, and especially ones that have continued on. For like this brotherhood is hundreds of years old, and anything like I'm so fascinated by history that I think that's why I latch onto it. and then I also yearn for the community, and it's like, man, what I would give to be able to do stuff like that, bring people together like that.
Didn't you try to join the Masons, or you were thinking about it? Because that's what I was going to
I
say. If
haven't.
you want that, why don't you just become part of what they are, what they have?
I have a application that I've never filled out, and I've had it for over a year. I actually threw it away, but there's a digital copy if I wanted to print it out again. So just to be clear,
So
the reason why I don't join them is because once you join the Masonry, once you're a Mason, there's no not being a Mason. Like, I don't know.
Like
It's
Islam,
it's
you'll
part.
always
It's
leave like Hotel
Go ahead, Paul.
California.
you'll always be a member of the lodge, but you'll be an active member.
Is that so they can count you? Is it like use your numbers to keep their numbers up on paper?
No, because once you leave, because it all goes on to how many people are present in the lodge. You see, it goes into the lodge, so everything's written in minutes. That's what
Okay,
happened in my lodge.
so here to better like explain why is because I told you that I live in a small town, right? And there's at least 300 Masons, and they all have, most of them have prestigious jobs and
So it's
positions
like
in
the
the
boys'
community.
club.
It's the boys' club. Exactly, it's the
It's the
boys'
good
club,
old boys
Jet.
club.
This is exactly what I'm trying to point out to you. It's the good old boys' club. But the problem is if Moose joins the boys' club and he pisses them off, then I have all the people I live around are pissed off at me, and then I
Yeah.
have to deal with those people, and then I'm ostracized from my community again. That's what
It's
I'm
like
afraid of.
So
it's
I've
like
got a
you.
question.
It's
Sorry.
like YouTube.
That's a legitimate fear.
Yeah, I've got a question. Do you think these secret societies, let's use the word secret because you need to be invited into them. We know this, or you can put an application to join them. Do you think these secret societies have actually helped society itself or hindered it a bit?
Seems like they have. If they've done all this good community stuff and built all these nice buildings.
Well, they do just enough to look good from the outside, but the bottom
Except they're
line is that
secretly evil?
no, they're all about furthering themselves. They're all about furthering the society that they're in. In other words,
People would say the same thing about the Catholic
Yeah,
Church.
Jeff, could I interject for 1 second? I just
Definitely,
wanted to
Lanza. It
ask
was supposed
you,
to be your turn.
what was your question again? It was about a few minutes ago. I could go back, I guess, and look, but I wanted to write down a few answers. But with Moose, so far, I agree that the recognition of the community and the communication between such community is an important factor in not because of evilness or whatever, just that concept and using it in our own daily lives versus having to join some sort of group is kind of what I got. I thought that was an interesting idea. But you were asking, why do people whatever kind of like feel unempowered or something, or what was the question?
Well, I had asked several. One of them was if it was the secrecy that makes people nervous,
I think it does.
or like not being part of the boys' club.
I think the secrecy
I'm gonna
is kind of what makes it exciting.
yeah.
Like it doesn't bother me how other people live their lives, and people meet and do things in secret all the time. Everybody, like, there's so
Yeah.
many groups doing that.
But
None of
you
it.
But what
I
is
never
secret
think to
though?
be bothered by
people
any
out
of it.
of like 50 is always going to go, oh, that's secret. I don't like
A-
that.
Am I the only one who's excited by the possibility of something that I'm not invited to, but then being invited to, like, a nice hot party
Like
or
being accepted
something?
Depends
into
on what
the,
it is.
the
Like,
boys'
come,
club.
okay,
It's-
Lanza. So check this out. You get
Yeah, if
invited
they were
to a
like,
party,
"Hey,
right?
come to the Grecian bathhouse," I'd be
This
like,
is where
"Damn,
I'm
dude, who the
getting
fuck
Lanza.
gave them
Let
mine?"
me paint this picture for you. Let me try to do a short story. All right, we're gonna try to keep this concise. So, Lanza, I invite you over to a party, right? I say, hey, bring your swimwear or whatever. You get to the party. It's me, you, and 15 other chicks. Me and you have shorts on. The 15 chicks are naked. Is that fun? I mean, wouldn't you say that's fucking weird? That's kind of cool, maybe, or
Sounds like a
like
good party, mate, to me.
sounds like somebody's dream come true, right?
It's
Well,
called the Playboy
how do you
Mansion.
know that
Yeah.
Good Old Boys Club doesn't have a little something secret that's fun? How do you
They
know
probably
it doesn't have
do, so
something
that's
that
what you want.
That's what I'm saying, Jeff. That why do you think I'm excited? I'm intrigued. I like learning
It's like
about
Eyes
stuff
Wide
like that.
Shut.
And when you finally learn about stuff, it's not as magical as it usually seems, right?
Yeah.
Once the genie's out of the box or whatever, you're like, oh, it's the genie. But
Yeah.
but hey, it
Has
gives a
less
little
power.
mystery.
Has less power. The dissemination of information.
But the thing that excites you seems to scare or unsettle other people.
I think I really do think what excites us as human beings is the unknown, like the unknown. Like we're trying to like.
I'm literally going to
figure
go
out
back
exactly
and
what's going
watch
on.
your question, Jeff, and then write down answers for it. Okay.
Okay, we could do it as a
Because I
topic.
really wanted to answer it, and Moose
Sorry,
and Paul
Lanza.
did a good job bringing up some.
Well, but the one they were going around the circle answering was what their interest in the Masons was to begin with.
I know. I was a member of a lodge. I'm actually a member of a lodge of a group. That can
So
be
you are a
classified-
Mason right now, currently.
No.
Oh.
But they can be like in the same grouping as Masons, but
You're
not
a
Masons.
different type of society.
Yeah,
What's yours
Is-
Oh,
called?
okay.
Is
it
there
the
a
way to
You
go
told
back?
us it was the buffalo thing.
yeah, the buffalo thing. Yeah.
Oh, the Order of the Water Buffalo.
No, it's not Order of the Water Buffalo. It's
It's a different kind of
Royal
buffalo.
Anti-Rome. Oh God, it's the RAOB. Look it up.
I gotta watch the Flintstones again. I'll look it up.
It's not the Flintstones. Definitely not the Flintstones. If it was the Flintstones, I'd still be in it, mate.
Does anybody?
Those were like the old men's club. Like today we have the men's groups that like Mankind Project, Order of Man, all that. That was like the old men's groups.
Yeah.
Jeff, did you ever see the whole thing on the Skull and Bone Society?
Not really. I know Bush was supposedly involved in that from Yale, so I did a little bit of research on it back then in the aughts, but not since
And they
then.
would-
And it
they
didn't
would-
really impress me that much even then. It seemed like just something college kids would come up with.
No. Look up Bohemian Grove. Bohemian Grove with the big
I
owl.
know about Bohemian Grove. I don't
Yeah.
I don't put nearly the credence in it that the rest of you do.
Wild stuff.
No,
I think it's just
I don't put any
eccentric
credence
rich
in it
people.
at all. Absolutely.
Okay, so
Being
I'll
kooky.
put the website
Anything
in,
that has to
in
do
the
with,
private chat. See if you want to have a look at it.
Yeah, it's wild stuff.
anything that has to do with Alex Jones, I'm just completely gone. I lose complete interest in anything that he has to say.
He was
Yeah,
right when he said
kinda me too.
putting in the water, making the frogs gay.
Amusing, yes. but
Antediluvian order. That makes
Yeah.
it even more cool.
Yeah.
There's actually
That
there's
means
a
over.
channel out here that is called the Antediluvian Files.
Look at this lodge. Wow. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm just browsing this website.
Yeah, but
He's-
see,
Yeah.
you just took a few looks at the pictures or whatever, and you're like,
It was fancy.
Wow, you see what I mean? There's
yeah,
something
I can
to
see
it,
why
dude.
you might. But also when I see stuff like that, the first reaction is, "Oh, that's kind of neat to have," and the second reaction, almost an instant after, is, "There's no way I would survive in that environment. I wouldn't last 5 seconds in that world before they
no.
would be tossing me out the front door."
No, they wouldn't, Jeff. Honestly, they would not.
Because there's so much, there's a whole set of social values and etiquette that comes along with all that fancy.
Oh,
Somebody
no.
like me can't just go waltz in and start like partaking of that
If I
life.
had you join, you'd fit right in because it's just about getting people having a few digs at each other, putting money in a pot, having a drink, and just chilling out.
My first question would be, can I build this out of Legos?
You probably could, mate. You probably could.
Does Lego make a kit that is
Here, I'm just going to show this one
correct
picture to give the viewers
that
a
lodge?
tease. Look at this. That's some fancy, huh?
Lego could
Amazing.
do that.
It's beautiful. Yeah, man. The Scottish Rite Mason Lodge in Portsmouth. It's off of shoot, I can't remember the street off of it, but it's like all marble. It's just gorgeous. It's a gorgeous building, and Yeah, some of them are lower, lower quality. Some of them are older, but some of them are like they look like museums. They do. They put a lot into making that lodge look beautiful.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
just
so
feel
does,
too
so does
fancy.
Lego.
Like I feel suffocated. I could never be myself. I couldn't relax. It's oppressive.
It's like
So do
it's
the
like very.
designers of Lego. They
I
could
have a
actually
question for
absolutely
Mike.
make it
It's like but
every
Jeff.
bit
It's like
look
very
every bit
Victorian,
like
right? It's
that.
almost like a
Sorry,
Victorian.
Mike. Mike. I was talking.
I know you're rambling about Legos, bro, but no, it's very
No,
Well,
I
go
Victorian.
ahead.
wasn't
Let it
rambling
finish.
about
Though. I want
Legos.
to hear about the
Yeah.
Legos.
They have
I
some
did have
great
a question
designers
for
there
Mike
at
though.
Lego
Sorry.
that could make something exactly like that. It's amazing.
Like life size or miniature?
Yeah, oh, huge.
We could have a
That
Lego lodge.
that'd be pretty cool.
Start our own Lego society.
Yeah,
But my
it's
question
not
for
a
you,
bad
Mike,
idea.
you said a couple of your family members were Masons. I
Yes.
was wondering because I wanted to make my point. Do you mind sharing like their jobs or professions?
No, I'm not going to do that.
Are they
And
fancy?
Okay. Okay, all right.
yeah,
Well,
they are.
well,
They
can
are
you at
in.
least say that if they were in the lower, middle, or upper bracket of society,
I
is
would
that
say.
fair?
Well, some of them passed away, but I'd say as of right now, two business owners, successful business owners, then one in law enforcement. That's what I
Oh.
can say.
Okay,
Oh,
the
right.
only
They did.
reason why
Y'all
I was
did say a lot of
asking,
cops were Masons.
I wasn't trying to dox you. I wasn't
No,
trying to
you're
do
good.
anything
You're
like that.
good. Yeah.
I just want to make the point that a lot of the Masons are in, positions of decent, people would say that they're
Yeah.
in positions that are good positions in the
Yeah.
world and standing in
And
life.
then the law enforcement relative, his father was Master Mason and law enforcement. So it's almost like they kind of pass down the values of the two. And my two other friends that are, well, my one friend and then my other family members, they're all business owners, successful business.
Law enforcement agents, Mike, or like yourself, a government agent? Mike? Guess he doesn't want to answer.
Well, I guess he's not answering. Okay.
So it's very diverse, but it's usually the backbone. I think of the Masons are usually very successful people. It's like some dude working at McDonald's. That's my whole point. Is it's usually very successful people.
Would they let a dude at McDonald's in if they wanted to apply?
Now I believe this is what I was told. A Mason has to sponsor another Mason. It's almost like a fraternity.
I looked at their site because I looked into joining, and the one requirement is you had to believe in a supreme being. You couldn't be an atheist.
Yes.
You had to believe in a divinity.
You have to believe in, and you have to believe in some form of God.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
That was like their red line, their strict requirement.
Digressing back just a little bit to what you were saying about George W. Bush, he was actually an E. Clampus Vitus member, ECV, which there you do have to be sponsored. Someone has to ask you to join, and that goes very, very. ECV goes back a very, very long time, and they were to help other miners back in the day in the 1860s. So if they ever arrived at a camp and if you were a member, they would take care of each other. And George Bush was a part of that. Of course, not. He's deceased now, but he was a lifetime member.
How I got into my lodge, my friend was a member before me, and he said, "Come in," and so I had to go in, and they actually had to sort of vet me because he invited me, and they had to sort of vetted me. Then I had to go through what they call an initiation, and it's not like The Simpsons, the paddling of the asses or anything like that.
So you say.
So I say, yeah, they just give you a small initiation, and then when you join, you say some certain words. Then it gives you a certificate and a membership card.
So it's kind of like a fraternity. You gotta.
Yeah. It's very much like the mafia. You have to be sponsored. Then when you go in, you have to swear an oath. You have to do like ceremony. When you become a Mason, you have to do a ceremony. It's a secret ceremony. They have a secret handshake, and you have to be sponsored, and someone has to vouch for you. So it's very much like the mafia if you think about it. And they're very much into,
like people have been having those groups since the beginning of time. The Greeks had the mystery religions, which had their initiatory rites and requirements, etc. I don't see a problem with humans in a society, especially a free and open society, getting together to form those kind of closed groups around certain values or interest.
If it can improve your life and it can improve the community, then go for it. You know, if it's all positive and it can help people, it can help others. And the thing is that the one thing, I don't know if you guys know about this, it's really big in Virginia Beach. The Shriners come once a year and they donate. They drive the little cars. They have a parade. They donate a lot of money to charities. CHKD, the Children's Hospital of King's Daughters.
I remember growing up, we would see like the Lions Club or the Kiwanis Club, and like sometimes the little bubblegum machines and the toy machines at the grocery stores, it would say this money goes to the Kiwanis Club or the Lions Club.
Yeah.
The Rotary Club. Rotary Club was another one. I remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, Captain.
And all of those all seem like good, positive things growing up.
I've left something for you to look at in the private chat. It was like, if you talk about Lego, something you find you may like for your Cap Gun.
Lego breaks. Oh, absolutely. Yes, I would like to. Thank you.
You will.
Each club, they almost like they specialize in one thing. Like the Shriners specialize in, children that are sick or passing away, and then the Lions Club specializes in like.
Hey Zat, how you doing?
What's
they
up
specialize in like,
welcome back, mate.
Like eyeglasses and stuff like that. The visually impaired. So each one of these.
That seems like the system working, like not the government, but people creating stuff to meet the needs of communities, and they created these systems that work.
When the Shriners come down, they have the parade. It's the funniest thing ever. It's awesome. They come out in these. They wear like the Moorish caps, and then they drive these little tiny cars, and they have a parade. It's just cool, man. And they donate tons of money to the Children's Hospital. It's great. It's really positive to see.
Daniel thinks that they dictate world policy. That's the kind of stuff I'm trying to be convinced of.
I think that's more of the secret thing, because there's a secret society that people convince they're behind certain things.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean it's true, just because they
convinced
themselves of it.
No, yeah, of course it doesn't mean true. But
they say it like they have this knowledge the rest of us just don't have.
Mike, did you mean the Moorish fez?
Yeah, the Shriners wear something similar to like a fez. They wear
the little hats.
So not a cap. Okay.
What they don't tell you about the Shriners is that after they raise all their charity money and drive around in their little cars, what they do is they like to drive around the neighborhood, find an elderly gentleman, and shoot him in the leg.
That seems society I could actually join, mate.
I heard because the cars are small, they just smash into people all the time after that. They go on a rampage.
I could do that, society. Just go around to see a random old bloke.
They have, in New Orleans, they have a whole Mardi Gras crew called the something. It's the old man in their recliners, and they pimp their recliners out. They put them on motors, and they decorate them, and they take them in the parades, and they all roll around in a circle in their recliners. God, what is it called? Crew of
they all
something.
drive off a huge cliff at the end.
I want to join. That is my Rotary Club that I'm shooting for when I get to
They spend like an entire year.
Pimping out their recliners.
Yes.
I'm going to go with the old bloke shooting. That seems pretty fun to do.
Jeff, do you miss Louisiana? Do you miss Louisiana?
I miss the people for sure, and the food, and the culture. There are things I miss about it. Absolutely, yeah.
Were you a big crawfish guy?
I like crawfish, like the boiled kind. I like it all kind of ways, actually. Etouffee. Yeah, I like crawfish, shrimp.
What is that famous restaurant in
like
New
the
Orleans?
hot gumbo type of that kind of?
Yeah, but it has to be real gumbo, not the kind of gumbo that they serve in restaurants that people think is gumbo or that you find on buffets.
Hey Jeff, you had turtle soup? You ever have turtle soup?
I think I have. I think in New Orleans, one of the restaurants, they gave it as a little appetizer before the meal, and I tried it.
Is that not turtle soup or turtle soup?
Paul. That's a big thing down there. They're into that turtle soup, man. They go, yeah, it's wild, man. I never had it, but turtles are aplenty. I mean, you can literally just go grab turtles.
We used to catch the snapping turtle. They would show up on the And the fishing nets and the lines, that they were
It-
mean.
Yeah.
We'd have to be careful of them.
That's one of those snap. That was massive.
Oh.
Man, it's like trying to get a gator or something. You know what I mean?
Not all
Was
of
it-
them.
Yeah, they have the beaks.
Yeah, Jeff, I think you have to pick it up from the back, right? Like the back of the shell, and you can lift it, and they can't, their head can't grab your hand. But
Well, I let
there's-
the grown-ups do it. I didn't try to
there's
with
there's
it.
videos of like people putting like an actual stick, like a thick stick, in front of a alligator snapping turtle, and it just snaps right in half. Yo, man.
Can I ask what's in the real gumbo?
The real gumbo, the Cajun gumbo that we grew up with, it's almost like a soup, or it's more like a soup. It's not thick. It's made in a big pot, and it starts with the roux, which is the flour,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's not that dark. It's not too dark of a roux. And then you can put usually chicken, and then you can add sausage or seafood if you want, and then some people use the filet or not, and then you serve it over rice. So it's more like a bowl of rice with a lot of liquid over it, and the chicken is real tender. It just like flakes off.
Yeah, sure.
And the New Orleans style is like more thick. It's more like a stew than a soup, and it's a little more gloopy. They use a lot of okra.
Is it
And
spicy?
it's thicker, like it's not as there's not as much juice. It's more like a stew. There's a lot of meat, a lot of rice, a lot of the okra, the vegetables, and you eat it more like a
Yeah.
rice in a stew
It's
than
like
a
a pot roast. Yeah,
Okay.
one's like a stew, one's like a pot roast. Basically, what you're saying.
yeah, one's more like a soup,
I mean,
Interesting.
we have
and the
in
flavor's
Hampton-
different too.
In Hampton, Virginia, we have a French restaurant, and it's a little podunk place, and they actually have homemade gumbo, and it's something else. It's really good.
Is it brown?
Yeah, it's brown.
Real gumbo is brown or beige, and
Yeah.
and thin and
Sounds
brown.
spicy.
It
Bro,
really
and it's
sounds
spicy, bro.
delicious.
They do the spicy.
Delicious.
What do you call the sausages? Alouette? What do you call them? Those
Huh?
spicy sausages.
And do it.
And
The
andouille, right?
sausage andouille.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, man.
Yeah, the andouille sausage is spicy.
With a little bit of basil.
Could be.
And then we have the filet, which is dried sassafras that they put on as a garnish like as a flavoring at the end. So you'll hear the phrase filet gumbo in some of the songs.
Yeah. And it's funny because I think that when it comes to southern cooking in general, everybody has their twist on something. Like they kind of tweak it, like to their taste. So but this gumbo was good, man. It was dark, it was brown, and it was spicy, and it was good. It was really, really good. And they served it over rice. It was
Sounds terrific.
good.
It was filled with urine.
Yeah.
That's why it was.
I
That's
didn't-
why
I
it
didn't
was
see any
dark, Sad.
urine, but, yeah.
That's why it was dark, Sad.
But if it was good, if it was urine, it was some good ass urine. I'll tell you that. And they have the baguettes. And Jeff, they make the baguettes because you can't. I mean, the French make the best bread in the world. The best bread in the world.
They used to get Albertsons they'd make it fresh every day. You could pick up big loaves of it
Oh,
at,
somebody's putting up their
at the grocery
manifesto
store.
that they wrote on a receipt.
Oh wait, hang on, Lanza. Let me get you. Is that the Masonic? Oh, the question. What was the question? I'm trying to understand the psychology of people, because every time they talk about these things, everybody's talking about it differently. Like they're having a different reaction to it. And
if we're past
and that's what they were going around the circle saying is what each person's particular interest in it was.
So I wrote your words down, so that I could contemplate them. And
Poor thing.
but no, I mean, because it's like I think it shows participation and wanting to learn and taking people serious. But
No, people definitely
So,
fascinate me. I am curious.
So he said he's trying to understand the psychology of these groups. Of
the individuals that talk
Yeah.
about the groups, the ones that show up on here and talk about the groups.
of these groups, how they're even on people's radars in the first place. He says, why does this occupy as much brain space as it does in
Yeah.
people's minds? Because in my life, because in Jeff's life, he hasn't seen these groups
No,
should.
other than at the Shriners Parade, like the parade, the Shriner. That's it. That's the
But
most
but
they've
but
ever
here's
come
your
into
ultimate
contact with my
question.
life.
Your ultimate question was you asked for the supposed present day social reality and the connection between those groups.
I think
Yeah. How do they impact the ordinary, average, common America today, just going about their life and living their life? How is the Masons, what the Masons are doing in secret, affecting them?
sure. I can tell you from my experience. I'll give you one example. Just one example. Okay. So my really good friend, I've known this guy probably over 20 something years. Over 20 something years, probably 22, 23 years. And he started off as a laborer, just basically doing labor work and stuff like that. And then he was able to be sponsored into Masonic Lodge. In other words, he was a newbie, you know. Fast forward 10 years later, now he owns a business. 10 years later after that, dude, he has a $500,000 home. A beautiful pool. His family's happy. It's what I'm trying to say is that it's almost like the military. You go in as a private and you leave a general. It's that mentality because
How about that?
you're part of a family, and then they help each other. As long as you put the work in, they help each other. They give you contracts.
Is that something you want? Is that why you're interested?
Why don't you join if that's the case?
Wait,
Get in there.
wait, though. I think that does that or does not answer
No.
Jeff's question. Hold on, though, because the question was for the supposed present day social reality and those groups. That sounded like it answered the question to me a little.
So he has this business, and through the business, he's impacting our lives. He's like influencing. What business does he have?
And the reason why his business has impacted because he got contracts from other
There's
Masons,
somebody in pain
What is that
somewhere.
in the background there, Mike?
other
Yeah.
business owners.
But
Something
anybody could
else
start a
now.
business. It doesn't take. You don't have to be a Mason. There's
You
plenty of
gotta-
people that have businesses that influence our lives.
That's
I'm trying to
Mike's
say-
cock making noise.
Right. I'm trying to say in his case, he was able to get contracts from other of his lodge members, and it grew.
So
his
again, we're back to the boys' club, and either you're
That's
jealous
true.
and you want that for yourself,
Okay, so
or you
it's
don't
not
trust
jealous.
the boys' club, or they're an inspiration to you. But-
No, it's not jealousy, man. I wouldn't.
I don't think
say
it is
that.
with you. With I'm talking about when Mike talks. That's what I'm saying. When Mike talks about it specifically, it sounds like something he
You were
admires or
saying that
envies.
specifically to Mike too, by the way.
And when Moose talks about it, it sounds like something he takes inspiration from. And when you talk about it, it sounds like something you're worried about or suspicious of.
I would like to. I would like to. I mean, I guess in a sense, if you want me to be real, I am jealous of the communication aspect of it, but like the end result, I am not jealous of. I'm not result of getting a bunch of money. I mean, that's not the end result. Would be getting a bunch of money or saying whatever these people are saying about
Yeah.
conspiracy stuff like that. That would not be my goal at all. So I'm trying to figure out why would that be their goal? You know what I'm saying?
What
it's
would your
almost
goal
like
be?
communicate, direct, respectful communication that
And
that goes without secrets. Really, I mean,
And you think a secret society would give you that?
bro, no, never. I don't know what I'm getting into here. I'm sorry.
I think Mike's
And
example,
I could be confused too, so don't assume it's you.
example of his friend. It may be a bit disingenuous. If the friend, you've got to be good at your work anyway. So if he's had a business 10 years, we're working at his business, of course he's going to have a nice house to himself. But he may have got people in the lodge that would have helped him out, saying they've got some work for him to do.
Like networking.
Yeah, networking. Yeah.
Because that happens here in the tech sector. If you get in with the right tech people, you can get a 6-figure job at one of the big tech companies here. And it's kind of the same boys club or networking club.
It is. It's like a fraternity. Like
Basically, like it would be in any of the
when you have fraternity brothers
in the masonry groups. But it,
Yeah. Oh, hold on one second.
It sounds good when you don't take advantage of people, though. It sounds
No,
great.
it's just brothers.
Wait, I do want to hear from Cap Gun because he didn't
Sorry,
weigh in
sorry.
much, so I want to hear his take.
My bad.
no, it's just like if you're going in there to network with the Masons, they have, of course, any kind of networking like that can obviously get you jobs, and I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. But if you find something bad in it while you're there, you can always leave.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing's raising a flag with me either when I look at this stuff. I don't see anything more than what it appears to be going on.
Yeah,
Just
a large.
secret, getting people in, trying to get memberships, making money, doing charitable things, and
I would
basically
probably say.
getting
How
drunk.
about this? Are you still going, Cap? My bad. Never mind.
No, I'm not saying anything.
I would say a large majority of Masons are very, very successful people. And I think that their success passes on with wisdom
Definition.
and helping each other out and networking with each other. I think they're a brotherhood, very much like.
Sorry, I just deleted a comment by mistake. Whoever that was.
I think they're a
But you
fraternity.
wouldn't really know that unless you were in as a member. So
I'm not a member, but my best friend is.
that's fine. But unless you were in there yourself as a member,
We talk
Hey,
about
Mike.
both.
Mike,
that terrific.
I trust three people who
Doesn't
trust
mean
three
anything.
people. Let me tell you what they said.
Well, if the communication worked like it was respectful communication like you're wanting, then
Trying.
maybe you can trust them.
There are only certain things a Mason can tell people.
Yo, my one of my grandfathers, he was like a 33rd Mason. He did the bagpipe, that thing I think I mentioned earlier.
Mhm.
But yo, he used to look at those you know in the newspaper, the like the magic eyes. Remember those?
The all-seeing eye.
No, the magic eye like pictures where it
Oh
looked like
yeah,
it looks like a bunch of pixels.
Mhm.
Bro, I would like as a kid, I would be like 5 years old, and I'd look at him like looking at that. And now I'm like, oh, now that I know he's a 33rd degree Mason, maybe he was trying to see some shit in that fucking thing. You know what I mean? That's a joke. But those were big. Those were the magic eye posters. If you guys remember, those were big.
Oh
like,
yeah, with the 3D, with the three. If you stare them the right way, you see the image in them.
yeah. So
Yeah.
exactly. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I remember those. I was laughing
I
because I remember.
can't see them, and you know what? I looked into it. There's a way that you have to train your eyes to see it,
Yeah.
whatever the photo.
Yeah.
And I think that's very interesting. That it has to do with the eyes and the senses of whatever. That's all.
So,
Mr. B, I am not familiar with the Denver airport conspiracy theory.
You've
Do I
never
want
heard
to
of
be?
we can go into that if you want. That's
Do
a
I
trippy-
want to? Y'all know me pretty well. Except that I want to
I
go into.
like Paul Moose and Zantiak and Capcom hasn't said much. And Jeff really too, if he wants to bring it up.
All right. Well, let's figure out what to do with the panel. Should we have a? Should we separate?
Have you heard of the
I
Spurt
tried
fella?
to bring everybody on to see if they could
Have you
operate
heard-
harmoniously.
Have you heard of the secret society of the Spurg fellows? I'm just kidding.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I think that is kind of what we're building here. If there is an alternative to the Masons, it's going
Yo,
to
I
be
got it.
this.
You want to hear some? You want to hear alternative to the Masons? Can I make a joke about the Masons real quick? Or no?
Hurry before you forget it.
So the Masons are like known as builders, but like when they came into areas, I have this funny conspiracy theory that buildings were already there, and they call themselves Freemasons because they got them shits, they got them buildings for free. But that's just a joke, obviously.
Okay.
Well, I've never understood why they call them buildings when they're built.
Oh boy.
That's a good point. Who said that?
Let's
Me.
move on to something more interesting. If you want to
I
talk
thought it
about
was
What would be interesting
was
to you,
fine.
Mike?
well,
Uh-oh.
Mr. B posed a question about the Denver International Airport, and that's a really big conspiracy theory. There's supposedly some kind of underground base under that.
You want to talk about
It's a
conspiracy theories?
Yeah. It's a conspiracy theory.
What do you know about conspiracy theories, Mike?
What do you know about?
Nothing.
I know
I
that
don't
it
believe
takes
it.
two to conspire, I think.
Yes.
And I think I asked TML the other day. I asked because I ask weird ass questions just to see what people will say sometimes. But The question I asked was, do inanimate objects, can they conspire? And I don't know. Phones are inanimate objects, and maybe there is a conspiracy.
Well, they
And
have microphones in thermostats now.
I'm telling you, my phone is feeling phony, bro.
And then we can have a smart fridge now too.
Yeah. What do you think about this? Everybody on panel, what do you think about this? Do you think that your phone or your laptop or any kind of device is spying on you?
Everything.
It's been proven it's already has. It's
Everything.
already
Well,
been-
when you say spying, it's either transmitting or recording, because machines don't actually spy. But if there's a human on the other end receiving the information process, that's the part I would call spying.
I think
But if it's
that's-
just capturing my data, I don't
Yeah.
necessarily think of that as spying.
Well,
Maybe
just
Just
surveillance.
you wait. Just
Yeah.
you
I-
wait. Soon enough, you're going to be going to your fridge so you can get yourself another ho-ho, and the motherfucker's going to be like, nope,
Ooh.
bitch, you are fat. You're on a diet.
Yep.
I don't know why you
spy
think
with my-
that.
I spy with my little eye. Yeah.
You said ho-hos. I used to love ho-hos.
Little Twinkie action. You know what I'm saying? It's a joke,
Drake's,
Jeff.
Drake's
But-
coffee cakes.
Oh, I didn't even know
Think
that.
about if it locks you out of your own
They,
fridge,
the
though.
people actually think they can socially engineer America to be less fat.
And it's not even about that. Did you
Well, they
know that
tried
in
that.
certain places of our country they were going into people's thermostat and churning it up?
Yeah, Jeff read something about that, I think.
Who was
said
doing
something about
this?
that, too, earlier.
I believe it was the government or the electrical company or whatever.
I thought it
Whatever-
was Lanza's friend that hacks the.
no, but
programs.
look
Yeah.
it up. It's real.
It
In
is real.
certain places of the country.
See?
So,
Where
do
so
I
just
search?
wait
Government
until your
changing
refrigerator
people's
tells you
thermostats?
that you cannot
It
eat
is
because
real.
it's too much CO2 carbon footprint, so you're not allowed to eat today.
I see something about programmable thermostats that humans can users can program.
Yeah, they can do that from like you can use.
Was it in this country? What do I Google? I'm not seeing anything
No,
about it.
yo, you didn't look at Tranquil Vortex, but you got to, you guys. Whoever got here in the back, you got to look at Tranquil Vortex. Like, yo, these broadcast towers.
I did look at one. It was a picture of her dog eating some corn on the cob.
That sounds interesting.
You said
like-
pick the one that looked most
Yeah.
interesting to me.
Well, what was it about?
A dog eating corn off a cob.
Dog eating
no.
on the
Well,
cob.
I meant watch her tech. Her.
I don't know
Check
what.
videos of
None
her.
of them looked tech. It all looked about her life.
You have to go to playlist.
Like she was walking around her garden, showing her plants. Or
Okay,
some-
because
it was
okay,
stuff
listen.
like that.
Here's the
Was
thing.
it
So
basil? Was it
with
basil?
Tranquil Vortex, sometimes she's Tranquil and sometimes she's Vortex. You caught the Tranquil one?
It's so much easier to send me a link than say, "Here's the channel. Go find this thing I want you
okay.
to see."
It's
Oh,
just go to her playlist. That's all right now. But I'm glad you watched her having fun with her dog.
I told you I saw the dog eat the
We were
corn.
talking about tech.
Dog eating corn on the cob.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness.
But yeah, you can control your thermostat, through your Bluetooth on your phone.
But is the government controlling it?
Yo, like it's you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy is that
It can talk to Amazon.
my good friend has the Ring camera and he can open his door from his phone. Right?
That seems convenient.
Unlock his. But if he can do that, can't someone hack it and unlock
They
your
can
door?
absolutely hack it, yes.
Yeah.
But they
There you
could
go.
pick a door lock too. I mean,
But they can they can dismantle your camera and then open your door.
They could
And it's
drive. They could drive with two people in their vehicle through your garage door, and then one drive the one that went through the garage door home and take your vehicle. No, I don't know.
I mean, technology is amazing, but I mean,
Certainly
it's
nothing
getting
wrong with that. Sounds like
It's
fun.
getting, it's getting more and more dangerous with the hackers. With the hackers, they hack into your systems, and that's more and more get more and more dangerous.
I'm so worried, so scared.
Yeah, but they
Someone's
used to
gonna
say same thing
Hack into my
about look,
microwave, make it talk to
Yeah,
me.
it's
Program.
something you simply can't sit there and think about all the time. It would drive you crazy.
I think someone's hacking into my internet right now because I'm losing my connection.
These
Dude,
fucking hackers, they're stealing my shit constantly. I can't take it.
Someone said hack and driving me crazy, and I was thinking about golf.
Yeah, but people used to say the same thing about locks. Get a lock in your door, nobody it'd be harder to break in. Then people learn to bypass their locks. It's just
Yeah, and then get a car alarm. That'll keep
yeah.
people from
Yeah. I remember growing up. I
stealing your
remember growing
car.
up in New York, and our front door it had a deadbolt. It had the chain. Remember the old school chain? Then it had the regular lock, and then you guys
And then
remember
you
this?
still got inside.
I remember the wheel
No,
thing.
Remember a long time ago, this was the thing. This was the move back in the day. You remember the stirrup, the steel stirrup in the floor, and you had the pole that came up
They go,
off of the stirrup where they can't kick the door in. You remember? You know what I'm talking about?
no.
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 What's it called?
We had the
I can't
deadlock.
remember. I was like a kid. I was a little kid.
You'd have
It's
to
a
look the
door?
car up. You'd have to look
It
the
was a
car up
steel
for me to
pole.
know.
It was a steel pole into like a metal stirrup screwed into the ground, and it would protect the door from being kicked in.
It was a stripper pole.
We didn't
No,
have
no.
we didn't
Dude,
have
I
a
have
need
no
for
idea what you're talking
that.
about.
We had a screen door.
We didn't
Why
have
is
Anybody
your car
could kick that
strapped
in.
to- Why is your car
door.
strapped to the ground?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was because people would try to kick your door in and try to break into your house. You know, back in like the 80s. You know.
Did you live in
We left
Arkansas?
our doors unlocked.
Well, no, not in Queens, bro. You don't leave your door unlocked. You lock the door, bro. You don't leave that shit open. No, not at all. Yeah, they'll come right in. They'll
Yeah, we
kick the
never
door
had
in.
we had never had keys. There were
Hey,
too many of us, and none of us had keys.
What's a Satanist's favorite way to travel? Helicopter.
Oh, damn, that is bad.
That's like a Satan dad joke.
It's how bored. Yeah, it's how bored I am right now. I'm with fucking.
Well, it's a productive boredom.
I'm not kidding.
You
I'm
know.
not that bored.
Yeah, I had a
Man,
dad joke.
4.5 hours. Damn.
Helicopter, nigga.
I had a
Yeah,
dad
time
joke.
flies.
My son's friends would always laugh at it. I always would tell all the time. It was funny, man.
If you guys want to do dad jokes, I'm 1,000% down for that.
All right, so check this out. So I went to my psychologist. Right?
Not just you though.
Well, let him
I'll give you
get
one.
one out. It's about psychology.
I'll give you one. So I went to my psychologist and he says, you know, what's going on? I said, you know, I'm having these weird dreams. You know, one dream, I'm a wigwam. And the next dream, I'm a teepee. And he says, listen, relax. You're too tense.
I get
It's
it.
a dad
Okay,
joke.
you
it.
did
I like
warn
it.
us. Lanza, what's yours?
Well, does someone else want to go too, or I don't want to just go with?
I
I
know.
just have a question
one.
really quickly
Yeah.
for Mike, if you don't mind. I've got a friend that has a problem with his carpets. He's got some really, really filthy carpets.
Don't.
And I was curious because Mike used to be, a carpet cleaner.
Cap, are you antagonizing? Is that what
Literally,
this
just
is?
take if you have a pressure
Well,
washer, that's all you need, bro.
I just need to finish my question, Jeff. That's all I really want to do.
If your question is intended to provoke, no, you
No,
don't need to
not
finish
intended-
it.
No, it's not
It's
intended
sounding
to
like it.
provoke.
That's what we're bringing
It
up.
is
that's all.
sounding like it to me
Just
too.
relax for a moment.
We are.
No, don't come on my panel and tell me what emotion to have. I don't trust you right now. I think you're here to instigate and provoke Mike and cause trouble, and we
Maybe.
were having a better conversation than that. So you're the one bringing the conversation down right now, and for
Oh
that
my
reason,
God.
I'm taking you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my crap dad joke. You hear about the dyslexic Satan worshipper?
No.
It was found out to be worshipping Santa.
Oh yeah.
Yo, what was that movie with? Sorry, I'm sorry to cut you off, brother. What was the movie with Jack Black and
School of Rock.
Tenacious D?
Tenacious D, Pick of Destiny.
Pick of
Where
Destiny.
yeah, the Pick of Destiny, where he had the sing off with the devil. Remember that?
Yes.
They were like they had the rock off.
I remember this movie that you are telling every scene to. Yes.
Oh my God! And you know who was singing that? The person who was singing it was actually Dave Grohl
Mm.
from Nirvana and the Foo Fighters. That's who was actually singing it.
Yeah.
Yep. You can start a family off that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, gentlemen. Sorry.
Oh, dad joke shit. Anyone else want to go? Because I want.
I don't think I have any dad jokes.
Oh, come on, Jeff.
I didn't grow up with a dad. They didn't get passed down.
Yeah.
I have a dad joke. Me and my father regularly have sex in elevators. It's wrong on so many levels.
Oh God,
Yeah, that
that was bad.
yeah.
That was
Are
just
you here?
bad.
Yeah, you here to tip the waitress and try the veal?
That was bad.
The
I'm trying to
wages
think
of
of one.
sin.
I could think of one worse than that actually. I don't know if I should say it though.
Go for it. As long as it's not cursing or anything, it's too bad. Too
All
bad.
right, well, I don't remember it exactly. My dad just told it to me. But basically there was a black dude out in the woods. He was climbing trees. Loved climbing trees. Well, he climbed up this one and he got off on this branch and it started cracking. And he wasn't a person who believed in God, but he knew that there was no way he was going to make it out of the situation. So he prayed to God, and an angel showed up, and he goes, "Help me, help me!" And the angel's like, "Do you trust me? Do you trust that I'm able to help you?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, I trust you. I trust you." And he's like, "If you trust me, then let go." So the guy lets go. He dies. The angel's back up in heaven. He's like, "I don't know how I got up here hating black people."
Oh my
That's a dad joke. Your dad told you that?
That was my attempt. It was pretty
Oh,
bad,
okay.
I think.
You
Though
made that up?
Yeah, I
I
think
don't know
that's
where
my
he
other
gets
one
that
is-
shit.
My other dad joke is a skeleton walks into a bar. He orders a pint of lager and a mop.
Okay.
That's the joke. Wait, what's the
Say it
last
again?
thing he ordered?
A skeleton walks into a bar. He orders a pint of lager and a mop.
A mop?
That's funny. I like it. That's real funny.
He's gonna drink and
That's
it's gonna on the floor, basically. Yeah.
Yeah,
Gonna clean up his
I
mess.
don't get it.
a
That's
skeleton. skeleton.
Oh, because he can't. He's just. I see.
Yeah.
So why would he order the beer in the first place if he can't drink any of it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
Drunk.
it's a joke.
Well, she just likes working.
Yeah.
There's a whole book. I had a book. My son bought it for me one time years ago. It was a whole book on dad jokes. I lost it. I don't know where it went, but it was like just silly jokes without cursing or anything like that. But dad humor is funny.
So this is a Miss Boo joke. Miss Boo says, "I have seen a nun escaping over a prison wall." I thought, well, that's a little condescending.
There you go.
That's actually funny.
Wait, I've seen it. Oh, this one. Okay.
Dang, I think mine are like more in the moment.
What else? What else is going on?
Like we were talking about color theory the other day. I was like, white fight about it. Like it's like stuff like that. Like,
What is going on right now in the world that you're concerned about? Like, is it the presidential
Right.
race?
Hey,
now-
what do you call a lesbian on fire?
What?
LGBTQ?
That's
That's a good one.
damn.
Now that's funny. Oh shit! Oh, gotta put some sweet baby rays on that, right? Got a little barbecue sauce on it. Oh.
Did you guys hear that for the 5th consecutive year, JetBlue Airlines has been ranked first in satisfaction? Do you know which has ranked least in satisfaction?
Delta.
9/11 Airlines.
Oh come on!
Oh shit!
Come on,
What do you
man.
what do you
Come
call
on.
it when a cow grows facial hair?
That's not good, bro. That's
A,
not good.
a beer, a boob. I don't know.
I don't know.
A moustache.
Stash.
What's
When's
the
the last
definition?
time? When's the last time anybody up here has flown? Like, got on a plane, went through customs, and flown?
I thought we're telling jokes.
Customs, like out of the country.
Yeah. Telling jokes? I could tell you jokes about going to other countries for sure.
Well, I know. What's the definition of pain?
Definition
Yeah,
of pain?
Yeah.
I guess something that causes you concern.
No, one-armed man hanging off a cliff with itchy balls.
Oh.
When a what?
One-armed man hanging off a cliff with itchy balls.
I
Wow.
can't hear what you're saying, bro.
Somebody tell that a joke again.
It's his accent.
Yeah, it's a one-armed man hanging off a
One-armed.
cliff with itchy balls.
Itchy balls.
Oh, dude, one arm man. Okay, I missed that. Yeah.
What a group! You got to admit though, what a
Well,
great
let me
movie.
ask you guys something. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but let me ask you guys something. What's something going on in the world today that that you guys are concerned about?
It's a
Absolutely nothing at the moment.
good way to switch topics.
I'm
That
concerned
was the
about not
best joke
laughing
so
enough.
far.
I'm concerned about not laughing enough, bro, right now.
So what's concerning you? What's concerning you, and like what's going on?
You know, I'll tell you what's concerning me. Where do fish open bank accounts?
On the bank, on the
Ooh.
Yeah,
shore.
exactly, at riverbanks.
Oh shit.
Oh,
All right, that was my last bad dad
Yo,
joke.
dude, and
Sorry.
they
Yeah,
do.
I
that's
started with the fire one though, didn't I,
Yeah,
guys?
and they do. Yeah, I think they use the currency as well. Yeah.
Currency.
oh.
Oh dear.
All right, that's enough bad dad jokes.
Yeah.
I
I
don't
gave
get
my
this
all,
one, Daniel.
folks.
You walk him and pitch to the rhino. What do you do?
What do you call? What do you do to? He's talking. It's a baseball thing.
Hmm.
It's a baseball joke.
What is it really?
Yeah.
What'd you do to an elephant with 3 balls?
Oh, 3 balls. Because in
Yeah.
baseball, that's when you
Yeah, but what
walk
the
him
fuck?
and pitch. I still don't get the.
Why did you get a Brit telling you, tell Americans it's a baseball joke?
In the spirit of baseball,
I know.
I
love
knew it
it.
was baseball. It's just been so long.
I
in the
know.
spirit of
Oh.
baseball,
Well, I just didn't understand the rhino part of it
The rhino part's throwing
and
me
the
too.
elephant. How's that?
Well, rhinos are.
Okay, so the
in
elephant
Africa.
can walk
Rhinos are in
because of
Africa.
the balls, and so you pitch to the
Wait,
rhino.
Paul, do you love cricket?
wait,
Does he
hold
hit it with
on.
its horn?
Explain the joke real quick. I want to get that one.
Okay, because elephants are in Africa, rhinos are in Africa, so
So,
the two part of the same continent area.
and that has to do with
But they
baseball.
also have lions and what
Yeah.
is it, wildebeest and other things.
You could have
Why?
picked anything, but any animal in Africa and just still would have worked.
You see,
Yeah.
you see those safaris where they're like, there's people in an open canopy Land Rover, and there's like lions chasing them. They're like hauling ass to get away. Yo,
We went to
I'm
one growing
good.
up. They had one in Texas, a safari
Yeah,
park. It was wild. The animals
yeah,
would stick their head in your car.
yeah.
We've got one over here when they got caught, when the monkey landed on top of the boot of the car or the bonnet, and they started doing things for themselves,
Yeah.
and somebody put it on YouTube.
We have the Norfolk Zoo. We have a zoo here in Norfolk, and it's beautiful because you can't go on. You can't. Well, you can touch some of the animals like the llamas and the monkeys, stuff like that. But like they have lions and tigers. They have the giraffes and it's
Well,
funny
we all know
because
what you really want to do to those animals.
Speaking of zoo and animals,
people
welcome
have
to the
Welcome,
show,
Flo.
Flo.
real quick. People have never seen them. Hold on, real quick. People have never seen these things in
What?
person. It's
Yeah.
life changing to actually see a giraffe, to see a lion. Like you
Yeah.
see it like online, but to see it like up close,
Yeah, no
it's
shit.
it's different. It's really good.
No
Lions,
way.
tigers,
What's
and
Flo? What's up?
He's on mute at the moment.
I was just, was just watching, and the people made requested me, and the question
Oh,
was,
who are you? Who's watching?
I was
Are you?
watching.
Oh, are you streaming it somewhere? Or like you? Are you
I was just watching.
sneaking out of YouTube jail?
I would never circumvent the rules. I respect rules.
He's,
I know that these are important things to keep our
me
society
too.
functioning.
All of us content creators would agree. We all take the rules very seriously, especially when you're about to review our channel for monetization.
I've also started loving taxes. I really appreciate the excellent stability I get for my tax money. So,
Based.
There you go.
Praise God.
Sounds like a man who deserves his channel back.
Praise be.
but I didn't mean to disrupt from the giraffes and
I got-
shit. That it's been
Oh, we
God
we
is so
appreciate
good.
that.
God is so good.
No, God is great, actually. God is amazing.
Hail Jesus. Amen. In Jesus' name.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna get Jeff over to the good side soon enough.
I might. I'm a Christian Satanist.
We're gonna convert you to pure
First
Christianity.
one, huh? Actually, you can't be the first one, but you.
Well, it's going to be
I'll be the
mutual
best
because
one.
you need both. You have
Yeah,
to.
Yeah,
You have to
do.
complete the religion,
If you believe in
complete the
Satan, I
pantheon.
believe. I don't know about other people. If you believe in Satan, you've got to believe in the whole battle of hell and heaven when God cast Lucifer down.
Metaphorically,
Mm.
at
There is
least.
that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I
Well-
honestly think the Bible is right brain. It's supposed to be used as right brain. Like, it's supposed to be used as like logic for your right brain or something. And then like math and whatever and shit's supposed to be used.
Yeah,
Like,
they didn't have logic.
I literally think
They're-
they separated the human psyche to tell the story somehow. Like, I'm also half retarded, so never
I
mind.
just do think the Bible was actually, some parts of the Bible was written to suppress man too, because
Do
you got to
you think-
remember Catholic
do you
Church
think-
and all that.
Do you
the
think-
Catholic Church didn't write the Bible.
No,
Yeah.
but they've translated it.
Compiled it.
Do you think the Bible is nothing more than just a map? You have
Well,
to read it.
It was a
The Ten
Mason.
Commandments alone were.
It was a Mason who finalized the Bible, though.
It was my great great grandpa Constantine.
There's not a single final Bible, you'll know.
Well, KJV. I mean, sorry.
The authorized.
Yeah, dude. Listen, these people are so close to God and open and stuff that they'll probably just let us down in the 50th floor of the Vatican. I just never thought of asking. Just going to the front door and asking. It's like, hey guys, I love you. Do you guys love me? And they'll be like, yeah. I'll be like, I love God. Do you love God? They'll be like, yeah. I'll be like, can I see those documents downstairs? They'll be like, no.
I'd pay money for you to do that.
What was that movie? Angels. Remember that
Oh
movie,
no,
Angels
I
in
haven't got the money to. If I had the money, I would do it.
How much money from New York to the Vatican? How much money? Like, you
I
get
think you need a good couple of
$25
$1,000.
$2,500 probably.
Yeah, and you need spending money too.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll sleep on their front steps.
Go for it, mate. Do it.
The problem is that the Hebrews didn't have any concept of logic. That came from Greece, and they hadn't.
Do you think that
Met
people
yet.
were not logical before then? We just
Yeah,
I'm
they
not saying
just-
they're not logic, but when they're talking about logic.
You mean formal logic?
Yeah, reason, logic, right?
I mean,
the Greeks weren't even logical
Formal
before.
logic
Or
is just
reason.
a standardization.
Not even for. I'm talking about reason, the ability to think through and without using mythological explanations to like base your.
I mean, they
your
were
thoughts
still
on
humans.
observation alone.
It wasn't a different species.
I'm not saying it was different species. I'm saying logic is something very specific that had its historical origin in Greece and
really okay.
and Athens, and the people that wrote the Bible didn't have access to any of that,
disagree.
as did any of the other religions, and that's why during Hellenism, after Alexander the Great, the Greek rationalism could interact with all of these Eastern religious and mythological elements.
So
and
how was an illogical person able to develop logic?
Experience.
Well, you're in luck. I did a whole couple of streams on it. You can go back and look at where I
Interpretation.
trace the development of rationalism.
If they're not retarded, they can learn.
Right. But the point I'm making is that the Greek logic, right? All that is systematizing a process that humans do naturally.
Yes, but systematizing it in a way where it's
Understandable.
transmissible and it has a practical application to other
That's just
systems
fire.
outside of itself.
That's just fire.
Pliable wisdom. You're right, and you're exactly right, Jeff. The thing is, you can interpret it so many different ways. You can say, okay, this, and this. But I think that the Greeks were the first ones to implement critical thinking. You know, basically trying to examine what's exactly going on. You know, debate each other. They had debates all the time.
They also were.
It was a very specific way of looking at the world. It was a new worldview.
Is it secularism?
With a new
Is
set
that where
of
secularism
social
started?
values developing around it.
Is that what you
And a
said?
lot of it started with the ability, with writing and the ability to capture. Like philosophy was written in prose writing, so it didn't depend on live performances and you being there in the moment. So you could take it off and study it separately from the event.
The Greeks were the first ones to go away from barbarism and go into deep thinking. That's just what I think. I don't know what everyone else thinks.
I wonder what their media was like back then.
I mean, I just think
They were the
it's
first
sort of
to do any kind of thinking.
Their media
doesn't
was
seem to be
library.
selling them short to say that people couldn't think before them because we don't have
Not
documentation.
in the way we think today. Not in what we think of as thinking today. Not the philosophical, scientific thinking that we
I've
associate with the
actually
West.
I
studied,
see what Jeff's saying. I see what he's saying.
I absolutely disagree. I think that people could think probably just fine back then.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
even
agree. I think people
arguably.
can think just fine too, just
Are
not in
you
this specific way that we've naturalized
right?
as thinking.
I've
Because
actually studied some Greek and Romans for my degree. Because I'm doing a history degree at the moment. So,
so
somebody said, "What was their media like?"
yeah, I mean,
Okay, yeah. So their media would have been a library.
right.
Going to
And don't they?
library.
Didn't they burn those?
Well, that's the Library of Alexander. But you're talking about every sort of town had a forum too. In special
It was
Romans,
scrolls, Lance. When
yeah,
they,
Romans used to copy the Greek things, and you'd have forums, and there'd be plays. Also, that'd be part of their media. They'd tell stories through their plays and stuff like that.
Also, I heard of I heard like maybe.
Let me ask you guys this: Do you think Greeks and
No, no, no. Hold
Italians
on,
are
bro.
from the same bloodline?
Hold on.
No.
Real quick question.
I don't know anything about that, but I love Greek and Italian food.
Yeah, like so like different cultures use different accounting systems.
Okay, somebody.
I think you're fading out, Lanza.
Yeah,
Unless
you're
it's me.
fading out.
All right, can you hear me now?
Hmm.
I think so.
Different cultures use different counting systems at different times. Like the Mayans, I think it's like 60. Like they based everything off 60 or like off 12. Like where we use a base 10 system, and then Jewish people use a different base system, and I think that's interesting for math.
I can't hear anything.
Yeah.
Is somebody got like some vibrator in the background?
It's interesting that Greeks and Italians are so similar, but they're so different. So
Okay.
Yeah.
So carry on. Just about to say, if you hear like a buzzing, that's my graphics card. My bearings have gone on my fan.
Okay, it's a fan.
Yeah.
Well, y'all are making me hungry. Actually, I think I might.
Jeff, I actually cooked early today because I got home. I made my dinner. I made some really, really good gravy, some sauce. Oh, it's good.
I'm making what the hipsters call a deconstructed stuffed bell pepper.
Nice.
How do you deconstruct this stuff?
Is that ground beef and chopped up peppers?
Exactly, Flo. You understood. That's why I like you, Flo.
I've been poor too.
Stuffed peppers are so good. It's like one of my favorite things. I love stuffed peppers.
I'm too late. I don't want the house to get all hot, so I don't want to have the oven and the stove on at the same time. So I'm like, fuck it. I'm just gonna chop those peppers up and just like mix it all together.
You know what else is dope? As if anybody's ever made a pizzadilla, which is like a quesadilla with pepperonis on it. Like,
Oh, dude, you could do that with a slice of bread too. Get a loaf of sourdough bread and cut a slice off, and then throw some pizza sauce on it, and then some pepperoni and whatever else you want. Bam, bam, throw that in the air fryer, baby.
Well, I used to be a pizza chef for a hotel, and I had this Turkish chef, and he done like a Turkish version of a calzone, but in the dough, you worked in butter into the dough, and it was a bit softer than the original calzone.
Yeah. Huh. Paul, those Turkish breakfasts, Turkish breakfast is like one of the best breakfasts you can ever have in your life, other than an proper English breakfast. But when it comes to pizza, it's very, very hard to find. But you guys have had a clam pizza, a white pizza with clams?
No, disgusting. Don't have that over here.
Hey, is a Turkish breakfast similar to like a German Scheisse?
No, it's cheese. It's a lot of vegetables, and they use like the feta, and it's more of a Middle Eastern breakfast.
Oh man, I could go for €1 right now.
I'm so hungry. I'm about to end this stream so I can go
But
get
the
something to
proper
eat.
English breakfast
Don't do
is
it, Jeff. You're getting kind of fat. You need to lose a little weight, anyways.
yeah, the
Yeah,
proper
I'm
English
sure.
breakfast is with blood pudding and beans and all kinds of stuff. It's like, it's like you eat that, you're gonna go to sleep for 3 hours.
Jeff, you got to learn how to dump your viewers into another stream so that
Well, I
way
don't get
Moose can
that
start
power
up.
till I hit 1,000, but that power comes with 1,000,
Come on,
and I
Flo,
could do a
teach us the
raid.
way, bro.
Huh?
Teach us the way of doing the stream train. We can all do
You,
the stream train forever.
oh, how to raid somebody? I didn't know that you couldn't do it until you hit 1,000. If that's true, then I can't teach them anyways. I feel like that's not true, but I don't know. I feel like
See,
that's a mistake.
see,
Jeff,
Jeff, you're not part of the boys club. We're missing out on the secrets. I want to be.
It's
I want
because
to have
Jeff
these
this is
powers.
just Jeff expressing his religious freedom. He's just being a Satanist.
Jeff,
What
think
am I
about
doing?
Jeff, think about jumping around a little bit in the panel verse. Just think about it, because if you jump
Oh
around a
no,
little
I've
bit,
done that. My time in the past. I put in my time. I don't have to do that
I'm,
anymore. I got my numbers,
I'm way
so
ahead of you,
I
Mike.
could stay here now.
I got you. I'll keep pulling for you,
Yeah,
man.
I don't have a lot of success in the panel. Going over
You
there.
did have a lot of success. I just don't know that you enjoyed it particularly. But you had a
No,
lot
I
of
didn't.
success, I think.
It's funny because you said that I want to get to 500 mark, and all of us, everybody else on panel, we all chipped in, and you got there. And you got there within like what, a couple
You didn't
weeks.
do shit, Mike. None of us did shit.
No, everyone I want to give everybody credit. You all
Everybody
helped.
Asking for
Hey,
compliments, like
I have
Flo,
no
you
shame in the
helped a lot
game right
too.
here, folks. I'm gonna tell you straight up. If Mike wanted to run my shit for a day or two, whatever. Come on, Mike. You come on over, brother. You talk about pizza all day. You talk
Mike
about
is
whatever the
under
fuck you want,
resourced,
Mike.
if you ask me, for
But you
people
know
that are trying
what?
to grow
I
channels.
won't let him do that because that's using him. I'm not gonna use you to get to where I want to go.
I'll
nice
help you out.
reverse psychology, Moose. I like it. I approve.
I'll help you out. It's no problem. But when
Here I am. We're a mixed bag here. You get. We're very diverse. Sometimes we have
Wow.
the high level conversations,
yeah.
and when they are happening, I tend to prioritize them.
There's been a
But
bad plane crash in Brazil.
it depends on who shows up, what they ate that day, what mood they're in. We allow for a range of conversations here.
Mm.
Paul, what was your
But you
what
know
was your
that.
like
You've been here long enough.
Paul, what was the favorite thing that you ever made as a chef? Like what was your your signature dish?
I
Rocky
didn't-
Mountain oysters. I bet you, huh, Paul?
I was a pastry chef for the army, there's loads of different things that I've done. So I don't know. One of my favourite dishes was to cook. Was pan roasted duck with pan haggis potatoes with homemade jus and asparagus.
There you go. Sounds delicious, bro. Can you make it for us right now? Send it over in fat. Yeah,
It
no,
would
that's good.
take about 26 hours to make.
26 hours. That's a long ass meal.
There is was the jus we used to do. It was the homemade jus, and the jus would take you at least 16 hours just to make the sauce.
Paul, remember the duck press where we crush the bones and make all that juice?
We just pan fried the duck and just on a cold pan, and it would just render the fat down.
Oh
So everybody,
God,
everybody,
duck fat is so good. Sorry, Mike.
no, you're good. Everybody listening, you don't understand how good duck is. I mean, duck is, if you cook it right and flavor it right, duck will knock your socks off. Like I said this a couple weeks ago on another channel. There's a Piggly Wiggly, right, which is a supermarket, right? It's a country supermarket because I'm in Virginia. It's a country. They have duck sausages. Paul, they are amazing. I mean, they're just good. They're really, really good. So, go ahead, John.
I'd say if you had
Yeah, how good gas station sausages can be.
a roast duck and you roasted the duck, keep the fat because then you could use the fat to make roast potatoes.
Yes.
Anytime I hear anyone talking about gas station sausage, I think of like a truck driver and some like woman missing a few teeth. It's just not right, dude. Let's not talk about gas station sausage.
Yo, I'm telling you, you get some of
Okay.
the best.
Mike, real quick, let me address this real quick. This panel moves in 4 or 5 different potential directions at any given time. And you can go watch the streams and verify that yourself. If it's not moving in one of those particular directions today, it's because of me, the combination of people I have, where the conversation's going. But if you watch enough streams over time, you can see all of the directions you're looking for. It's not one or the other. And come on, y'all are smart enough to know that this is how group dynamics work.
Stick with
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
See if they could
That's no problem. No, but Moose, I'm telling you, I've had some of the best food from little country gas stations that they fry chicken, they have sausages, stuff like that.
Oh, dude, I believe it. The best
Yeah.
food, the best tacos I've had in America came from the fucking dump. And we rolled like we were moving. We were moving a whole bunch of shit, right? And so we had to go to the dump like 3 or 4 times, and I was so tired and I was just starving. And we pull up to this little taco shack, and I look over and it's like, this is gonna make me sound terrible, but I see this Asian lady behind the wheel, and I'm like, I don't know if I could do this. Like, I like a good street taco. Like, I'm from East Side San Jose. I'm used to I'm just used to every taco shop being Mexicans, and being authentic. And I said to my wife, I said, I don't know if I could do this. And she said, stop being a little bitch. And we go over there, and I get these tacos, Mike, and I shit you not, brother. I would drive 20 miles out of my way. Every couple weeks, I would go and stop and get these tacos because they were so fire. I would get like 9 tacos from this lady. And I told her, too, I said, Miss, I sure as shit didn't think you knew how to make tacos. But you do.
Yeah.
You make a damn good taco.
Moose, do you do chicken, beef, or pork? Which one do you do?
Well, you know what? I like them all, dude. When I'm in Baja, California, I like the al pastor. I like when they cut it right off the spit, and then they cut some fresh pineapple and toss that on. And then they've got this fresh salsa that fucking makes your head sweat and your fucking chest grow hair. That's a taco I like. Or carne asada. I usually like it just carne asada with some cilantro and onions and a corn tortilla.
There you
All
go,
right, I'm
brother.
sorry.
No, you're good. You're passionate about food, and that's your passion. You're passionate about food. We're passionate about music, and that's good because these are all topics that people can listen and say, I want to try that. And everybody listening, support small business, support food trucks. These are people that are out there busting their tail trying to make things. Go ahead.
It's not going to be a topic change if this keeps up. It's going to be into the stream, so I can go fill my own belly. Because I agree, it's having the same effect on me.
Yeah, I'm getting
Hey,
hungry.
Mike, how much, do you have a hobby or do you have, time for hobby then?
Can't hear a word you're saying.
He said, do you have a hobby or do you have time for a hobby?
Hobby, basically, I play golf. I live right down the street from a golf course. I do play golf, and then I do go shooting. I go shooting sometimes.
What I'm trying to just get at real quick is, bro, you sound like a dude to me who, should own a...
I can barely hear you.
Someone's, you're not coming in very clear.
Hold on one second. Hold on.
I'm not sure where you're saying you're my handler. You're not my handler. But
No.
All I can say is that praise God, he cut Lanza off because Lanza was going to say something negative, and God didn't want him to say something negative.
Yeah, neither does Jeff. I don't want people provoking each other pointlessly and derailing the conversations.
No, can you guys hear
Take
me?
the passive aggression can be directed off stream on Discord, other streams. It really kind of wrecks what I'm trying to do here. And so people that come here to help me do the positive thing are also coming here doing the passive aggressive thing.
Was trying to correct me.
Can you guys hear me?
You're still choppy.
Bro, okay, I'm just trying to say that Mike sounds like he'd be...
Nope, it's not coming through. And I can tell it's profound too.
All you can hear is I'm just trying to
do what?
What is everyone else's hobby? Is there something?
Wait, hang on. I'm still trying to get Lanza. Did you say you're gonna try? Okay, he's gonna try something else.
Yeah.
This is my hobby. Having
Yes.
conversations with people on panels is my hobby
Excellent.
while I work through the day, or I work in the garden, or I'm doing other things. Like I enjoy having these conversations because I live in an area where there's not very many people, and I'm always busy, so it's hard for me to have lasting relationships with people in my area because it's always like, hey, can you go do this next Friday? No, I got this, or I got work, or it's always an excuse. But on the panels, it's like the panel's here every day, and I could just jump in when I want, and I could just be part of the conversation, or I could sit back and just be part of the chat. And so, like, to me, it's been a big part of my life for the past 3 years.
Well, Moose, me and you have never had an issue. You've always been super positive. You actually backed me up multiple times, and I appreciate that, brother. I really do. Because people will do come on and they'll try to derail the conversation that we're having. And Jeff tries to keep an even playing field and try to keep it to where it's respectable to a certain extent. A little, well, let me say, light trolling is fun, right? We troll each other a little bit.
Oh, I love a good troll. I appreciate a good troll.
But when they start going really, really negative, it derails the energy in the room.
That's my thing is the quality of conversation. I know what we're capable of, and I know what we deliver sometimes, and I'm trying to keep us at our highest potential.
Sure.
That's kind of my job as a teacher. That's my job that's what I do.
And see, I'm an irritant. So what I do is I'm a really good troll, but on your panel, I try not to. I lose my cool once in a while, Jeff, because I'm disrespected a lot. But I try to respect your panel as much as I can. But hey, I'm a hot-blooded Sicilian. I lose my cool a little bit. You put me in timeout. You bring me back up and say, calm down. So I try my hardest to respect you, bro.
I appreciate that. I think you get out of a community what you put into it. And as long as you're trying to put positive things into it.
Jeff, you're getting restreamed on multiple different panels now. It's funny as hell.
Oh, hey, ghost audience.
Funny. It's like, I brought people up because they follow me, and then they're restreaming you on different platforms. And I saw you kick someone off the other night, and a little pissed about it. It's funny as shit. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Right?
Well, that happens on here a lot. I manage the panel pretty aggressively.
It is what it is. But yeah.
It's funny how you don't realize that all those channels are making fun, and that's why they're putting Jeff now, including him.
Probably, but I'm their content. They're not I'm not streaming them. They're streaming me. So.
It's not. But and
if I'm the best content they can come up with,
it's not bothering us. It's just they're covering your channel. It's going to make more people come to your channel. It's free advertisement. It's like having a billboard on the highway for free. That's what it is.
And here I am. In his mind, he may very well be the unofficial co-host. He's not in mine. I don't have a co-host. This is a community effort.
I have the most energy, but it's not
explaining shit that nobody doesn't understand.
Right. How's your channel going?
Yeah, I mean, see, that's what happens when you do a low blow like that, Flo. You come in with a side chop, and then you get knocked down because truth hurts.
It does. It does hurt. It really does. It hurts bad. It really does. I'm wrecked right now because I really take this literal in real life. No, this is YouTube. It's not that serious. It's not. We're up here.
There's a lot of people that get invested. I'm invested too in a different way, but there's people that get
in an intellectual way. So Jeff, you want to come up, you want to have conversations, and you want to interact with people, and you want to learn from people, good or bad. It could be a piece of crap person. It could be a good person, but you want to learn. You want to learn from them. I'm telling you this right now. Even if someone is a piece of garbage, you still learn from them. You learn different things about yourself and about them, and your interactions, and your cognitive skills, and that's all. And people want to come up and they want to throw shots, but Jeff, they can't have a conversation, and that's the funniest thing about these people that come up. And one thing I can tell you, I'm going to start calling you, Jeff, the Bloodhound. I'm going to start calling you the Bloodhound because you can sniff out the bullshit. You can sniff it out, and people come up and they're here just to cause problems. All
well, speaking of conversations, which one should we get onto now, or should I wrap it up so we can all go eat?
It's up to you, brother. I can keep going, or we. Whatever you want to do.
I'm like it. I'm thinking to maybe take a break, and I could always come back this evening. And by the way, this evening is Verbal Combat and all those other shows, so it's going to be very active out in the streets tonight. Oh, you're starting a channel. Cool.
I think I'm doing mine tonight too. I think I might do mine at
A
least until
stream.
midnight. Yeah, until midnight
Maybe I'll
Eastern.
just maybe I'll
So that
just go
way
visit
I'll
you.
hit my birthday and I'll be able to be like, hey, it's my birthday. All right, I'm
Can
going to
you
sleep. F y'all.
Do you want to do
can you
that? If you start one, I'll just go hang out with you, and we could do a birthday thing.
Moose, can you drop your link so I can subscribe?
You might want to think about that twice, Moose.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? What did you say? I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you with
You might want to
Something
think
about you,
twice.
Mike. I just want to bully the fuck out of you. Maybe this is why I'm on timeout. This is why my channel's on strike, is people like you.
Because you bully.
It could be. It could be that I'm very popular. I'm 15 times popular.
I've also seen you protect people from bullies too.
Could be. It could be.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take that as a sign that we're winding down.
All right, I tried to put it in the backstage. I'm on my phone, so
Oh yeah.
I did the
Is
best.
that the one you're gonna? If you do it tonight, that's the channel you'll do it on.
Yeah, that's the one, my main one.
Okay.
If it
I'll keep an eye out for me, or send me the link if you get it started, and I can always drop by. If not,
Got
I'll
it,
just
dude.
do a stream.
What are you talking about? I'll let you know. We'll talk in Discord. All right.
Okay.
Thank you guys for your time, energy, attention. Hit the like, share, subscribe button. We appreciate you. And that's the fastest because I have dinner on the table. Peace.
Okay. Take care, Moose. Thanks a lot.
See you later, Moose.
Okay, Mike, you have anything you want to go out on? Okay, you probably said. I think we have an idea of.
We probably already knew what he was going to say, anyways. Though,
Flo, you got anything?
I'm not streaming tonight, just so everybody knows.
Well, if you need a place to hang out, it sounds like there's going to be a choice of streams. So we
There
look
usually
forward to
is.
seeing you.
All right, take it easy. Thanks for having me up.
All right, take care.
See you later. All right,
Paul,
thanks for
how are
having me up,
you?
man. Look after yourself.
Okay.
And do
Take
well.
care. Thanks for dropping by. I always enjoy your contributions, and
Thank you, mate.
we'll see you around too.
Nice. See you later, guys.
All right, that was over 5 hours of whatever it was. I personally think it went well. I enjoyed the conversations, and we'll keep doing them. Like I said, probably if I'm not on here tonight, it's probably because Moose is doing a stream of his own. I wish I worked at Popeyes. Oh my God, talk about being hungry. Whew. Today is hard. I'm gonna have a hard time at the store today, picking something out. This really primed the palate. All right, so let's see. Okay, Shady's going live too. Let me try to remember your channel. Is it Shady Spot? It's something else, huh? That's not a bad idea. Part of it is I have to go shopping to get the snacks. So I guess I'm screwed today. We'll see what I come back with. All right, yeah, take care, everybody. Happy Friday. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll do it again tonight, tomorrow, and every other day. All right, bye.